Chapter 1601, When Prisoner looked towards the left side of the Fireweaver defensive line and saw a block spot popping out of nowhere. He couldn't help but be glad. But then he knit his brows. He was glad because his guess was correct. The Hundred Treasures realm didn't attack because the Fireweaver reserve troops hadn't moved yet. So when the reserve troops moved, the Hundred Treasures realm also moved. Prisoner also frowned because the Hundred Treasures realm were amazing. Even if he guessed the reason why the Hundred Treasures realm didn't move, if he was commanding the Hundred Treasures realm, he wouldn't be able to do it. The ability of the Hundred Treasures realm made Prisoner feel dread. At the same time, his eyes flashed with a firm light. He turned to Hawkins and said, "Hawkins, get ready. Once the Hundred Treasures realm breaks through, you'll immediately charge in." Hearing Prisoner, Hawkins couldn't help but stare. He also turned towards the left side of the defensive line. He discovered a clump of shadow aggressively charging towards the defensive line. With Zhao Hai's command, the entire Hundred Treasures realm fleet moved. Mu Yao didn't know why Zhao Hai chose to attack this time, but he noticed the cannons of the large artifacts beginning to extend out of the windows. Mu Yao also saw the arrangement of the turtle shells. It was arranged in a formation that has the effect of increasing the damage to formations. Mu Yao couldn't help but nod. Compared to cultivators, formations were more of a headache to deal with. The Fireweavers hid behind their formations to fight against the Hundred Treasures realm. But once these formations were dealt with, the Hundred Treasures realm were able to deal with the Fireweavers easily. After that, Mu Yao noticed that Zhao Hai had released a large number of sword shuttles. The destination of these sword shuttles were the subordinate realm camps that had been almost emptied. Because these subordinate camps didn't have very powerful defensive formations, the sword shuttles were able to break through easily and slaughter the cultivators inside. Naturally, the cultivators inside the large artifacts also targeted these small camps. The large artifacts were very fast. At this time, the sword shuttles sent out by Zhao Hai returned to the fleet. Then the sword shuttles, along with the 13 large artifacts, flew straight towards the Fireweavers' army. The Fireweavers also discovered the approach of the Hundred Treasures realm, but they had no means to resist this charge. In the end, they can only meet it head-on. Under the gaze of the Fireweavers and the Divergent realm, the large artifacts of the Hundred Treasures realm crashed onto Fireweavers like a rhinoceros bulldozing a flock of sheep. The Fireweavers simply could do nothing to block them. The Fireweavers could only look at the bloody road that the Hundred Treasures realm carved out. The Fireweaver army numbered a total of 500,000. Because their opponent was the Divergent realm, their lineups were secret. But at this time, the Hundred Treasures realm were able to kill countless amounts of people. This completely disrupted the arrangements the Fireweavers made. The Fireweavers knew that the Hundred Treasures realm had arrived at the Divergent realm's camp. They initially wanted to go over to see if the Hundred Treasures realm had enough large artifacts to make an impact on the battlefield. Unfortunately, the defenses of the Divergent realm were too strong. They didn't have an opportunity to scout it out. When the Hundred Treasures realm fleet suddenly appeared on their flank, the Fireweaver army was confused, and before they could make a response, the Hundred Treasures realm's large artifacts came crashing in, ripping a large hole through their army formation. Since he was paying attention to the battlefield, Prisoner immediately sent out the Divergent realm's reserve troops led by Hawkins. The troops numbered 50,000. Prisoner left the reserve army to Hawkins. He wanted to see if the Hundred Treasures realm was as strong as he thought they would. If the Hundred Treasures realm's attack really had an impact, then this reserve army would be the last straw that would break the camel's back. And soon it was made clear that the Hundred Treasures realm really did pull their own weight. Moreover, they did their job perfectly. The Fireweaver army's flank has been shredded to bits. Then there's the arrival of the Divergent realm's reserve army. The Fireweavers cannot block the Hundred Treasures realm. Troops numbered to the tens of thousands in the middle of the army were now extremely weakened. With the enemy's formation turning chaotic, the Divergent realm immediately grasped the opportunity. The cultivators of the Hundred Treasures realm also rushed over. At this time, the Fireweaver army was very fragile. If it's only the Hundred Treasures realm that attacked, then the Fire Weaver army might be able to resist. However, the Divergent Realm was here as well. The Fire Weaver army couldn't withstand the pressure of two realms. The subordinate realms of the Fire Weavers looked down on the Hundred Treasures realm. After all, the Hundred Treasures realm was only a high-grade realm, so how could they surrender to the Hundred Treasures realm? But the Divergent realm was different. The Divergent realm was a great realm like the Fire Weaver realm. In the past, when the Fire Weavers and the Divergent realm were still in a stalemate, these subordinate realms could still stay loyal to the Fire Weavers, but because of the attack of the Hundred Treasures realm, the Fire Weaver army was heading into defeat. In this case, the subordinate realms could no longer sit still. Those who had weak mental states began to fall apart. A collapse of a section of an army would cause a chain reaction to the entire army. In ancient battles, this would cause a great commotion. In fights between cultivators, although there wouldn't be a commotion, the psychology of the people would still be affected. Seeing their ally running away would plant the idea of running as well in their minds. Inevitably, some people would also run. This was especially true for those from the subordinate realms. Besides their own realms, they were never completely loyal to those they were under. That was to say that these people were just looking for a good battle. In the battle between the Hundred Treasures realm and the Fire Weaver Giant Spirit realm alliance, things were different. It can be said that the Hundred Treasures realm were never really defeated at that time. The Hundred Treasures realm also gave their subordinate realms a lot of benefits in exchange for help in their war. In turn, these subordinate realms were eager to deal with the Fire Weavers and the Giant Spirit realm. Moreover, back then, the Hundred Treasures realm's performance was perfect. Against the Fire Weaver Giant Spirit realm alliance, they kept retreating until they defended the headquarters of the Hundred Treasures realm. In the remaining battles, the losses they incurred were minimal. This gave the subordinate realms confidence in following the Hundred Treasures realm in future battles. In comparison, the situation with the Fire Weavers wasn't the same. The Fire Weavers hardly won against the attack of the two realms. They could only resist against the Hundred Treasures realm. Moreover, the last action of the Fire Weavers to work with the Giant Spirit realm caused dissatisfaction among the subordinate realms. Therefore, it was impossible for these subordinate realms to be eager in fighting with the Fire Weavers to the end. The retreat of the subordinate realms was a fatal attack to the army morale, and with the originally chaotic state of the army, the Fire Weaver army collapsed soon after. Zhao Hai had no intentions to let these people off. The fleet turned around and dove once again into the Fire Weaver army. Seeing the approaching fleet of large artifacts, those with the last shred of resistance in the Fire Weavers were finally compelled to run away. The cultivators of the Divergent realm and the Hundred Treasures realm seemed to be injected with chicken blood. They all roared out loud as they tore the Fire Weaver army to pieces. Zhao Hai received his artifacts as he looked at the battlefield. It wasn't that there were no immortal experts that resisted them, but in front of powerful large artifacts, these immortal experts were like deer in front of a speeding car. Also, the immortal experts of the Hundred Treasures realm have set out to deal with the enemy's immortal experts. Some of them were even chasing the escaping enemy. Only Mu Yao stood beside Zhao Hai on the fortress. He looked at the battlefield in a daze. He let out a long breath and murmured, "We won." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Right, we won." "Elder, will you go meet with the Divergent realm?" Mu Yao replied, "Let's chase the Fire Weavers first. The more we kill, the easier it would be for us later on." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he waved his hand and released his 13 giant spirit treasure ships along with the sword shuttles. Then these large artifacts separated and began chasing down the enemy. All the Fire Weavers who wanted to form a resistance were soon destroyed by the impact of the large artifacts. It must be said that the melee capabilities of large artifacts were very strong, especially when the enemy didn't have their own large artifact. Originally, the Fire Weavers had their own large artifacts, but when they fought against the Divergent realm, these large artifacts were treated as bunkers, so they were placed in the very front. When Zhao Hai and the others rushed from behind, these large artifacts were unable to turn around in time. In the end, they were destroyed without being able to do anything, without any means to counterattack. It was a one-sided slaughter. The Hundred Treasures realm and the Divergent realm cultivators were like sharks that had smelled blood. They threw themselves towards the Fireweavers and hunted them down. Zhao Hai wasn't hurried like the others, he just commanded the turtle to roam the battlefield. Sometimes, he would fire his cannons and receive corpses for the space to turn into undead. At this moment, a breeze arrived, then a person's shadow appeared on top of the octagonal fortress. Chapter 1602, A Stunning Proposal. Zhao Hai was startled. His spiritual force was formidable, but he still failed to notice this person. If it weren't for this person coming with friendly thoughts, causing a breeze before appearing, then Zhao Hai wouldn't have discovered him. This was an expert of extraordinary strength. Zhao Hai turned his head to discover Prison Heart. Mu Yao also noticed the old man's arrival. His expression couldn't help but change as he bowed and said, "I have seen Elder Prison Heart." Zhao Hai also gave a salute, pretending to not know who Prison Heart was. Prison Heart looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mu Yao, this is Zhao Hai?" Mu Yao nodded and said, "Little Hai, this is Elder Prison Heart. He is from the same generation as my master." "Don't be impolite." Zhao Hai still had the look of ignorance on his face. He quickly cupped his fist and said, "I have seen Elder Prison Heart." Prison Heart nodded at Zhao Hai's conduct, then he said, "Good, a very good young man. You're the most talented young man I have ever seen." Zhao Hai cupped his fist once more. "I don't dare receive Elder's praise." Prison Heart waved his hand and said, "I'm not praising you, I'm just telling the truth. There's no need to be smooth if the cuts and corners are obvious." Zhao Hai showed an embarrassed smile which caused Prison Heart to laugh. Then he looked at Mu Yao and said, "Mu Yao, we won this battle because of you. With this battle, I promise that the Fireweavers will be eliminated." Hearing Prison Heart, Mu Yao couldn't help but stare, then his expression lit up as he said, "Will Elder make a move? If you do, those Fireweavers will be finished." Prison Heart shook his head and said, "I won't. I'm already old and can't make moves anymore. This world already belongs to your generation." Hearing this, Zhao Hai's heart suddenly felt fearful and on guard. He knew that this was his instinct technique acting up. He feels danger coming for him. As soon as Zhao Hai became alert, he felt a hidden thread of spiritual force coming towards him. Then he noticed that Mu Yao seemed to be spacing out. Zhao Hai immediately understood that Prison Heart was attacking him. Zhao Hai stared, then he felt how powerful the spiritual force was. It wasn't something he could contend against at this time. He quickly withdrew his spiritual force inwards. As expected, the attacking spiritual force pursued. Zhao Hai sneered. He shrank his spiritual force once more and retreated to his nascent soul. Meanwhile, the pursuing spiritual force hit a formation. The Five Elements Killing Formation protects Zhao Hai's spirit, not allowing foreign spiritual force to enter unless permitted by Zhao Hai. This formation needed to be dealt with if one wanted to attack Zhao Hai's soul. Although Prison Heart's spiritual force was very strong, he still falls short compared to the Five Elements Killing Formation. His spiritual force was immediately cut off. Then the Five Elements Killing Formation retaliated, causing blood to flow out of Prison Heart's orifices, but Prison Heart was able to quickly recover the damage. Zhao Hai released his spiritual force and returned to normal. Then he raised his head to look at Prison Heart. Prison Heart looked at Zhao Hai. Then he smiled bitterly as he removed the blood on his face using his hand. Then he looked at Zhao Hai's wary expression and said, "Young man, you don't need to be so nervous. I'm already a dying old man. I just want to do something for the Divergent realm before I die." Zhao Hai looked at Prison Heart in confusion. Seeing Zhao Hai's expression, Prison Heart forced a smile and said, "You don't need to be surprised. I'm already old and I can feel that I won't live for too long. However, the Divergent realm doesn't have any talents I can pass the baton to. On the other hand, the Hundred Treasures realm is currently rich in talents. Whether it's Mu Yao or you're all geniuses of your generation. I only want to instill a sense of friendliness towards the Divergent realm to the two of you. You can also benefit from this in your future cultivation. If I don't do this, the Divergent realm wouldn't have any future with the way it's going right now." When he heard Prison Heart, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't expect Prison Heart to attack him because of this. However, he still didn't relax. Who knows if this old man would attack once more when he lowers his guard. Prison Heart smiled bitterly and said, "There's no need to worry, I won't attack you anymore. Don't you have that formation in your soul? What chance do I have to attack you?" That formation even counterattacks in addition to protecting you. Although Zhao Hai didn't want to reveal anything, he knew that he couldn't deceive Prison Heart. Therefore, he just didn't say anything. Prison Heart smiled bitterly, then he waved his hand, restoring Mu Yao to normal. Mu Yao didn't know anything about what just happened. He just continued from the previous topic. "No, Elder, you're not old. You can still make a move." Zhao Hai stared at Mu Yao. He didn't expect Prison Heart to be this formidable. Even Mu Yao was unaware that he had been put under a spell. Prison Heart smiled towards Mu Yao and said, "Mu Yao, I'm a dying old man. If I make a move, I deteriorate even quicker, so I really don't want to make a move this time. I'm just here to ask a favor. If the Divergent Realm experiences trouble in the future, I hope you can help them in consideration for this old man's face." When Mu Yao heard Prison Heart say this, he couldn't help but be taken aback. He didn't understand why Prison Heart said this, but he was still polite and answered, "Elder, the Divergent Realm is 100 times stronger than the 100 Treasures Realm. What problems would it have for it to need the help of the 100 Treasures Realm?" Prison Heart looked at Mu Yao and then shook his head and said, "I'm not asking the 100 Treasures Realm to help the Divergent Realm. I'm asking you to help the Divergent Realm." Then he gave a glance towards Zhao Hai. When he saw Prison Heart's gaze, Mu Yao understood that Prison Heart had taken a fancy to Zhao Hai's potential. If other people found out about Mu Yao's thoughts, they would no doubt be surprised. Who was Zhao Hai? He was just a young man in the Severed Soul stage. People like him were just small figures in other realms. They were even more insignificant in a great realm like the Divergent Realm. Mu Yao didn't think that Prison Heart was being excessive in his praise. This was because he completely understood Zhao Hai's strength. He knew how powerful Zhao Hai really was. Although Zhao Hai was just at the Severed Soul stage, his combat strength surpassed average immortal experts. Not talking about his other abilities, Zhao Hai's large artifacts alone would be extremely hard to stop even for the 100 Treasures Realm. Although the 100 Treasures Realm also had their own large artifacts, these large artifacts needed a lot of people to operate. Moreover, these large artifacts required a lot of crystal stones. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's large artifacts didn't require all these things. Zhao Hai could also use his undead to send spiritual chi to his large artifacts. In this case, the 100 Treasures Realms couldn't contend against him using large artifacts. So if they want to block Zhao Hai's charge, they would need to expend tons of resources. And even so, they weren't confident that they would succeed. If Zhao Hai becomes an immortal expert, he could use even more large artifacts. Such a person's potential couldn't be underestimated. As soon as he figured this out, Mu Yao immediately replied, "Since Elder says so, then let's leave it up to fate. If there's an opportunity for Mu Yao to help the Divergent Realm, then I definitely won't refuse." Prison Heart nodded and said, "As a thank you, please receive these tokens." After he said that, he threw 2 silver tokens towards Zhao Hai and Mu Yao. Zhao Hai and Mu Yao received the tokens and found that it looked very ordinary. But when they took a closer look, they found that they were different. They looked ordinary, but the longer they look at the token, they began to see that the heart character engraved on it was emitting spiritual chi, inviting people to use their spiritual chi on it. The two were greatly surprised. Then they immediately took their spiritual force back. They no longer dared to stare at the token. Looking at the two, Prison Heart couldn't help but smile as he said, "Take them. These tokens have my spiritual force inside it. My spiritual chi is special. If you hold these tokens, the people in the Divergent Realm will treat you as though you were me. Nobody would dare look down on you. If they do, then the people from the Divergent Realm would punish them." Zhao Hai and Mu Yao understood that these tokens were very powerful. They didn't expect to receive it. Looking at the two, Prison Heart smiled faintly as he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, You have a very strong spiritual force. How about becoming this old man's closing disciple?" Both Zhao Hai and Mu Yao were stunned when they heard Prison Heart, who was Elder Prison Heart. He was the most powerful elder of the Divergent Realm. Zhao Hai becoming his disciple would immediately elevate Zhao Hai's status. Moreover, he would become Prison Heart's closing disciple. For cultivators, a closing disciple was almost equal to a legacy successor. This status wasn't ordinary. As long as Zhao Hai agrees, there would be very few people in the Divergent Realm who could make a move on him. One shouldn't underestimate Prison Heart's status because he's dying. Over the countless years he stayed in the Divergent Realm, he managed to help an uncountable number of people to restrain their heart's demon and improve their strength. Those he helped would definitely give face to his disciple. That represented an enormous power. Nobody would dare offend Zhao Hai in the Divergent Realm. Zhao Hai stared at Prison Heart. He initially thought that this might be another of Prison Heart's plots. However, his instinct technique didn't sense any danger. This caused him to think that this old man was sincere in his invitation. This caused Zhao Hai to feel conflicted. Chapter 1603, Paying a Visit After the Battle. Mu Yao reacted first. He looked at Zhao Hai, then at Prison Heart and said, "Elder, are you joking? Are you really going to accept Zhao Hai as a disciple, or do you just want him to join the Divergent Realm?" Zhao Hai blankly looked at Prison Heart. To be honest, he was also thinking the same. He didn't know whether Prison Heart wanted him to become his disciple or he just wanted Zhao Hai to join the Divergent Realm. Although Zhao Hai wasn't opposed to joining the Divergent Realm, he also wanted to maintain his identity in the 100 Treasures Realm. In other words, he wanted to be a person who belongs to two realms. Prison Heart shook his head and said, "Not that. Zhao Hai still belongs to the 100 Treasures Realm, but he's also my disciple. I just hope that he can help the Divergent Realm if something happens to it in the future." Mu Yao and Zhao Hai both frowned. They were confused by Prison Heart's words. After some hesitation, Mu Yao asked, "Elder, why do you always think that something would happen to the Divergent Realm?" Prison Heart turned his head to the Divergent Realm cultivators who were chasing the Fire Weavers. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, what do you think about the Divergent Realm's state right now?" Zhao Hai stared. He didn't expect Prison Heart to ask him this question, but he gave his honest reply. "It's doing very well. It's like a blooming flower or a raging fire burning oil." Prison Heart nodded. "Correct. As long as we manage to destroy the Fire Weavers, the Divergent Realm wouldn't have anyone to worry about in the 10,000 realm battlefield. The three other great realms might try to deal with us, but they can't threaten our strength. What I'm worried about is another place." Hearing Prison Heart, Zhao Hai and Mu Yao couldn't help but stare. Then the two looked at each other, seeing a look of understanding in each other's eyes. Looking at Mu Yao and Zhao Hai's expressions, Prison Heart gawked. Then he asked, "You know what place I'm talking about? Did you bet with that place again?" Mu Yao and Zhao Hai looked at each other, then they shook their heads at the same time. However, they also didn't say a word of denial. Looking at the reaction of the two, Prison Heart understood that the 100 Treasures Realm did indeed make a bet with that place. They just weren't allowed to talk about it. Suddenly, a shocking thought passed through Prison Heart's mind. If the 100 Treasures Realm made a bet with the Sky Tower, then why did they attack the Fire Weavers? They should have been busy fulfilling the terms of the bet, and if they lost, the Sky Tower wouldn't have allowed them to enter this profitable collaboration. Prison Heart knew very well how strict the people of the Sky Tower were, and with how the situation has gone so far, it seems like the Sky Tower had no intentions of interfering. There's only one explanation for this. The 100 Treasures Realm won against the Sky Tower. Winning against the Sky Tower? Was it that easy? Prison Heart was shocked by his guess, but the longer he looked at Zhao Hai and Mu Yao's expressions, the more he was convinced. Prison Heart sighed. He didn't try to test them and instead said, "Since you know about that place, then you should know that once we destroy the Fire Weavers, they wouldn't just let the Divergent Realm off. If something bad happens, the Divergent Realm would suffer a great loss." Mu Yao wanted to say anything, but he was waved silent by Prison Heart. The old man looked at Mu Yao and said, "Mu Yao, Tell me the truth. How do you see Hawkins? Mu Yao stared. Then after hesitating for a moment he said, Mr. Hawkins is brave and courageous. His military talents are extraordinary, and his fighting strength is formidable. He's a top expert of the 10,000 realm battlefield. Prison Heart nodded and said, what you said isn't wrong. Hawkins is indeed brave and courageous. He's strong as well. However, he's too prideful. Because of his strength, he's beginning to think that he can solve everything. But there are things that cannot be solved with strength. If he meets the Sky Tower, what do you think would happen? Mu Yao paused for a while. He really didn't know much about Hawkins, but from what he can see, it's possible that Hawkins would butt heads with the Sky Tower. Thinking of this, Mu Yao couldn't help but stare. With Hawkins' character, he would take the entire Divergent Realm and fight the Sky Tower. Mu Yao didn't want to imagine the result if such a thing happened. Prison Heart looked at Mu Yao and said, you're thinking that Hawkins would go to war with the Sky Tower. This is something that Hawkins would do. But this is exactly what I don't want to happen. With the Divergent Realm's strength, it simply couldn't contend against the Sky Tower. This move would only bring destruction to the Divergent Realm. Mu Yao and Zhao Hai were silent. They didn't know what to say. Prison Heart didn't wait for the two to reply before he continued. And among the current generation, Hawkins is the only one with talent. This is what I worry about the most. No successors. These words flashed through Zhao Hai and Mu Yao's minds. Prison Heart sighed and said, the Divergent Realm has no successors. The token I gave you two can be used to overturn Hawkins' decision when necessary. Also, I'm willing to take Zhao Hai as a disciple because he has talent. At the same time, becoming my disciple would give him some status in the Divergent Realm. Even if he doesn't join. Zhao Hai and Mu Yao were silent. They didn't expect Prison Heart to have these thoughts in his mind. They really don't know what to say. Prison Heart looked at the two. Then he sighed and said, I'm sincere in accepting Little Hai as a disciple. I can feel that I only have 1 or 2 years left to live. After I depart, Hawkins will take my position. Nobody can control Hawkins in the Divergent Realm. When the time comes, he will have the entire Divergent Realm in his hands. I worry about him every day. Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai. Then he turned to Prison Heart and said, Elder, if you won't force Zhao Hai to join the Divergent Realm, then I can allow him to take you as his master. Zhao Hai didn't expect Mu Yao to agree this quickly, but he didn't mind it. Instead, he turned his head and waited for Prison Heart's response. Prison Heart looked at the two and said, don't worry. I won't force Little Hai to join the Divergent Realm. Once this battle ends, we can discuss this further. Prison Heart vanished after he said this. Zhao Hai looked at the surroundings. At the same time, he activated the silver needles around them. Prison Heart has indeed left. Zhao Hai turned his head to Mu Yao and said, Elder, should I really take Elder Prison Heart as a master? Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai and then smiled bitterly as he said, of course you should. Are you satisfied with your current status? You don't know how many people want to worship Elder Prison Heart as a master but can't. This is an opportunity for you. You should cherish it. If others hear it, they will kill you with their envy. Zhao Hai frowned and said, I'm really not sure. Prison Heart uses a divergent ability. Even if I know some techniques, there's no point in using something I'm not used to. So what can he teach me? It wasn't that Zhao Hai couldn't use multiple abilities. However, he was wary of Prison Heart's strength. It was precisely because of this strength that Zhao Hai was hesitant to take the old man as his master. Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai. Then he forced a smile and said, Little Hai, you shouldn't be deceived by Prison Heart's gentle look. If we outright rejected him from taking you as his disciple, he might arrange people to deal with us, and even the 100 Treasures realm. Little Hai, you should know why the old man is named Prison Heart. It's not because he can bring you heaven, but because he can let you experience hell. There are very few people who Prison Heart helped, but there are countless experts he sent to hell. There's another thing you need to pay attention to. Those whose strength has been improved by Prison Heart are very loyal to him. Don't think that it's all beneficial. It might be a type of spiritual attack. Zhao Hai's expression changed. He quickly said, Elder, since you know all of these, Why do you still want me to become his disciple? Isn't it dangerous? Mu Yao sighed and said, we're dragging time. I have the feeling that what Prison Heart said about his lifespan is true. He really doesn't have long to live. Immortal experts do indeed have extremely long lives, but even if he consumed heavenly treasures to extend his lifespan would still run out one day. If we can delay until his lifespan is exhausted, then we won't have anything to worry about. Moreover, the impression that Hawkins gave me is just brief. I'm not even sure if that's his real persona. In short, we need to tread carefully when it comes to this matter. Zhao Hai looked at Mu Yao. He hesitated for a while before he opened his mouth and said, Elder, Prison Heart already attacked us. At that time, you were in a daze. I was only able to block the attack because I have the protection of faith power. Furthermore, when I got my cultivation method, I was able to acquire a formation that protected my soul. When he attacked my soul, the formation retaliated, causing Prison Heart to bleed. Then he said those words after releasing you from his attack. Hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yao's expression changed. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, are you telling the truth? Zhao Hai nodded. I am. I won't dare tell you such lies. Mu Yao knit his brows and said, as expected. He's an old monster from my master's generation. He's indeed powerful. Even if I knew his plan, I still wouldn't be able to fight back. But if you really manage to block him and cause him to bleed, then his words just now might be 80% true. Zhao Hai looked at Mu Yao in confusion. Mu Yao continued, he can't live long, and he can't break through a higher realm of cultivation. In other words, as long as you're unaffected by his attacks and even manage to injure him, this means that he couldn't do anything to you. So he might as well receive you as his disciple. This will give the Divergent Realm a way out. To be honest, although Prison Heart is vicious and merciless, his loyalty to the Divergent Realm is unquestioned. Zhao Hai paused, then he nodded and said, this is also good. As long as I can guard against him, nothing will go wrong. Let's see what he plans to do next. While the two were talking, the battle outside came to an end. The two armies of the 100 Treasures Realm and the Divergent Realm have completely defeated the Fire Weaver army. The battle was very favorable for the 100 Treasures Realm. By the end of the battle, the 100 Treasures Realm lost only less than 1,000 people. The Divergent Realm's losses were much bigger. Their casualties reached more than 10,000. Nearly reaching 20,000. Naturally, because the two realms won the battle spectacularly, this meant that the Fire Weavers lost a lot of people, surpassing 80,000. As for those who ran away, nobody knows. It can be said that if the Fire Weavers didn't run fast, then Zhao Hai's kills would have been greater. After losing 2 wars against the 100 Treasures Realm, the Fire Weavers learned how to be smart. Seeing the army collapsing and the subordinate realms running away, the Fire Weavers immediately retreated using their tamed beasts. Because of this, they suffered less losses compared to past battles. Therefore, although the Fire Weavers were driven back, it was still a long way ahead for them to be dealt with. The Fire Weaver realm's many years of accumulation couldn't be toppled by just one battle. The people of the 100 Treasures Realm had happy faces as they returned to the large artifacts. At the same time, the look the people of the Divergent Realm gave the 100 Treasures Realm has changed. When the 100 Treasures Realm arrived at the Divergent Realm's camp, the people of the Divergent Realm looked down on them. There were a lot of people who thought the same as Hawkins. Although Prison Heart's words still carry a lot of weight in the Divergent Realm, Hawkins was beginning to take control of a lot of its functions. Because of this, Hawkins' view was shared by a lot of people. Naturally, they also don't look favorably upon the 100 Treasures Realm. However, today's battle showed them that the 100 Treasures Realm wasn't ordinary. This was especially true for the 100 Treasures Realm's large artifacts. After everyone from the 100 Treasures Realm returned to the large artifacts, Hawkins unexpectedly arrived at the Hell King's ship to visit Mu Yao. Upon arriving at the Hell King's ship, Hawkins cupped his fist as he laughed and said, Elder Mu, Please excuse this Hawkins for my impolite attitude previously. I ask Elder Mew to forgive me. Hawkins' words caused Mew Yao to stare. He didn't expect Hawkins to be so direct, but to be honest, he appreciated this kind of behavior. Chapter 1604. Battle Analysis. Appreciation has little to do with someone's relationship with another. Nobody was sure if Hawkins was a good leader, but Mew Yao can't deny that Hawkins was an outstanding person. He may not be good at politics nor calculations, but Hawkins was a hard warrior through and through. He looks down on cowards, but once he discovers that he was wrong, he is able to face the consequences. This was something that not a lot of people could do. Mew Yao looked at Hawkins, then he laughed and said, "Elder Hawkins is too polite. Please come in." Then he invited Hawkins into the Hell King's ship. Although Mew Yao stayed in the fortress the most, it didn't allow people from the outside to enter. Therefore, when they receive people, they do it on the Hell King's ship. Mew Yao invited Hawkins inside. The cabin was already transformed into a beautiful lobby. Upon entering the cabin, Hawkins looked around him and then nodded and said, "Elder Mew, to be honest, I really envy the large artifacts of the 100 Treasures realm. If the Divergent realm has these large artifacts, then I won't mind not using transmission formations for travel." Mew Yao laughed. Then after inviting Hawkins to sit down, he said, "Elder Hawkins, may I know the reason for your visit?" Hawkins smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing, I just want to see Elder Mew. This time, our victory is largely thanks to the 100 Treasures realm's large artifacts. I want to come and see them for myself." Hearing Hawkins, Mew Yao couldn't help but stare. Then he said, "Elder Hawkins is too polite. We're allies. Naturally we need to deal with our common enemy. This is something we should be doing. Moreover, although we won this battle, the Fire Weavers wouldn't fall because of this. We still have more to do." Hawkins laughed and said, "Elder Mew, you don't have to worry. The Fire Weavers have been badly injured this time, and their subordinate realms already ran away. It would be very hard for the Fire Weavers to rally their subordinate realms once more. Don't worry, we will definitely be able to drive the Fire Weavers out of the 10,000 realm battlefield in one go." When he heard this, Mew Yao couldn't help but gently knit his eyebrows. He thought that Hawkins was too optimistic about the situation. The Fire Weavers have been on the battlefield for many years. Moreover, as one of the 5 great realms, it's impossible that they had exhausted all of their cards in just one battle. To be honest, cleaning the Fire Weavers wasn't as easy as what Hawkins was saying. But looking at Hawkins, Mew Yao was reminded that this man was full of pride. Even if he said his thoughts, Hawkins might turn a deaf ear to it. Now Mew Yao understood Prison Heart's worries. Mew Yao agreed that although Hawkins was a good man, he wasn't a qualified leader. A good leader wouldn't be arrogant and underestimate their enemy. Noticing that Mew Yao was silent, Hawkins knew that he was worried. He couldn't help but curl his lip. To be honest, he really admired the 100 Treasures realm's strength. However, he didn't like Mew Yao's mentality. In his opinion, Mew Yao was too cautious, not manly at all. Hawkins said, "Elder Mew, there's no need to worry too much. I can ensure the quick defeat of the Fire Weavers. Naturally, we would need the help of the 100 Treasures realm to do so." Mew Yao looked at Hawkins and said, "Please rest assured, Elder Hawkins, the 100 Treasures realm has some grudge to settle with the Fire Weavers. How can we let this opportunity go? We will definitely cooperate with the Divergent realm." Hawkins laughed and said, "All right, Elder Mew's words makes me feel relieved. Elder Mew, I'll assure you that the Divergent realm will help you settle this enmity." "All right, I guess it's time for me to say goodbye." After he said that, Hawkins stood up and cupped his fist towards Mew Yao before leaving. Mew Yao quickly followed Hawkins to see him off. After sending Hawkins away, Mew Yao called Zhao Hai and Mew Yu over. He frowned as he said, "Little Hai, little Yu, you need to pay attention. Make sure that the people of the 100 Treasures realm are safe. I just found out that the people of the Divergent realm have been consumed by this victory. They failed to understand that the Fire Weavers are also a great power that has a deep foundation in the battlefield." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Elder can rest assured, We will not leave and act on our own. And even if the Fire Weavers decide to attack us, there's no chance for them to evade our notice." Mu Yao nodded. "All right. But still be careful." The Fire Weavers just wouldn't let this go. The war might not have even begun. Zhao Hai and Mu Yu were silent. They both agreed to Mu Yao's words. There's a difference between a great realm like the Fire Weavers and a high-grade realm like the Ghost Spirit Realm. The Ghost Spirit Realm was a high-grade realm in the Land of Chaos, and relatively speaking, the Ghost Spirit Realm didn't have a lot of strategic resources, and yet, it was only after the 100 Treasures Realm's careful preparations as well as the help of the other high-grade realms was the Ghost Spirit Realm expelled from the battlefield. On the other hand, the Fire Weavers are one of the 5 great realms. Their domain was much bigger compared to the Ghost Spirit Realm. Their foundations run very deep. Additionally, the Fire Weavers were innately strong. They also have tamed beasts that aid them. The Fire Weavers were many-fold stronger than the Ghost Spirit Realm. In this case, wanting to expel the Fire Weavers in one go was practically impossible. Moreover, Zhao Hai knew that even if the Fire Weavers lost in this battle, they were doing very well on the other front. They were successfully pushing the Sword Realm back. Zhao Hai was confident in his large artifacts. However, large artifacts could only do so much. They were powerful at crashing into enemy lines, but there were already measures to deal with them. They can use formations to reduce the impact of large artifacts. Similarly, they could loosen their army formation so that the large artifacts' charges weren't very effective. Zhao Hai knew that it would no longer be easy to charge into enemy lines and cause chaos in the future. This was because Zhao Hai saw the Fire Weavers turn from a solid formation into a loose formation, and then a 3-dimensional formation in this battle. But now, whether it was Hawkins or Mu Yao, they believed in the large artifacts too much. This wasn't good. Once the effectiveness of the large artifacts decreased, and they could no longer wreak havoc in the battlefield, the blow to morale would be very big. Fortunately, Mu Yao wasn't like Hawkins, who had been blinded by victory. Mu Yao was still wary of the Fire Weavers, but this wariness wasn't because of the large artifacts. Instead, it was a wariness brought by Mu Yao's fear of the 5 great realms. Zhao Hai looked at Mu Yao and said, "Elder, there's something I must tell you. This has something to do with the large artifacts." Hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yao couldn't help but be anxious. He quickly asked, "What happened to the large artifacts? Did something go wrong?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "There's nothing wrong with the large artifacts. I just discovered some issues." After he said that, he took out a computer and then displayed the battle situation. The projection was in 3D. Zhao Hai pointed towards the projection and said, "Elder, take a look." During the clash between the Fire Weavers and the Divergent Realm, let's say they employed this formation. They didn't assume an ordinary planar army formation but instead used a 3-dimensional formation. This formation is very loose. If we use large artifacts to attack at this time, then we wouldn't be able to get much results. The following is a simulation I made in case we did send our troops to fight this formation. Then Zhao Hai fiddled with his computer before the image on the screen changed. Seeing the large artifacts of the 100 Treasures Realm, the Fire Weavers immediately dodged. At the same time, the reserve armies of the Fire Weavers rushed over. Along the way, they put down formation flags and established a formation. Before long, a large formation was set up around the large artifacts. Although the 100 Treasures Realm's large artifact could break through formations, its speed has been lowered. With this delay, the Fire Weaver army were able to make some adjustments. The formation split in half and let the large artifacts pass through. Meanwhile, their battle with the Divergent Realm didn't stop. Once the large artifacts got through, the Fire Weaver reserve troops set up another large formation. They were now preparing to meet the attack of the large artifacts head-on. At the same time, the main army formation has been restored. The reserve army established an even greater formation filled with more formation flags and formation discs. As the large artifacts got slower and slower, the Fire Weavers continued to tie them down with formations. At this time, if the cultivators of the 100 Treasures Realm army charge out, it would be impossible for them to face the attacks of the Fire Weaver army. Chapter 1605. Change of plans. Mu Yao stared at the screen in front of him. On the screen, the Divergent Realm and the 100 Treasures Realm still won, but the price they paid was very high. The 100 Treasures Realm army has been cut in half. Only after this sacrifice were the Fire Weavers rebelled, and the Fire Weavers weren't decimated, they were just forced to retreat. Naturally, what worried Mu Yao the most was the fact that the strength of the large artifacts have been reduced to the lowest level. In this simulation, the contribution of Zhao Hai's 13 large artifacts was very small due to the Fire Weavers' battle formation as well as the artifacts they used. They were able to move around and change their tactics to evade the large artifacts. The impact the 13 artifacts made in the battle wasn't any better than the sword shuttles. Mu Yao wasn't ignorant about the state of war. He knew from experience that the simulation on the screen wasn't random. The Fire Weavers were truly able to accomplish such a feat. The Fire Weavers were defeated so badly mainly because they had been very defensive towards the large artifacts. They didn't expect their left side to be in trouble because they also stationed enough troops on it. Additionally, they always sent patrols to monitor the area. Finding nothing, they truly believed that their left wing was safe. So in the end, when the fighting was at its fiercest, they sent their 2 reserve armies to join the battle. At the same time, the loose formation they arranged has been compressed. This caused their ultimate demise under the 100 Treasures Realm's large artifacts. Nevertheless, despite being disastrous, the Fire Weavers only lost 80,000 people. This was different from what Zhao Hai and the others calculated. They expected the Fire Weavers to lose more than 100,000 people. It can be said that the Fire Weavers lost less than half what they estimated, and this was under the surprise attack of the 100 Treasures Realm. If they had been prepared, their losses wouldn't have been as big. Mu Yao's expression changed a few times as Zhao Hai put his computer away. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, can the Fire Weavers really utilize such a strategy? Are there formations that are strong enough to stop the charge of large artifacts?" Zhao Hai nodded. Then he waved his hand and took out a formation disc. This formation disc wasn't very big, only having a diameter of a meter. It also didn't include formation flags as a set. It's an independent formation disc, very convenient to use. Zhao Hai handed the formation disc to Mu Yao and said, "Elder, this is a formation disc I acquired from some of the Fire Weavers. Moreover, I interrogated undead Fire Weavers and found out that these are refined by the Spirit Formation Realm to deal with large artifacts. Because their camp has been destroyed by us, the Spirit Formation Realm made these formation discs as a revenge. Using these discs is very simple. They also don't require a lot of resources to make. The Fire Weavers are now producing it on a large scale." Mu Yao walked back and forth before looking at Zhao Hai and saying, "Can the Fire Weavers really achieve the same strategy as in the simulation?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "They might not be able right now, but I'm sure in the future they will." Didn't Elder notice? The Fire Weavers are slowly changing their formations. They're now reaching 3-dimensional formations. Mu Yao stared, then he nodded. He participated in the battle, so he noticed the formation of the Fire Weavers. He knew that Zhao Hai was right, but this also made him worried. If what Zhao Hai said was really true, then they would have to be careful in their future battles against the Fire Weavers. The large artifacts would no longer be as effective as before. Although large artifacts were used like tanks, tearing through enemy ranks, its operation environment was different. Tanks fight on the ground where enemies need to face them head-on. The enemies of the tanks couldn't fly nor dig through the ground. This allowed tanks to effectively tear through enemy lines. On the other hand, the enemies of large artifacts were strong cultivators that can fly in the air and swim through the ground. They can move in all directions. If the Fire Weavers really used loose formations, the lethality of the large artifacts would be reduced. The Fire Weavers were very likely to adapt this strategy since they had fought with the 100 Treasures Realm multiple times. The Fire Weavers should have noticed that the 100 Treasure Realm's pattern of attack was disrupting the enemy's army formation and then chase the stragglers down. This kind of fighting was already well known. All those who had been defeated by the 100 Treasures realm were already thinking about how to break their tactic. Even their allies were formulating countermeasures. By the way things were going, the Fire Weavers were bound to find a solution. Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Is there anything we can do?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Our 100 Treasures realm isn't strong enough to lose a lot of people, so I still won't allow people to get out of the large artifacts. If the Elder doesn't object, I will give rifles to everyone so that they can survive a drawn-out battle. With the protection of the large artifacts along with the cover of the cannons, we shouldn't lose too many people." Mu Yao thought about it and then nodded and said, "This is good. But do you have enough rifles?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "We have enough." Elder might have forgotten, but I have prepared enough rifles to equip my undead. Now that the undead are providing energy to the large artifacts, their rifles are unused. We might as well give it to everyone to use. Mu Yao nodded and said, "All right, let's do that. I'll tell everyone. Send the rifles over as soon as you can. This way, they can get used to using them." From what I can see, Hawkins wouldn't wait long before staging another attack against the Fire Weavers. Mu Yu nodded and said, "Those fellows from the Divergent Realm are very excited by the victory. They can't wait to attack the Fire Weavers once more. I think they will want to set out soon." Little Hai, do you have any way to deal with the formations? Mu Yao gestured towards the formation discs on the ground. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "This formation disc is actually easy to break. We don't need a lot of strength to do so. However, it's a type of formation that immediately takes effect the moment it latches onto its target. Moreover, because they're easy to make, there are a lot of them. Not only can they attach to the large artifacts, they could also attach to the protective shields." Mu Yao sighed and said, "The foundation of the 5 great realms truly cannot be underestimated. With these formation discs, the Fire Weavers could have a very popular business. Later on, they might manufacture offensive formations on a large scale. If we cannot find means to deal with them, it would be a huge problem." Zhao Hai nodded, then he thought for a moment and said, "Elder, I will go study them and see if there's a way to break them before they take effect." Mu Yao nodded and said, "Go. We need to find out as soon as possible. I'm afraid we don't have much time." Zhao Hai and Mu Yu understood what Mu Yao meant. The offense will definitely increase in frequency. There would no longer be any time to do anything else. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Elder can rest assured." "Elder, I will place all of the rifles inside a room and have the undead lead you there. You can arrange for people to take the rifles and distribute them to everyone. An undead will also take them below deck to try out the rifles." Mu Yao nodded and said, "You go get busy, little Yu. I'll leave the rifles to you. I still need to discuss matters with the other elders." Mu Yu nodded and then walked out with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai returned to his room and immediately went to the space. He still had the formation disc in his hand, but as soon as he entered the room, the disc vanished. To be honest, the formation disc wasn't really a threat to him. The shields of his large artifacts weren't only used for defense, they could attack as well. As long as the shields were initiated, these formation discs would be eliminated instantly. The reason he said all those things was so that Mu Yao wouldn't depend on the large artifacts too much. At the same time, he wanted to decrease his merits in this battle. When the large artifacts are less effective, Zhao Hai's contributions would also be less. Although he handed out rifles, it was the cultivators who would participate in the battle. The ones who will get the most credit would be them. With this, people wouldn't feel envy towards Zhao Hai. The reason Zhao Hai had these thoughts was because of his relationship with Mu Yu. Zhao Hai had a good relationship with Mu Yu. There's just one issue. Mu Yu was the successor that the elders of the 100 Treasures realm specially groomed, but Zhao Hai was stronger than him. Even in the 100 Treasures realm, his reputation was beginning to surpass Mu Yu's. And if Prison Heart accepts him as a disciple, then his status would rise up even more. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't want to see. Mu Yu was a magnanimous person and was devoted to serving the realm. He wanted the realm to progress. Even if Zhao Hai's status soared above him, he wouldn't care. Mu Yu might even be happy for Zhao Hai. However, although Mu Yu was alright with it, This didn't mean that other people would. Mu Yu was the Mu faction's future leader. The Mu faction doesn't only include Mu Yao, Tang Yaoan, Mu Yu, and Tang Ji. The faction had a lot of members. These members were regarding Mu Yu as their hope. If Zhao Hai rises up quickly, then he would affect Mu Yu's prestige. In this case, these people might not be able to accept it. Chapter 1606. Fleet changes. The reason Zhao Hai wanted to weaken his identity was because he didn't want any power struggle in the 100 Treasures realm. He hoped that the 100 Treasures realm would develop with no problems. The better it develops, the happier he would be. Laura and the others were busy when Zhao Hai entered the villa. They were busy with counting the gains of the battle. In every battle, Zhao Hai would be the one gaining the most. These gains were mostly in terms of manpower, turning corpses into undead. In addition to firepower, they also provide faith power, which could benefit Zhao Hai's cultivation. After using faith power multiple times, Zhao Hai became more and more interested in it. Last time, Zhao Hai found out that the people of the Sky Tower used faith power. Because of this, they were able to defeat every challenger that went against them. And since Zhao Hai had more faith power than them, these people naturally weren't his opponents. Therefore, Zhao Hai was no longer in a hurry to collect materials and plants for the space. There was no longer any immediate need for them. Also, if there were rare materials that were needed by the space, those were something that Zhao Hai couldn't get his hands on at this time. The other materials would just be useless when sent to the space. Additionally, the space now had an ability to grow by itself. It was growing all the time. This reduced Zhao Hai's need for materials even more. Materials were no longer as crucial to his cultivation compared to in the past. What Zhao Hai focused on acquiring now were people. Nobody disliked too much faith power. Zhao Hai's undead now accounted for the majority of faith power used by Zhao Hai. And the more powerful experts he acquires, the more faith power Zhao Hai would receive. Therefore, Zhao Hai attached great importance to increasing his number of undead. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others and said, "How is it?" Laura smiled faintly and said, "It's very good. Our harvest is very big. We got around 60,000 fire weavers. Unexpectedly, we also acquired more than 500 immortal experts. We also got 20,000 people from the Divergent realm. We already extracted their abilities. There's also corpses of the people from the 100 Treasures realm." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's very good. Don't turn the 100 Treasures realm corpses into undead. They're our allies. We need to give them respect." Laura nodded. At this time, Zhang Yun walked to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, why did you tell them that those formation discs are a threat? As long as we pay attention, those things are useless." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's fine. It's just to scare them." Haha. Laura chuckled and pulled Zhang Yun over. Then she said, "Silly sister, Brother Hai doesn't want more credit. He's had too many achievements. There's no more benefit for him if he works hard." Zhao Hai smiled. He knew that Laura would understand why he did it. She knows him too much. At this time, Kair approached from his side. Zhao Hai looked at Kair and said, "Kair, how is Prison Heart? Did he do or say anything?" Kair shook her head and said, "There's nothing. Everything's just normal." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "How about the Sky Tower?" Kair also shook her head and said, "It's also normal." Luo Ying received a Jade Sword message, but I don't know its contents. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Keep watching the two of them. By the way, look into the state of the Fire Weavers. I didn't expect them to come up with countermeasures this quickly. It wouldn't be easy to move around anymore." Kair smiled and said, "They're currently gathering the defeated troops, but from what I can see, the morale of the Fire Weavers hasn't been affected at all. I think we still have hard battles ahead." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he sighed and said, "The longer this war goes on, the more disadvantaged the 100 Treasures realm would be. If something happens to the Divergent realm or the Sword realm and they retreat, the Fire Weavers definitely wouldn't just ignore us. But if we manage to deal with the Fire Weavers, there's still Prison Heart to worry about. To be honest, I don't want to mess with that old man." Kair smiled and said, "Young master, I think that there is no need to worry. Although Prison Heart is powerful, didn't you see that he has no faith power? Even if he has, It's a minuscule amount. He simply isn't a threat to us in terms of faith power. If he really dares to make a move on you, just counterattack hard, then let's turn him into an undead." Zhao Hai looked at Kair in confusion. He didn't understand why Kair was so confident. Seeing Zhao Hai's expression, Kair smiled faintly and said, "Brother Hai, when you clashed with Prison Heart, I discovered that his body isn't that strong. He is a bit fragile. He might be very strong when he's young, but now that he's old, his body can no longer support his strength. If he makes a move on you, you can block it while we release artifacts to attack him. I think he would have a hard time defending." Zhao Hai stared, then he couldn't help but knit his brows as he said, "Will that work? You should know that Prison Heart is an immortal expert. Since he passed through the severed soul stage, shouldn't he have another soul? He can use one soul to attack us while the other can protect himself." Kair smiled faintly and said, "It's not that easy. Haven't you noticed? Immortal experts rarely use their second soul." Hearing Kair, Zhao Hai carefully recalled, and it was true. Immortal experts don't use their second soul. This was something that he didn't think of. Kair looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, according to my estimations, there are two reasons why immortal experts don't use their second soul. One of them was that the second soul becomes a weak point to immortal experts. This is also the reason why I didn't make you split your soul when you broke through the severed soul stage. Another reason was that the second soul was a requirement to break through to the immortal stage. Immortal experts have a spiritual force that is as strong as a mountain and as vast as the sea. The second soul might be related to their understanding of this spiritual force." Zhao Hai nodded. Kair's words made sense, but if the second soul was a weakness, then the immortal experts wouldn't have made their younger generations split their souls. But currently, almost all of the realms have severed soul experts with a second soul. In other words, the second reason might be the more appropriate one. The second soul might have something to do with comprehending using spiritual force as a weapon, making one breakthrough to the immortal stage. After becoming an immortal expert, the second soul would be weakened or be integrated into the spiritual force. With the opponents they face, it is understandable if the immortal experts don't use their second souls. If this was the case, then there would be any problems dealing with Prison Heart using artifacts. Prison Heart wouldn't be expecting the attack of Zhao Hai's artifacts. Although Zhao Hai doesn't have a second soul, he still had the space, which served the same function. Because of this, while Zhao Hai faced Prison Heart, Kair and the others would make a move. There's a big possibility that the plan would succeed. Zhao Hai nodded, then he let out a long breath and said, "Since that is the case, then there's nothing else to discuss. Let's do our best to help the Divergent Realm end the war as soon as possible. Then let's see what that old man Prison Heart plans to do. If he's sincere in accepting him as a disciple, then I will think of ways to increase his lifespan for a few years." Kair faintly smiled. Nobody knows Zhao Hai's capabilities more than her. What Zhao Hai said was true. He did have the ability to increase Prison Heart's lifespan. The space was filled with treasures that could preserve life. Not to mention anything else, the 100 Spirit Tree can increase one's lifespan. If Prison Heart was sincere, then he would get benefits. If Prison Heart had other plans, then he would be turned into an undead. Zhao Hai stayed inside the space before leaving. By this time, the 100 Treasures Realms cultivators already had their hands on the rifles. Moreover, they were able to practice in the lower decks. Zhao Hai also made sure that they would never run out of bullets. Zhao Hai was also currently designing a more powerful pistol in the space. He saw Zhu Zifeng's pistols, and he felt that it was time to develop his own. After coming out of the space, Zhao Hai went to meet Mu Yao. Mu Yao had been talking to the immortal experts about the large artifacts, expressing that they might no longer be as effective as before. This was crucial news for the 100 Treasures realm. The inability of large artifacts to attack or defend was fatal to the realm's development. Mu Yao wanted to inform the immortal experts that they might need to be stationed in large artifacts in the future to deal with emergencies. When Zhao Hai came out, the meeting was already over. All of the immortal experts were now paying great attention to the Fire Weavers. After all, once the large artifacts were no longer effective, the 100 Treasures realm would be in a more dangerous position. This war would be crucial for the 100 Treasures realm. Because of this, the immortal experts didn't dare be careless. They knew that they didn't dispatch a lot of troops, but these troops were the elite of the realm. Losing any one of them was a great loss for the 100 Treasures realm. Just as everyone left, Zhao Hai arrived outside Mu Yao's room and said, "Elder, it's Zhao Hai." Mu Yao immediately said, "Come in." Zhao Hai pushed the door open and then bowed to Mu Yao and said, "Elder, I've found a reason to deal with the formations." Mu Yao was immediately interested in what Zhao Hai would say next. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Really? Tell me." Mu Yao cared about this matter very much. Large artifacts were becoming more and more crucial to the 100 Treasures realm. If the large artifacts turn out as what Zhao Hai simulated, then the losses of the 100 Treasures realm would increase. After all, a stopped large artifact was basically a crippled large artifact. Zhao Hai replied, "Currently, there are two ways. First is destroying the formations ahead of time using cannons or rifles. Once the formation discs were spotted, they needed to be destroyed so that they couldn't exert their maximum effect. Another method is using the large artifact's protective shield. Once a formation disc attaches to the protective shield, I can use the shield to flick them off. After that, the cultivators on board can proceed to destroy the formation disc." Hearing Zhao Hai's two methods, Mu Yao nodded and said, "Those methods are good. There is very little I can do to help you with this kind of thing. I can only depend on you for this. We need to make sure that nothing happens to our large artifacts." Zhao Hai nodded. "Elder can rest assured, nothing will happen to the large artifacts. But later on, when the large artifacts are no longer as effective, I'm afraid the Divergent Realm would say something." Mu Yao coldly snorted and said, "Let them say what they want. By the way, Little Hai, can you make more sword shuttles? I found that the sword shuttles would be more effective in dealing with the formations." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, if Elder agrees. I want to concentrate our people to 8 large artifacts. Then I will turn the remaining ones into sword shuttles. This way, our sword shuttles will exceed 600. In any case, the large artifacts can fit more than 10,000 people inside. We won't have problems with accommodation." Mu Yao nodded. "All right, I'll immediately have them move. I think we should make the 8 large artifacts giant spirit treasure ships. They look the most imposing on the battlefield." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he bowed before leaving. At the same time, Mu Yao took out a jade sword message and sent word to each large artifact. Since it was impossible to send word to everyone, each large artifact had a temporary captain assigned. Word would be sent to them and they would pass on the message. Chapter 1607, People on Our Side. Mu Yu held a rifle in his hand as he shot at a moving target. The reason he picked up the rifle was because he wanted to set an example for the others. He wanted them to try the rifle. Seeing Mu Yu using the rifle and not his artifact, why would the other cultivators hesitate? But to be honest, Mu Yu was quite fond of this rifle. This was because this tool doesn't need spiritual chi to function. Although it needs spiritual chi to pull the trigger, the requirement was less than using magic artifacts. And although the rifle was common, its power wasn't small. The attack of the rifle was equal to an all-out attack of a transcending tribulation expert. Such efficient energy consumption was something that even severed soul experts like him couldn't achieve. Mu Yu's 10,000 falling flowers was magnificent, beautiful, and very strong. However, this didn't mean that each attack of the technique was at its peak. Mu Yu can't be that consistent, but the rifle can. Mu Yu was now very accurate with his gun. The targets were moving as fast as severed soul experts. To shoot this well, one needs a certain amount of talent. Mu Yu fired 10 shots one after another at the moving target. His results were very good. Among those in the firing range, he was one of the top shooters. At this moment, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Brother Mu, do you like the rifles? I find that your shooting is very accurate." Mu Yu turned his head to Zhao Hai, who was standing not far away from him. Mu Yu laughed. He put his gun down and then went to Zhao Hai. "It's very good. Shooting feels nice. To be honest, I'm beginning to like this little thing." Zhao Hai smiled. Then he waved his hand and took out a pair of long-barreled revolvers. Zhao Hai handed them over to Mu Yu and said, "Try this. I just made it. See how it feels." Mu Yu was stunned. Then he took the revolvers and inspected them. He immediately understood how they worked. He held the two revolvers and aimed them at a moving target. Bang! Bang! He fired 2 shots. But this time his timing wasn't right. However, he was able to get used to it after the first shot. Because of their design, the 2 revolvers could only carry 6 bullets each. However, their firepower was very good. Feeling the impact of his shots, Mu Yu began to take a liking to the revolvers. Mu Yu shot all of the bullets inside the revolvers and then looked at them with hesitation. Seeing this, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and then waved his hand, taking out a leather belt with holsters for 2 guns. Fire weavers didn't like putting their guns inside their spatial equipment. This was actually reasonable since this increased their familiarity towards the weapon. Being familiar with their guns was the same as being familiar with magic artifacts. As one uses their artifact, they would become more proficient with it. And along with increased proficiency was an increase in battle prowess. The leather belt that Zhao Hai took out was specially made for the revolvers. He didn't know if Mu Yu would like the revolvers when he took them out, but he still prepared holsters for them just in case. Mu Yu looked at the leather belt and immediately understood how to use them. He put the belt around his waist and then put the revolvers on the holsters. Looking at Mu Yu's appearance, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Looks nice, Brother Mu. These guns will be yours from now on. I only made a few of these guns, and you're currently the only one using them. The bullets are the same as the other rifles. However, when loading the bullets, you need this spring loader. This loader can hold 6 bullets. When using it, just pull open the cylinder and then push the bullets on the loader in." As he said that, Zhao Hai took out several spring loaders and handed them over to Mu Yu. Mu Yu took one and then took out 6 bullets. He pressed the bullets onto the loader and sure enough, they fit perfectly well to the revolver's cylinder. Once the bullets were loaded, the spring loader immediately detached itself. Mu Yu couldn't help but give a satisfied nod. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "We're rearranging the large artifacts in a while." Elder Mu wanted to leave 8 giant spirit treasure ships and turn the rest into sword shuttles. "I'll need your help to move the people around." Mu Yu nodded and said, "It's indeed time to reshuffle. If the large artifacts are no longer as effective, then it would be a waste to have more of them in the field." Zhao Hai nodded. After exchanging a few more words, Mu Yu helped Zhao Hai make arrangements to move everyone around. Then once everyone was relocated to the 8 giant spirit treasure ships, Zhao Hai took away the remaining ones. The actions of the 100 Treasures realm naturally couldn't be hidden from the Divergent realm. The Divergent realm were now paying close attention to the 100 Treasures realm. Seeing only 8 giant spirit treasure ships remaining, they couldn't help but feel strange. Just as Zhao Hai received the other large artifacts, a cultivator of the Divergent realm arrived at the Hell King's ship asking for an audience with Mu Yao. Although Mu Yao had Zhao Hai take the other large artifacts besides 8 giant spirit treasure ships, the Hell King's ship and the turtle still remained. Looking at the person from the Divergent realm, Zhao Hai knew that it was because of his actions. Sure enough, the person asked to see Mu Yao. Then Mu Yao set off to see Elder Prisonheart. Prisonheart was also paying attention to the 100 Treasures realm. So upon seeing Zhao Hai taking the other large artifacts, he couldn't sit still. Prisonheart immediately had someone call Mu Yao over. Mu Yao went to Prisonheart's cave and found that there were plenty of people inside. There were even people who didn't have a seat and were standing. Although these people wore different clothes, it was clear that each one of them were powerful. After Mu Yao gave everyone a greeting, Prisonheart looked at him and said, "Mu Yao, why did you suddenly take away some of your large artifacts? Is there something wrong?" Mu Yao replied, "We discovered some problems as we are going through what happened in the battle. Our large artifacts might not be as effective on the battlefield as before. Therefore, we decided to take some of them away in exchange for more sword shuttles." Hearing Mu Yao, the people inside the room couldn't help but stare. Then the hum of discussion was heard. Prisonheart gave everyone a glance, causing them to be quiet. Prisonheart looked at Mu Yao and said, Didn't you do very well in the last battle? Why did you suddenly think that the large artifacts are no longer as effective? Mu Yao replied, Elder, it's something that Little Hai brought up. He's responsible for controlling the large artifacts, so he was able to make an analysis after the battle. If Elder allows, I can let Zhao Hai explain. He should be able to explain it better than me. When Prison Heart heard that it was Zhao Hai who brought this up, he couldn't help but knit his brows even more. He immediately nodded and said, call Little Hai over. Mu Yao complied and took out a jade sword message. Before long, Zhao Hai's voice was heard outside, Elder, Zhao Hai is here. Prison Heart nodded and said, come in. Zhao Hai walked inside and then gave everyone a salute. After Zhao Hai gave his greetings, Prison Heart looked at him and said, Little Hai, I heard that you're the one who proposed to take away the large artifacts. What's the reason? Zhao Hai nodded. Then he said the same words he said to Mu Yao along with the computer simulations. After that, he said, because of this, I believe that the Fire Weavers' army formation caused their losses to be lesser than we expected. After several battles with us, the Fire Weavers seem to have adapted. Sword shuttles have smaller bodies, more offensive power, and have more flexibility. Therefore, I proposed that it's better to have more sword shuttles than large artifacts. Prison Heart knit his brows and said, but how will you get so many sword shuttles in a short time? Zhao Hai didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Mu Yao. Mu Yao smiled and said, Elder, don't worry. Little Hai can deal with this matter. He has a divergent ability that allows him to synthesize and decompose materials. Hearing Mu Yao, the people inside the room hummed in discussion once more. Meanwhile, Prison Heart had a surprised look on his face. His eyes couldn't hide its glee. Then he laughed and said, so Little Hai is also a divergent ability user. Good. Fantastic. Then let's do as Little Hai said. Zhao Hai and Mu Yao nodded. Then suddenly, Zhao Hai noticed something. The people of the Divergent Realm were looking at him with an accepting gaze. He didn't think that they would become like this. Actually, what Zhao Hai doesn't know was that people of the Divergent Realm look kindly upon those who have divergent abilities. People with divergent abilities train differently compared to ordinary cultivators. Because of this, people with divergent abilities have always been different. Some cultivators even look at them with judging eyes. It was precisely because of this that divergent ability users differentiated themselves from ordinary cultivators, like another race. So as soon as they heard that Zhao Hai had a divergent ability, he immediately won everyone's favor. In their opinion, Zhao Hai was one of them. Chapter 1608. Three-dimensional army formation. Zhao Hai stood on the Hell King's ship's bow as he looked at the distance. The fleet has been completely reorganized. It is now composed of 9 large artifacts, the 8 giant Sparrow treasure ships and the Hell King's ship, and also the turtle following right behind. The 9 large artifacts not only contain people of the 100 Treasures realm, but the Divergent Realm as well. Surrounding the fleet were 800 sword shuttles. These sword shuttles were like fishes swimming forward. They looked very beautiful. Mu Yao and the others were now discussing the plans for the offensive. Although Zhao Hai held an unusual status in the fleet, he was still not qualified to join this meeting. They were now ready to attack the Fire Weavers. As Zhao Hai thought, the Fire Weavers weren't too heavily injured by the last battle. Once they retreated, the Fire Weavers were able to quickly reorganize their army. The Sword Realm front wasn't able to take advantage of the situation, although they were able to push the Fire Weaver back by 1,000 li 500 kilometers. That was the extent they were able to push into. The Fire Weavers were now more concerned about the Divergent Realm and the 100 Treasures Realm offensive. So now, they prepared a 500,000-man strong army to face the two realms. Moreover, the defensive line they set up was much bigger. Formation discs were also arranged in multiple areas. They didn't want any possible 100 Treasures Realm ambush. What Mu Yu and the others didn't know was that the Fire Weavers were slowly perfecting their three-dimensional formation. Although their formation couldn't transform as smoothly as the undead commanded by Laura and the others, it was still completely usable on the battlefield. Moreover, the Fire Weavers found out that the formation was very well suited for them. This allowed more cultivators to be on the front line. This aspect might not be important to other cultivators, but for the Fire Weavers it was. Fire Weavers use rifles to fight, but before reaching the immortal stage, their bullets couldn't curve and trace their enemies like Zhao Hai's bullets do. Therefore, only when they face the enemy directly will the Fire Weavers exert their biggest might. Because of this, the Fire Weavers were able to display the full strength of their rifles in a three-dimensional formation. The formation allowed more Fire Weavers in the front row to face their enemies. Actually, the Fire Weavers had been thinking about developing their army formations into this form. However, there was no immediate need for it at that time. The previous battle had been a catalyst for the Fire Weaver to continue this research. The great loss against the 100 Treasures realm caused the Fire Weaver's three-dimensional army formation to take shape very quickly. The Fire Weavers trained in their three-dimensional formations far behind the defensive line. It was because of this that the scouts of the Divergent realm failed to notice them. But Zhao Hai did. Zhao Hai didn't relax in monitoring the Fire Weavers. He wanted to end the war as soon as possible. He also wants to take a look at Half-Beast Island. The fleet slowly moved forward. Suddenly, Zhao Hai turned his head to see Mu Yao and Hawkins coming over. Zhao Hai immediately stepped aside and gave them a salute. Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. "Little Hai, how are the preparations?" "We're still depending on the large artifacts in the upcoming battle. The Divergent realm will also be participating. Are there any problems?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "There's absolutely no problem. Elder can rest assured. But I'm afraid the immortal experts of the Fire Weaver army would try to attack the ships. When the time comes, I'll have to depend on the elders for assistance." Hawkins laughed out loud and said, "This is what we do. So of course we would help. You can't leave the immortal experts to us. You don't need to worry." Zhao Hai nodded. Mu Yao looked in the distance and said, "I'm afraid the Fire Weavers already prepared their next defensive line. It wouldn't be easy. We need to be careful." Zhao Hai replied, "Elder, don't worry. I have sent someone to check the defensive line. They now have a lot of formation discs prepared. It would be hard to attack like we did before." Hawkins nodded. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to know this. The Divergent realm didn't share their scouting reports. Moreover, the scouts didn't meet any people from the 100 Treasures realm. This caused Hawkins to be puzzled. He didn't know how Zhao Hai was able to know these things. Mu Yao looked at Hawkins and knew that Zhao Hai was able to demonstrate his invisible strength. Although Hawkins was now looking highly upon the 100 Treasures realm fleet, he still believed that the 100 Treasures realm wouldn't be able to win battles without the Divergent realm. Hawkins even expected the 100 Treasures realm to be deaf and blind to the situation of the war. Zhao Hai's words showed Hawkins that the 100 Treasures realm still knew everything. Mu Yao continued his conversation with Zhao Hai. "What do you think? Should we use the large artifacts for a full-on clash, or should we use the sword shuttles?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, I plan to use artillery to blast a hole through their defenses first. But after that, we will be meeting with the Fire Weaver's new army formation. The large artifacts will no longer be as useful. I plan to use the large artifacts to break through the defenses after the bombardment. Then we'll have to proceed slowly from there." Mu Yu nodded. "That's good enough. With the large artifacts present, our losses will be minimized. But we still need to find a way to deal with the Fire Weaver's army formation." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Actually, the only threat about the Fire Weaver's three-dimensional army formation is its shape. It doesn't add anything to the defensive line's overall strength. I've played with them in the past." Zhao Hai's words roused Mu Yao's interest. This was the first time Zhao Hai talked about this. He couldn't help but ask, "You used this kind of army formation before? Why haven't I heard of it?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's natural that you haven't heard of it, Elder. I have hardly used this formation since I ascended. This is a formation I used frequently with my undead when I fought in the lower realms." Hawkins curiously asked, "How many undead do you have? Can they really use the three-dimensional formation?" Zhao Hai gave a self-confident smile as he replied, "If it weren't for the low cultivation of my undead, we wouldn't have to worry about the Fire Weaver's army formation. Now, I'm currently studying how to improve the cultivation of my undead. I believe it won't take long before my undead becomes stronger. Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Can you release them to demonstrate? I want to understand how strong this three-dimensional formation is." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, let's go to the stern, elders, please." Since Mu Yu was on a giant spirit treasure ships, only Zhao Hai was left on the Hell King's ship. Before long, the three arrived at the ship's stern. When the three arrived at the stern of the ship, Zhao Hai waved his hand and released an army of 100,000 undead. Then the undead assumed the three-dimensional formation at the quickest speed. After that, the three-dimensional formation continued to change its shape as Zhao Hai explained the strategies involved with it to Mu Yao and Hawkins. Zhao Hai's action attracted the attention of the people on the large artifacts. People could be seen watching from their cabins. The three-dimensional formation showed its flexible properties. Everyone looked at it with interest, feeling how imposing the army formation could become. There are endless changes to the formation. Although it seems suitable for close-ranged combat right now, all cultivators present could understand that an army battle would definitely end in close-ranged combat. An appropriate army formation could increase the strength of an army while decreasing its rate of casualties. The countless changes of this three-dimensional formation was quite suitable for war. Once Zhao Hai explained the changes of the three-dimensional formation, Mu Yao and Hawkins went quiet for a while. The two of them were commanders. Naturally, they could see the applications of this kind of formation. Every change corresponds to a certain situation during battle. If such a formation was properly utilized in battle, one could imagine how strong it could be. Thinking of this, Mu Yao and Hawkins' hearts shook. After some time, Mu Yao said, "Little Hai, you're telling me that the Fire Weavers are going to use this formation in the battle? Did they master it?" Zhao Hai shook his head, then he smiled and said, "They haven't yet, so Elder doesn't need to worry. The Fire Weavers have just begun practicing the formation. They cannot display its full might yet. There's nothing to be worried about in the meantime." Mu Yao and Hawkins let out a long breath. They were also hoping that the Fire Weavers hadn't mastered this formation. If they did, then the 100 Treasures Realm and the Divergent Realm would be met with suffering. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "But if we cannot deal with the Fire Weavers soon, they might be able to improve upon the formation. We don't know when they'll be able to use it effectively in battle." Mu Yao and Hawkins nodded. They knew clearly that battle formations and even cultivation methods were very rough at the beginning. After countless experiments and modifications, they would slowly evolve and become better. If the Fire Weavers were allowed to develop, then maybe they can really develop a powerful three-dimensional formation. Thinking of this, the two commanders immediately felt the urgency of the war. The 100 Treasures Realm and the Divergent Realm has developed a life-or-death enmity with the Fire Weavers. If the Fire Weavers recover from this war, they would become even more dangerous. The two realms couldn't allow this to happen. The Fire Weavers needed to be annihilated. Otherwise, they would be a menace to the future of the Divergent Realm and the 100 Treasures Realm. Everyone in the battlefield knew how vengeful the Fire Weavers were. Looking at the two, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile inside. This was the result he wanted to see. Chapter 1609. Attack is blocked. Zhao Hai wanted the 100 Treasures Realm and the Divergent Realm to attack the Fire Weavers with all their strength because he was afraid that delays would come from the two realms. He wanted the two realms to do their best. If there was no crisis, the two realms would slack off. People are strange like that. If there's only one person doing something, then that person would be very attentive. But if there's two people, a situation where both waited and relied on each other would appear. There was a proverb in China that goes like this: the more dragons, the more clogged the river. This was actually true. If the 100 Treasures Realm and the Divergent Realm preserves their strength and relies on the other party to do the work, then it's very possible for the Fire Weavers to slow them down. Because of this, Zhao Hai showed them the strength of the three-dimensional formation. At the same time, He hammered the idea that nothing good would happen if the two realms don't work together. The two realms need to feel the threat of the Fire Weavers so that they would cooperate. Zhao Hai truly wanted to deal with the Fire Weavers as soon as possible. Zhao Hai's goal was the 10,000 realm battlefield, the Cloud Sea territory, and the Sky Tower. It would be detrimental to his future plans if the 100 Treasures realm lost too many people in the war. Most importantly, if the attack on the Fire Weavers fails, then the 100 Treasures realm will have gained an extremely strong opponent. This enemy would always be watching on the sidelines, waiting for the 100 Treasures realm to make a wrong move. This wasn't a good thing for the 100 Treasures realm. Although Zhao Hai was fooling Mu Yao, there was nothing he could do. He had no choice, and this was for the sake of the 100 Treasures realm. When the three returned to the ship's bow, Mu Yao and Hawkins had serious looks on their faces. They were thinking about Zhao Hai's performance. To be honest, the potential of the formation frightened them. Zhao Hai ignored their expressions since he was now focused on the Fire Weavers. Naturally, the Fire Weavers knew that the fleet was approaching. The entire defensive line came alive and their cultivators began to form their three-dimensional formation. In fact, Zhao Hai already encountered many Fire Weaver scouts along the way. However, he didn't deal with those scouts. He knew very well that it is useless to kill these scouts. Moreover, even if he killed the scouts, the Fire Weavers would still be alerted when enough time passes. No matter what, the Fire Weavers would be alerted. Therefore, hiding at this time was impossible. After several hours of travel, the fleet finally arrived at the Fire Weavers' new defensive line. This defensive line was situated in the middle of a mountain range. There were plenty of cannons in the defensive line. Moreover, these cannons were something that Zhao Hai hadn't seen before. It seems like the Fire Weavers were also researching cannons. Their new cannons were now looking more like Zhao Hai's own artillery. Formation discs completely filled the entire defensive line. These formations were like a wall that blocked the entire defensive line. If Zhao Hai and the others wanted to attack the Fire Weaver race's defensive line, then they would have to take precautions against these formation discs. Zhao Hai, Mu Yao, and Hawkins saw this. Mu Yao turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, should we act?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand. Cannons then began to pop out of the giant spirit treasure ships and the Hell King's ship. After about 1,000 bangs, shells began flying towards the defensive lines. The defensive line was naturally a rush job. Its construction wasn't very detailed. As for the formation discs, their purpose was to slow down the speed of the large artifacts. There was no need to make them perfectly. As Zhao Hai's ships made a sound, the Fire Weaver's cannons fired as well. Their cannons were much bigger and had longer range. Its shells were also much stronger. A round of shells hit the shields of the Hell King's ship, unexpectedly shaking it. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He discovered that the ammunition of the Fire Weavers have gotten stronger. It must be known that Zhao Hai's space had a much more powerful form of gunpowder. He already had it in hand, but he didn't use it. He didn't want Mu Yao and the others to know that he's researching these things. And now, it seems like the Fire Weaver's gunpowder has gotten more potent. The threat of being eliminated stimulated the realm's potential. They were now ready to fight the three realms off. Hawkins stood on the Hell King's ship's deck, so naturally he felt the ship rocking. He couldn't help but knit his brows as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, the Fire Weaver cannons seem to become more violent than before. Can the large artifacts block them?" Zhao Hai replied, "Elder, don't worry. Although the Fire Weaver's new cannons are more powerful, the large artifacts will have no problems blocking their attack. Even if the defensive shields fail, the large artifacts still have their own bodies to block." Hawkins nodded, but there was still an anxious expression on his face. He has not fought along with Zhao Hai. Because of this, he doesn't have much understanding of Zhao Hai's large artifacts, so his worries were normal. On the other hand, Mu Yao was relatively calm. Looking at Hawkins' expression, he couldn't help but faintly smile. However, He didn't say anything. He believed that Hawkins wouldn't believe whatever he said at this time, so he might as well keep quiet. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to the cannon's attack. He kept the cannons aimed at the formation discs. Before long, a large gap appeared on the protected area of the defensive line. It was time for Zhao Hai's fleet to charge at full power. When the attacks reduced, Zhao Hai became more relaxed. The threat of the Fireweavers lied on the fact that it worked in conjunction with the formation discs. Now that the formation discs have been cleared, Zhao Hai was now able to properly counterattack. But because the large artifacts had received heavy attacks, the defensive shield of some of the giant spirit treasure ships had been broken through. Their defensive plating has been engaged. Hawkins was paying close attention to the fleet. When he saw this, he was completely relieved. He looked at Zhao Hai with a flash of appreciation in his eyes. The fleet directly drove inside. Just as Zhao Hai was in the middle of the formations, he suddenly felt a powerful energy fluctuation. Then he heard a loud explosion. All the formation discs around him had exploded. Zhao Hai didn't expect the Fireweavers to come to this, but it was good because the ships already engaged their defensive plates. Otherwise, casualties would begin to appear on the ships. Although the explosion caused the ships to shake, there were no casualties. The situation still looked great, and now that the area has been completely cleared off, the fleet can begin to raise its speed. Just as the fleet increased its speed, Zhao Hai discovered a change in the defensive line. Huge beasts began flying out carrying people with cannons on their backs. Then in front were mortars. There were thousands of people involved in this action. This meant that the Fireweavers were able to take out thousands of cannons. As soon as the mortars appeared, they immediately began firing. The power of the mortars still fell short compared to the cannons. They were completely useless against Zhao Hai's fleet. At this time, the artillery of the fleet began firing back. The two sides began blasting each other. The ordinary Fireweavers already took out their rifles and began to fight. Behind those Fireweavers were a large number of cultivators from the subordinate realms. They also took out their artifacts. Zhao Hai waved his hand, slowing the fleet down. However, he increased the speed of the sword shuttles, sending them towards the army formation of the enemy. When the sword shuttles moved, the Fireweavers quickly responded. Some immortal experts flew from behind to welcome the sword shuttles. At the same time, the cannons on the defensive line aimed towards them. However, the effects weren't good. Seeing that the opponents dispatched their elders this early, Hawkins and Mu Yao were startled. But since the opponent already made their move, they also had to respond. Immortal experts on their side began to move in order to greet the immortal experts of the Fireweaver race. The two groups of immortal experts met in the sky and immediately began fighting. The energy fluctuations of their fight was so strong that it even changed the course of a cannon's shell. Hawkins looked at the battle of the immortal experts and couldn't help but frown. He looked at Mu Yao and said, "Elder Mu, did you notice that the Fireweavers seem to be dragging us down?" Mu Yao nodded and said, "Yes, they want to fight a protracted battle with us. They sent their immortal experts so soon. Moreover, they chose to fight in front of our fleet. They want to use this method to stop our fleet from advancing." Little Hai, what do you think? Zhao Hai looked at the battle between the immortal experts and said, "The path ahead has already been blocked by the immortal experts. So there's no way for us to advance. We can only step back and fly at a low altitude to deal with their defenses first. Then we'll think about how to deal with them." Hawkins replied, "It seems like we can only go like this. The Fireweavers are too sly to use their immortal experts to block us like this." Zhao Hai nodded when he heard this. He immediately waved his hand as the large artifacts slowly retreated. After going back a certain distance, the fleet began to descend before flying straight towards the defensive line. Naturally, the Fireweavers understood what Zhao Hai wanted to do. Their cannons adjusted their angle and began firing at the fleet. However, such an attack was completely ineffective against Zhao Hai's fleet. With its shields, the large artifacts had no need to be afraid of enemy fire. The cannons on the ships also fired back at the defensive line, but it was clear that the defensive line had been reinforced. The cannons were unable to deal with the defenses. Zhao Hai smiled faintly when he saw this. Then he said, The Fire Weavers have learned to be smart. Haha, Elder. It seems like an old friend is here. Mu Yao looked at the Fire Weavers and nodded. A good friend is here. Zhu Zifeng fought against us, so she knows the power of our cannons. Seeing the defensive line being intact, it seems to be made under Zhu Zifeng's command. I didn't expect the Fire Weavers to adapt this quickly. Zhao Hai smiled and said, the battlefield is the best training ground for anyone who wants to learn warfare. The battlefield is the best classroom. Making such a mistake, the Fire Weavers naturally wouldn't repeat it. Moreover, Zhu Zifeng is strong. She almost prevented us from meeting the Divergent Realm. This woman isn't simple. Mu Yao nodded and said, so what do we do now? Hawkins has been listening to the conversation between Mu Yao and Zhao Hai. He found that the two weren't talking in a way an elder talks to his juniors. Zhao Hai wasn't too polite to Mu Yao while Mu Yao wasn't offended by Zhao Hai's tone. This only showed Zhao Hai's status in the 100 Treasures realm. After knowing that Zhao Hai was a divergent ability user, Hawkins has been trying to improve his relationship with him. Although he hasn't contacted Zhao Hai, Hawkins was prepared to recruit him. But before he did, he wanted to see what kind of person Zhao Hai was and his status in the 100 Treasures realm. However, the current situation caused Hawkins to frown. It was clear that Zhao Hai had a very high status in the 100 Treasures realm. If he spoke to Mu Yao this way and Mu Yao wasn't offended, this meant that Zhao Hai wouldn't be easy to recruit. Although the 100 Treasures realm was inferior to the Divergent realm, it was also one of the biggest realms in the 10,000 realm battlefield, and Zhao Hai was very well respected in this realm. If the Divergent realm recruits him and gives him the same status in the Divergent realm, then people might not agree. Therefore, it would be very hard to pull Zhao Hai into the Divergent realm. As Hawkins was ruminating on his plans, Zhao Hai was looking at the Fire Weaver defense line. He frowned and said, I'm afraid it would be very difficult to advance. If it was really designed by Zhu Zifeng, then it would definitely have countermeasures against the sword shuttles. Mu Yao replied, let the sword shuttles try to attack first. If it fails then we'll retreat and think of how to proceed. Zhao Hai nodded. He waved his hand and sent the sword shuttles towards the Fire Weaver's defensive line. Chapter 1610, The Fleet Rams the Mountain. Sitting inside the Hell King's ship was a group of people. This group was led by Mu Yao and Hawkins. Zhao Hai and Mu Yu were also present. Besides them, there were several Severed Soul experts. These Severed Soul experts were responsible for handling the other cultivators. There was a serious atmosphere inside the cabin. Nobody opened their mouths. They weren't defeated in the battle, but they were driven back. Immortal experts blocked the large artifacts. At the same time, the sword shuttles couldn't do anything under the pressure of the enemy. Rifles were also useless because both sides were too far away. It could be said that today's offensive was a test, but it still caused a headache to the Divergent realm and the 100 Treasures realm. Although the defense of the Fire Weavers wasn't ingenious, it was very effective. If the Fire Weavers still used the same tactics in the offensive tomorrow, then how do they deal with it? It was a difficult problem. After some time, Hawkins said, everyone, you should have seen what just happened. Does anyone have any opinions? Nobody replied. Seeing this, Mu Yao said, I think Little Hai's plan is still usable. We'll first need to find a way to destroy the mountain the defensive line is on, then we'll begin our fight. Although the defenses aren't a threat to Little Hai's large artifacts, we cannot send out cultivators to fight. We can only depend on the sword shuttles. Therefore, we should deal with the mountain before we can do something to the Fire Weavers. People nodded, but one elder from the Divergent realm frowned and said, I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy. The Fire Weavers' defensive line is very well built. There should also be immortal experts guarding the area. Even if we send more immortal experts, it still wouldn't be easy. People nodded as well. Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, you're the one controlling the large artifacts. Did you find a way to deal with the Fire Weaver's defensive line? When Mu Yao said that, everyone's gazes were focused on Zhao Hai. People of the 100 Treasures realm were looking at him with anticipation while the people of the Divergent realm had gazes with a trace of suspicion. Seeing everyone looking at him, Zhao Hai got up and said, replying to the elders. The fire weavers have made a well laid out defensive line this time. Thinking about their defensive line, I reckon they engraved it with defensive formations. The cultivators inside the large artifacts can disembark while I use them to directly crash into the opponent's defensive line. Hearing Zhao Hai, everyone couldn't help but stare. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to think of such a violent method. He actually wanted to ram the defensive line with large artifacts. Mu Yao knitted his brows and said, "The defensive line is situated in a mountain. The large artifacts might not be large enough to cause damage." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The fire weaver's defensive line is in the mountains. They might have hollowed it out just like in the past, but it doesn't matter. When the time comes, the mountain will not be able to withstand the impact and collapse. Then their defensive line will be finished." Hawkins' eyes shone. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "This plan is good. But how sure are you that it will succeed? Moreover, it's possible that the large artifacts would be damaged." Zhao Hai replied, "If we can't deal with the fire weavers, then the large artifacts would be useless before long. We might as well use them in the war while possible. Even if we lose them, as long as we can break through the defensive line, we will have won. We can then proceed without large artifacts. Also, it won't do us any good if we delay here for too long." Hawkins turned to Mu Yao. In his opinion, Zhao Hai's plan was good. However, it would no doubt cause critical damage to the large artifacts. He was now looking at Mu Yao to see if he was willing to give up on the large artifacts. Mu Yao looked at Hawkins before turning to Zhao Hai and saying, "Let's do it according to your plan. Tomorrow, arrange the large artifacts to directly attack the fire weaver's defensive line." Hearing Mu Yao, the eyes of the people from the Divergent Realm couldn't help but flash with surprise. They didn't expect the 100 Treasures Realm to be so willing to use their large artifacts to attack the enemy's defensive line. This requires some determination. Thinking of this, the people of the Divergent Realm secretly made up their minds to do their best in fighting the fire weavers. If the 100 Treasures Realm was willing to let go of their large artifacts, then the Divergent Realm couldn't be left behind and slack off. How can they accept it? Hawkins looked at Mu Yao without any words of thanks. Instead, he took a deep breath and said, "All right, then I'll look at Little Hai's performance tomorrow. As long as Little Hai destroys their defensive line, we will fight with all our strength on the battlefield." Zhao Hai nodded. Mu Yao looked at people and said, "I'll have to ask everyone to disembark from the large artifacts tomorrow. This is the first time in the 10,000 realm battlefield that large artifacts were used to ram a mountain. If people are still inside the ships at that time, they would no doubt be shaken." When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but laugh. Hawkins continued, "All right, immediately go and prepare. Take the people out of the large artifacts right away. We can't delay tomorrow's affairs." Little Hai is right. The most important thing for us is time. If we take too long, there will be more trouble in the future. Everyone nodded, then they immediately made their preparations. When everyone left, the ones left in the cabin were Mu Yao and Hawkins. Hawkins looked at Mu Yao and said, "Elder Mu, I won't say anything about your decision, but this Hawkins will remember everything the 100 Treasures Realm has done. From now on, I'll treat the 100 Treasures Realm as the most loyal ally of the Divergent Realm." Mu Yao smiled faintly and said, "Since Elder Hawkins said so, then let's go to my place and exchange a few cups of liquor. I have some cloud fruit and cloud wine with me." Hearing Mu Yao, Hawkins couldn't help but stare. Then he laughed and said, "All right, fantastic. I heard of the 100 Treasures Realm's cloud fruits and cloud wine. It seems like I'll get a treat today." The two proceeded to head out after their conversation. The say soon passed and the people inside the large artifacts have all been evacuated to a safe place. Zhao Hai then began to prepare the large artifacts for ramming the defensive line. Zhao Hai looked at the Fireweaver defensive line from afar. It was filled with formation discs once more. He wasn't surprised. After they retreated yesterday, the Fireweavers immediately fixed the place up. These formations were simple to make and were consumable. Realms like the Fireweaver realm can make as many as they want. Zhao Hai stopped at a safe place. However, the fire weavers began to move. Cannons were primed and their formations were established. They were waiting for Zhao Hai's attack. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then the fleet slowly positioned itself until it reached a position that was fit to attack the mountain range. Then he waved forward as the large artifacts rushed towards the mountain with great vigor. It wasn't only Zhao Hai. Mu Yao was also very clear that Zhao Hai's large artifacts were very difficult to damage. Even if they're damaged, Zhao Hai can still fix them. Zhao Hai knew this, so he decided on this action. He had nothing to lose in this plan. The people of the 100 Treasures realm had some idea about what would happen, but the people of the Divergent realm didn't. Every single one of them were looking at the fleet. They haven't heard of anyone using large artifacts to ram a mountain. It seems like only the 100 Treasures realm would dare to do so. The Fire Weavers also discovered this. They were very anxious. All cannons aimed towards Zhao Hai's fleet. There were even immortal experts going out of the defensive line in order to stop the fleet. However, their efforts were useless. Zhao Hai's fleet was like an army of tanks charging through at full power. Everything in front would be ground to paste. Facing the large artifacts, the expressions of the large artifacts changed. They discovered that they cannot block the large artifacts. They quickly flashed out of the way. The departure of the immortal experts meant that Zhao Hai's target was right in front of him. Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't be polite as he directed the large artifact to smash the target. Boom! A loud explosion was heard. Under everyone's gaze, the Fireweaver race's defensive line was filled with dust enough to cover the sky. Soon after, the cultivators used their spiritual force in order to see what happened. They discovered the 100 Treasures realm's fleet heading back. But this time, there were 6 of them left, and the 3 ships vanished. Everyone knew that Zhao Hai already received the 3 large artifacts since they had been critically damaged. Otherwise, Zhao Hai wouldn't have taken them away. Just as Zhao Hai retreated, the immortal experts from the Fireweaver's side who just ran away immediately rushed forward. Since Zhao Hai was just retreating, the speed of the fleet was quite low. The immortal experts wanted to take advantage of the situation. When Hawkins saw this, he immediately said, "Immortal experts, block those fellows. We cannot allow them to harm Little Hai." As he said that, immortal experts began to fly out to meet the immortal experts of the Fireweaver race. Chapter 1611, Two Fingers. Hawkins knew clearly that if they allowed the immortal experts of the Fireweaver race to reach Zhao Hai, then things wouldn't end up well. Zhao Hai was the only person left inside the large artifacts. It was impossible for him to stop so many immortal experts. Therefore, Hawkins immediately brought a large number of immortal experts to stop the pursuers. He even went out personally. Hawkins was a formidable immortal expert. His defense and strength was very well known. Hawkins moved swiftly. He jumped in front of a native Fireweaver immortal expert. This expert had a big rifle in his hand. It was longer and bigger than ordinary rifles. The immortal expert was currently holding his rifle and aiming at Zhao Hai. Hawkins swept him with his spiritual force and knew that the person was aiming towards the bow of the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai seems to not have noticed anything as he just stood in place unmoving. Seeing this, Hawkins couldn't help but be anxious. He knew how important Zhao Hai was to the 100 Treasures realm. If Zhao Hai suffers an accident, it's possible that Mu Yao and the others would lose morale. Most importantly, Hawkins had his eyes on Zhao Hai. He wanted to take him away from the 100 Treasures realm. Because of this, Hawkins couldn't allow Zhao Hai to suffer an accident. Hawkins' eyes sharpened, his beard and hair shook as he shouted out loud, "Brat, you dare!" His voice was very loud, and it had an element of a sound attack in it. However, the opposite party was also an immortal expert that was famous for his sound attacks. According to legend, since receiving his rifle, he had never emptied its magazine, and his rifle was the most life-threatening among the Fireweavers. Because of this, although Hawkins' sound attack arrived, this person didn't care. He continued to steady himself as he touched the trigger on his rifle. Bang! A bullet shot out from the rifle. This time, the immortal experts looked at Hawkins. From the time Hawkins' shout reached him until the moment he pulled the trigger, his hand had always stayed steady. Watching the person pulling the trigger, Hawkins couldn't help but be anxious. Then he turned his head towards Zhao Hai. The immortal expert who was looking at Hawkins also turned his gaze towards Zhao Hai. However, what the two saw shocked them. As the bullet was about to reach Zhao Hai's head, Zhao Hai suddenly reached his hand out and caught it with his index and middle finger. It was as if he was picking up a peanut. Zhao Hai turned his head and looked at the bullet before it crumbled to the ground. Then he looked at the Fireweaver expert and coldly snorted. Then he turned his gaze back to the defensive line, as though nothing had happened. Hawkins and the immortal Fireweaver couldn't help but stare. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to have such strength. It must be known that the bullet was shot by an immortal stage expert. It was an attack using their own power. Even Hawkins wasn't sure if he could catch it. However, Zhao Hai was able to, which was incredible. At this time, the immortal experts of the Divergent Realm began to block the Fireweaver experts. Both sides quickly exchanged moves. Hawkins also roared and moved towards the Fireweaver expert so that he couldn't send another bullet towards Zhao Hai. The Fireweaver expert also attacked Hawkins. However, the complexion of the Fireweaver expert was pale. It was clear that Zhao Hai's action was a massive hit to his confidence. When Zhao Hai reached a proper distance, he waved his hand once more, causing the large artifact to speed up to hit the defensive line a second time. Another loud explosion was heard before the entire defensive line shook. The entire mountain swayed and slowly sank down. Everyone who saw this was stunned. Although the experts present had formidable cultivation, they were still shocked to see such a huge mountain sink down before their eyes. They all knew that the mountain range had been hollowed out by the Fireweavers, but at the same time, there were countless supporting pillars erected inside. Moreover, it's being reinforced by a defensive formation. It can be said that if Zhao Hai wasn't here, then this structure would have existed for 1,000 years. However, this defensive line actually collapsed. With the bottom destroyed, the Fireweaver's defensive line was finished. The impact of Zhao Hai's large artifacts didn't only shake the mountain, but its inhabitants as well. If the people inside the defensive line didn't use all of their strength, then the collapse was enough to claim their lives. After the mountain collapsed, Zhao Hai drew back once more, but this time, only 4 large artifacts remained. Nevertheless, Zhao Hai didn't stop. He slowly increased his altitude and then the cannons on the ship began firing towards the formation discs. Zhao Hai only needed 3 rounds of firing before the large artifacts crashed into the formation discs. The formation discs stuck into the shields of the large artifacts. However, the defensive shields of the large artifacts pulsed with an electric shock, repelling the formation discs from it. Then, like before, the formation discs began exploding. However, Zhao Hai didn't stop. The large artifact charged at full power towards the Fireweavers. Behind the large artifact were the 800 sword shuttles. Seeing Zhao Hai rushing forward in a desperate manner, the Fireweavers couldn't help but respond. Nearly 1,000 immortal experts rushed out of the defensive line. The weapons in their hands were all aimed at Zhao Hai's large artifacts. Since Mu Yao and the others didn't have to worry about the cannons on the defensive line, they also began to rush forward with all their strength. By this time, Hawkins and the others bore results. The immortal Fireweavers were unable to hold on and retreated. Hawkins and his people also ran to the back of Zhao Hai's fleet, ready to proceed forward together. When Zhao Hai entered the range of the rifles, he immediately received attacks from multiple immortal experts. The fleet began to slow down before finally stopping. Then at this moment, Zhao Hai waved his hand. All large artifacts established a formation next to each other, like a huge horizontal wall in front of the Fireweaver army. When Zhao Hai finished his setup, the cultivators of the 100 Treasures realm held their rifles, and with the fleet as a bunker, they engaged in a firefight against the Fireweavers. At the same time, the immortal experts of both sides took action. Before long, whether it was the Allied army or the Fireweaver army, the cultivators could only stop. They weren't afraid that their bullets would hurt the immortal experts. Instead, The energy fluctuations of the battle affected the bullets so much that there was no use firing the rifles. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai knew that the plan to destroy the Fire Weaver's defensive line was still inadequate, so he waved his hand as the fleet retreated out of the range of the rifles. Then he used the cannons to bombard the Fire Weavers. Then when both sides began losing immortal experts, they also slowly stopped. Then the Allied army retreated, but not too far. They went as far away as Zhao Hai's fleet, just outside the range of the Fire Weaver rifles. If the Fire Weavers still wanted to pursue, then they would face the immortal experts of the Divergent Realm and the 100 Treasures Realm. Because of this, they could no longer pursue Zhao Hai. At this moment, Zhao Hai's fleet increased from 4 to 8. Zhao Hai just released the ships he took back a while ago. Naturally, this was just for appearance. Zhao Hai can take a lot more large artifacts, but he didn't want people to know that he had a lot of them. Both sides faced each other from a distance. Nobody took a step back. However, Zhao Hai's large artifacts still kept firing towards the Fire Weavers. He didn't give the Fire Weavers any opportunity to make any repairs. Mu Yao and Hawkins had excited looks on their faces when they entered the cabin. Although they couldn't defeat the Fire Weavers today, they still managed to destroy their defenses. This was good news for them. After everyone had settled down, Hawkins looked at Zhao Hai as he laughed and said, "Little Hai, you've done very well, ha ha ha." Looking at the large artifacts ramming the mountain was too satisfying. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Mu Yao turned his head to the other immortal experts and said, "Now we don't have to worry about the threat from the defensive line." However, the immortal experts of the Fire Weaver army are still a problem. If we want to break the defensive line, we need to defeat them. Hawkins nodded and said, "The Fire Weavers are shameless enough. Their immortal experts don't intend to fight anywhere else but in front of the defensive line. This way, we have no chance to get to the defensive line. They're really hateful." Chapter 1612 Breaking Through. What Hawkins said wasn't wrong. When immortal experts fight against each other, they would always reserve a bit of strength. After all, for all realms, immortal experts were valuable resources, especially for small realms. Even realms like the Divergent Realm and the 100 Treasures Realm would have their foundations shaken when they lose a lot of immortal experts. Because of this, whenever the immortal experts of two realms battle, they will find another place to do it. And once losses begin to appear on both sides, they would retreat. This time, the Fire Weavers took advantage of this and chose to fight in front of the army rather than somewhere else. This way, they can separate the two armies from each other, making the Divergent Realm and 100 Treasures Realm reluctant to lose immortal experts. But it was also in this way that the Fire Weavers could defend their defensive line. The Fire Weavers knew clearly that even if they have their three-dimensional formation, if ever Zhao Hai manages to break through, the defensive line would be broken soon after. Therefore, they came up with this trick and it worked. The people in the room were frowning. They failed to anticipate the results of this move of the Fire Weavers. This included Zhao Hai. He wanted to use his large artifacts to ram into the defensive line, but with so many immortal experts fighting each other it was impossible for him to rush through without completely depleting his momentum. And once the large artifacts stopped, the attack of the enemy would be more fierce. Then they would have to deal with the immortal experts, which would return them to square one. Zhao Hai frowned. To be honest, he could just dispatch all of the immortal undead in the space and use them to input energy into the large artifacts. Then he could drive the large artifacts to the enemy's formation. However, he couldn't do this. Otherwise, his strength would be too shocking. Then suddenly, Zhao Hai's eyes lit up. He thought of something which he used before. He can just use all of the immortal experts here to input their energy into the large artifacts and then attack the enemy. If this happens, the immortal experts of the Fire Weavers would be unable to stop them. As long as they reach the defensive line, they would certainly succeed. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai stood up and then cupped his fist as he said, "Elders, I have something to say." The frowning Mu Yao and Hawkins were attracted to Zhao Hai. At the same time everyone inside the room turned towards Zhao Hai. Hawkins immediately said, "Little Hai has something to say. Let him talk." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he said, I want to use the method that the 100 Treasures Realm used in order to break through the blockades of the Fire Weavers. Hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yao couldn't help but be stunned. Then he slapped his thigh and said, that's right, I almost forgot about that method. If we use it, then the Fire Weavers would be unable to stop us. Hawkins stared at Mu Yao. He didn't understand Mu Yao's excitement. Mu Yao turned to Hawkins and then smiled. When we were breaking through the blockades of the Fire Weavers, all of our immortal experts sent energy towards the large artifacts in order to boost their strength and impact. Even if immortal experts tried to stop us, they couldn't. If we use all our immortal experts here and let them send energy to the large artifacts, I guarantee that the Fire Weavers could only get out of the way. Hearing Mu Yao, Hawkins stared. Then he laughed. But he still couldn't help but ask, can this work? Will the large artifacts survive with all that energy being channeled to them? Mu Yao smiled faintly and said, there shouldn't be a problem. The ships have been modified by Little Hai. Inside them are spirit gathering formations. They're especially installed for things like this. Hawkins looked at Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, will this really work? This is very important to us. We cannot make a mistake. Zhao Hai smiled and said, there shouldn't be any problem with cultivators and immortal experts sending their spiritual chi to the ships. As long as we penetrate into the enemy's three-dimensional formation, the cultivators can disembark from the ships to attack the Fire Weaver army. We can also station immortal experts in the sword shuttles to attack the enemy's formations. With immortal experts supplying energy, the sword shuttles wouldn't be afraid of the enemy's immortal experts. And once the sword shuttles goes through the enemy's army formation, their defensive line should be broken. Alright, we'll do as you said. Immediately arrange immortal experts to each ship. We'll make tomorrow the last time we attack the defensive line. Hawkins immediately agreed to Zhao Hai's proposal. In his opinion, this was the best they could do at this time. People were immediately shuffled around. Various cultivators entered the large artifacts and some immortal experts were sent to the sword shuttles. Everyone was prepared to attack at any time. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai was quite calm. He was still firing upon the defensive line. He was also making sure that nobody could move. He didn't want the Fire Weavers to fix the damage he did to the defensive line. A day passed and the 100 Treasures Realm and the Divergent Realm finished their preparations. 800 immortal experts also entered the sword shuttles. The remaining immortal experts were divided into the large artifacts. All this time, Zhao Hai kept bombarding the defensive line, much to the annoyance of the Fire Weavers. It must be known that, in the past, the Fire Weavers were at the top when it came to rifles, but now, they were bullied by cannons. The Fire Weavers were now feeling suffocated and choking with rage. Most importantly, the 100 Treasures Realm fleet was just right in front of their eyes. But the Fire Weavers didn't dare withdraw their shields. If the shields were taken down, the fleet would no doubt rush over. When the time comes, the ones to suffer would be them. Just as the Fire Weavers were about to sacrifice immortal experts just to deal with the 100 Treasures Realm fleet, the fleet suddenly stopped firing and slowly retreated. The movement of the fleet caused the Fire Weavers to stare. They had no idea what the 100 Treasures Realm wanted to do. Everyone could see that the fleet was in an advantageous position, so why would they suddenly retreat? While the Fire Weavers were stunned, the 100 treasures retreated out of view. This caused the Fire Weavers to feel relieved. Even the immortal experts couldn't help but let out a long breath. At this time, the 100 Treasures Realm fleet stopped. When the ships stopped, Mu Yao and Hawkins knew that it was time. They immediately issued the command to begin sending spiritual chi to the ships. Upon being injected with spiritual chi, the 8 large artifacts began shining with a golden light, as if golden flames erupted from the ships. Zhao Hai waved his hand and the large artifacts shot out with their fastest speed. It only took a few breaths before they reached the Fire Weaver defensive line. When the Fire Weavers saw the fleet shining with golden light, they immediately knew that the 100 Treasures Realm fleet didn't retreat, but they were adjusting their distance for a charge. They immediately sent a large number of immortal experts as well as cultivators in a 3-dimensional formation. They intend to block the fleet's charge just like before. But this time, They made the wrong decision. The charge of the 100 Treasures realm was too overwhelming. Just as the immortal experts positioned themselves in front of the three-dimensional formation, the 100 Treasures realm's fleet was already wheezing in. This scared the immortal experts. They quickly launched their attacks. They still divided themselves into 8 and targeted the 8 large artifacts together. What the Fire Weavers didn't know was how many people were currently powering the large artifacts. Just as the attacks reached the large artifacts, they immediately fizzled out. Every attack either disappeared or were bounced off. The large artifacts didn't allow these immortal experts to evade. They rammed straight into the bodies of the Fire Weaver immortals. The immortal experts didn't expect the 100 Treasures realm's fleet to be this violent. They also didn't have time to think about it as they were immediately smashed into paste. Then the fleet rushed into the three-dimensional formation. Although the army formation was specially designed to deal with the 100 Treasures realm, the fleet came in too fast. Before they could react, the fleet was already barreling through the formation, leaving a trail of blood behind. The Fire Weavers were too shocked. But before they could recover, 800 sword shuttles crashed into the formation. The sword shuttles were like wolves unleashed inside a sheep's pen. By the time the Fire Weavers could respond, it was already too late. After 2 days and 2 failed attempts, the 100 Treasures realm and the Fire Weavers were finally able to break through the Fire Weaver race's defensive line. Chapter 1613. Guest Seat Elder. Zhao Hai looked calmly as the cultivators from the 100 Treasures realm and the Divergent realm chased the Fire Weavers. In the Fire Weaver army, the most loyal were undoubtedly those from the Fire Weaver race. So when they attacked the Fire Weaver army, they made sure to attack the native Fire Weavers. Naturally, killing people from the subordinate realms couldn't be avoided. After all, no matter where they came from, they were still enemies. Zhao Hai's large artifacts rushed back and forth in the Fire Weavers' army formation 7 times. But besides the first round, the results weren't as satisfactory. He killed less and less people at each go. On the other hand, the sword shuttles were faring very well. The immortal experts inside them only supplied energy. The control was still left to Laura and the others. The Fire Weavers were turned upside down. The Fire Weavers had no idea how the sword shuttles became very strong. Some of these sword shuttles even attacked immortal experts, which they managed to kill. In this case, it became impossible for the Fire Weavers to protect the defensive line. The subordinate realms fled all at once. The Fire Weavers also began to run away. They were then pursued by the 100 Treasures realm and the Divergent realm. Zhao Hai calmly stood in place and didn't move. He watched all of this happen in a calm manner. But inside, Zhao Hai was very happy. The Fire Weavers lost a lot, and this meant more undead. At this time, 2 figures flew over. Zhao Hai turned his head and saw Mu Yao and Hawkins. The 2 appeared on Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship. The 2 of them were understandably happy. The battle gave them more confidence in dealing with the Fire Weavers. Hawkins patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Little Hai, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, we would have suffered successive losses. With our win this time, the Fire Weavers are finished." Zhao Hai was confused as he looked at Hawkins. Although the Fire Weavers lost heavily this time, it wasn't enough to cut through the bone. How could Hawkins say that it was the end for the Fire Weavers? Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai's expression. Then he smiled faintly and said, "We defeated the Fire Weavers both times when they were ready." In this case, the subordinate realms would begin to lose confidence in the Fire Weavers. The Fire Weavers will lose most of their combat strength. I think the Divergent realm already made preparations for this, right? Hawkins nodded and said, "Before we began our attack against the Fire Weavers, Elder Prisenheart already made some arrangements. After these 2 victories, I believe many subordinate realms would surrender to us. Elder Prisenheart is very good at these kinds of things." Mu Yao and Zhao Hai looked at each other and didn't say anything. For them, such an arrangement was normal. If there wasn't, then it would be strange. Hawkins made it clear that they haven't done this kind of thing before. This caused Zhao Hai and Mu Yao to be surprised. At this time, The sound of a breeze was heard. The three turned their heads and saw Prison Heart on the Hell King's ship. They immediately gave the old man a salute. Prison Heart nodded at the three and then smiled as he said, "Good job. I've seen the process of the battle. Let's head in." "Hawkins, tell everyone to come back and stop their pursuit." Hawkins didn't understand why, but he still took out a Jade Sword message. After the Jade Sword message was sent, the three entered the cabin to discuss the battle. Once the group entered the cabin, Prison Heart looked at everyone and said, "Do you find it strange why I recalled everyone? It's because the subordinate realms already surrendered to us. It wouldn't be good if we continue to chase them down. Rest assured, the Fire Weavers are finished." The three nodded when they heard Prison Heart. Once their subordinate realms begin to collapse, the end of the Fire Weavers would begin. If one surrendered, it would surely be followed by another. In the future, it would be impossible for the Fire Weavers to organize a large army. Prison Heart looked at the three and then smiled and said, "I already sent information to the Sword Realm. They should be strengthening their attack." The Fire Weavers would also lose morale if they heard what happened here. The Fire Weavers are at their end. Mu Yao and Hawkins were smiling. Conversely, Zhao Hai was frowning. This was because the newscaster told him wasn't as positive. Seeing Zhao Hai's expression, Prison Heart couldn't help but ask, "Little Hai, do you have anything to say? Why is there a frown on your face?" Zhao Hai looked at Prison Heart and said, replying to Elder, "I'm worried that the Fire Weavers would be desperate and seek help from the Buddhist realm and the Primal Chaos realm." Prison Heart's eyes couldn't help but light up. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to think of this in such happy times like today. The two defeats of the Fire Weavers could be attributed to Zhao Hai's large artifacts, but he didn't let that go to his head. He also thought of potential enemies like the Buddhist realm and the Primal Chaos realm. To be honest, if Zhao Hai was a native of the Divergent realm and wasn't from the Hundred Treasures realm, Prison Heart would have groomed him to be his successor. When Mu Yao and Hawkins heard Zhao Hai, they were both taken aback. Then their expressions changed. They understood that the possibility of this happening was big. When Mu Yao heard Zhao Hai, he was immediately reminded of the Giant Spirit realm. Upon being cornered by the Hundred Treasures realm, the Giant Spirit realm asked for help from the Fire Weavers. With them in the same scenario, the Fire Weavers could be forced to ask for help from the Buddhist realm or the Primal Chaos realm. Although they would have to pay a huge price, they could still keep their standing in the 10,000 realm battlefield. Prison Heart looked at Mu Yao and Hawkins and then said, "Little Hai's concerns are reasonable, but there is no need to worry. I already made arrangements. When the war is finished, the two realms would also get benefits. Although their benefits are inferior to what the Divergent realm and the Sword realm would get, it should still be able to satisfy them. They wouldn't take action in this matter." Hearing Prison Heart, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh inside. Old Ginger is indeed more spicy. He said all of that because the Fire Weavers did indeed seek help from the Buddhist realm and the Primal Chaos realm. Zhao Hai has been monitoring the Fire Weavers for a long time. In these few years, he was able to hitch a ride to the Fire Weavers' headquarters. From there, he was able to get to know the situation better. It was precisely because of this that he knew that Zhu Rong, the Fire Weaver Patriarch, had sent people to the Buddhist realm and the Primal Chaos realm to ask for help. But Zhao Hai didn't expect Prison Heart to have already made proper adjustments. He already offered benefits to the Buddhist realm and the Primal Chaos realm so that they wouldn't send troops. This was the best outcome. Naturally, this depended on how successful the Divergent realm and the Sword realm were. Otherwise, the Buddhist realm and the Primal Chaos realm wouldn't be as kind. Prison Heart looked at the three and said, "Recall everyone, I have something to announce." Hawkins immediately sent a letter. Mu Yao did the same. After the messages were sent, the only thing left was to wait for everyone to come back. Before long, Severed Soul experts and Immortal experts arrived. When they saw Prison Heart, they all gave him a bow before standing silently on the side. Everyone had a happy expression on their faces. After everyone arrived, Prison Heart gave them all a glance and said, "Our allied army has won twice against the Fire Weavers. We've forced them to a corner. Now, more than 10 subordinate realms have surrendered to us. In the next attack, I'll depend on everyone to work hard. We need to see a conclusion to this war as soon as possible." Everyone simultaneously answered, "Yes, Elder." Prison Heart nodded and said, "In these two battles, the greatest credit will go to Zhao Hai of the 100 Treasures realm, and because Zhao Hai is also a divergent ability user, starting today, I intend to receive him as a closing disciple and bestow him with a guest seat elder's token. Later on, he will become a guest seat elder. Does anyone object to this?" Prison Heart's words caused people to stare. They looked at each other and didn't know what to reply. At this time, Hawkins stood up and said, "I support Elder's decision. Zhao Hai is strong and is a divergent ability user. Moreover, he provided great contributions to the war. It's natural for him to become the Divergent Realm's guest seat elder." To be honest, everyone didn't think that Hawkins would be the first one to agree. This caused everyone to stare. The immortal elders of the Divergent Realm looked at each other before standing up and said, "Elder's decision is proper." These people didn't know, but Hawkins wanted to pull Zhao Hai over a long time ago. He just had no opportunity to do so. Now that Prison Heart said that, how could Hawkins oppose it? As for the other immortal experts of the Divergent Realm, since Prison Heart and Hawkins agree, then why should they disagree? Prison Heart and Hawkins were the two most influential elders in the Divergent Realm. Since they agreed, naturally there was nothing to worry about. Seeing that everyone agrees, Prison Heart nodded and said, "Since nobody opposes, Zhao Hai, are you willing to take me as your master and become a guest seat elder of the Divergent Realm?" Prison Heart's question caused everyone's gazes to turn towards Zhao Hai. Chapter 1614, No Problems. Under everyone's gaze, Zhao Hai stepped forward and then kowtowed 3 times towards Prison Heart and said, "Zhao Hai pays respects to master. Ha ha ha, good disciple. Come, stand beside me." Prison Heart happily stepped forward and pulled Zhao Hai up. Then he had Zhao Hai stand beside him. This showed everyone how much he values Zhao Hai, who. There was a sound of applause inside the room. Whether real or fake, people sent their regards towards Zhao Hai and Prison Heart. Prison Heart had a wide smile on his face. He was clearly satisfied with his new disciple. After a while, everyone stopped. Then Prison Heart said, "All right. Everyone go back and rest. I still have something to say to Little Hai." Everyone complied and left. Once everyone left, Prison Heart looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, it's good that you became my disciple. Unlike other people who have a lot of offensive means, there's only one thing I studied my entire life, and that is spiritual force. What I teach you is how to use and cultivate spiritual force." Prison Heart turned his heart and took out a jade slip. He handed the jade slip to Zhao Hai and said, "These are my attainments in spiritual chi over the years. Take a look first. If there's something you don't understand, come ask me." Zhao Hai received the jade slip and said, "Master can rest assured. I'll practice it well." Prison Heart nodded and said, "All right. You can go. You can ask me at any time." Zhao Hai complied. He bowed to Prison Heart and left. Prison Heart looked at Zhao Hai's departing back with a smile on his face. Nobody knew what he was thinking about. After leaving the room, Zhao Hai immediately returned to his own cabin. He didn't immediately read the contents of the jade slip. He examined the jade slip first. Zhao Hai also reinforced his spiritual force with faith power. He wanted to see whether Prison Heart did anything to the jade slip. There's nothing. Nothing at all. The jade slip looked very normal. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he returned to the space. Laura and the others immediately greeted him as soon as he entered the villa. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, did you really take Prison Heart as a master? Why do I feel like the old man harbors evil intentions towards you?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's fine, don't worry, I have a way to deal with it." After he said that, he used his spiritual force to penetrate into the jade slip. At the same time, he activated his 5-element killing formation. Seeing that there's no issue, Zhao Hai began to feel that inside was truly Prison Heart's cultivation notes. Zhao Hai said, "Kair, have this thing scanned, see if there's anything wrong." Kair complied and then took the jade slip and then placed it on the scanner. Before long they obtained a result. There were no issues with the contents of the jade slip, and according to the cultivation method inside, it would cause Zhao Hai's spiritual force to experience explosive growth. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, let's have a look at this cultivation method." Laura looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Brother Hai, will you really learn this cultivation method?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Since it's here, why not? What I'm currently lacking is my spiritual force. Isn't his an opportunity? Prison Heart really wants to take me as a disciple. If he has other goals, then we'll just have to be careful around him." Laura also thought about it. As long as Zhao Hai was always wary of Prison Heart, then the old man couldn't threaten Zhao Hai, so she was no longer opposed. Zhao Hai carefully looked through Prison Heart's spiritual force cultivation method. To be honest, Prison Heart was truly the foremost expert when it came to spiritual force. His cultivation method was very formidable. Moreover, his control over spiritual force has reached an astonishing degree. With Prison Heart's cultivation method, Zhao Hai was sure that his spiritual force would reach new heights. Upon going through the cultivation method, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. In his mind, if Prison Heart was indeed sincere in taking him as a disciple, then it wouldn't be a problem if he let Prison Heart live inside the space. This way, the old man could live a little longer. But if Prison Heart had ulterior motives, Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. After all, this was the world of cultivators. Killing was as common as weeds. Zhao Hai took a closer look at Prison Heart's cultivation method. He tried to memorize it word for word, breaking it down before digesting it. Zhao Hai already had a strong spiritual force. Moreover, he's also skilled at using it. But compared to Prison Heart's method, he still fell short. Before long, Zhao Hai got through all of the jade slip's contents. Although he hadn't officially started his practice, he already gained insight from what he read, which caused him to be happy. As Zhao Hai practiced the cultivation method, he immediately felt his spiritual force steadily increasing. However, Zhao Hai also knew that this wasn't the time to close up and practice. He still had unfinished things to do. He still has to deal with the fire weavers. After coming out of the space, Zhao Hai immediately went to see Mu Yao. Inside Mu Yao's room were other immortal experts as well as Mu Yu. Seeing Zhao Hai arrive, Mu Yao nodded and said, "Little Hai, have a seat." Zhao Hai gave a salute and then sat down. Before Mu Yao could speak, Zhao Hai said, "Elder, I took a closer look at Master's cultivation method and saw that there was nothing wrong, so I was a bit late." Mu Yao knew what Zhao Hai meant, so he waved his hand and said, "There's no need to tell me these kinds of things. We already know that Prison Heart intends to take you as a disciple, but you still need to be careful." Zhao Hai nodded. Then Mu Yao continued, "Our present goal is to deal with the fire weavers. The fire weavers are finished, but those fellows wouldn't just wait to be ruined. It's possible that they would conduct a final resistance. Moreover, they would be more ferocious this time." Everyone nodded. Mu Yao turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, your large artifacts wouldn't have any problems, right? You lost a lot in the fight with the fire weavers today." Hearing Mu Yao, everyone turned to Zhao Hai. They didn't understand what was going on. They knew Zhao Hai's large artifacts very well. Zhao Hai's artifacts could all be transformed. Even if they were damaged, it could be repaired immediately. So why wouldn't it work today? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Actually, there's no problem with the large artifacts. But if we don't crash a few of them, how can the people of the Divergent Realm be assured? If our large artifacts are fine despite all of that, the Divergent Realm wouldn't have a reason to fight the Fire Weavers with all their strength." Hearing this, everyone understood and laughed. To be honest, these people were somewhat worried when Zhao Hai took Prison Heart as his master. The Divergent Realm was more powerful than the 100 Treasures Realm. If Zhao Hai chose to join the Divergent Realm, they would have no means to stop him. But now, it seems like Zhao Hai still had the 100 Treasures Realm in his heart. Mu Yao laughed with everyone. Then he said, "If this is the case, then there's no need to hold back. Little Hai, we will still have to rely on you to reduce our casualties. Although we'll get Half Beast Island after this battle, the situation of the island is complicated. We'll need a long time to digest it. Therefore, We cannot lose a lot of people to the Fire Weavers. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Elder can rest assured, as long as everyone is inside the large artifacts, we wouldn't lose a lot. Moreover, I believe that the war is nearing its end. Mu Yao nodded. The Divergent Realm already dealt with the Buddhist realm and the Primal Chaos realm in advance. As long as these two great realms don't interfere, the Fire Weavers can be easily dealt with. Everyone should go take a rest. Right. Remember to remind everyone to be careful. Let's not lower our guard before the war ends. Everyone nodded. Then they stood up and left. Then Zhao Hai was dragged to Mu Yu's room. When they arrived, Zhao Hai took out a jar of liquor as well as several side dishes. He invited Mu Yu and the two drank a few glasses. Zhao Hai let out a breath of alcohol and then said, Prison Heart accepted me as a disciple. There hasn't been a problem so far, but I'm still worried. Brother Mu, you don't know this, but Prison Heart attacked Elder Mu and me before, but he was unsuccessful. So he accepted me as a disciple. I have always been wary of interacting with him. Mu Yu stared, then he put down his glasses and said, That happened? What is Prison Heart planning to do? Does he want to kill Master? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, It's not that kind of attack. He probably wants to control Elder Mu and me. His goal is still unclear, but he said that he wants us to be friendly towards the Divergent Realm because he wasn't too confident about leaving the Divergent Realm to Hawkins. Mu Yu knit his brows and said, We don't know if that's real or fake, but no matter what, it seems like he wants to pull you over to the Divergent Realm. Receiving you as a disciple wouldn't just end with that. You need to be more careful. Chapter 1615, Spiritual Crystal. Zhao Hai said goodbye to Mu Yu. The reason he asked Mu Yu for drinks was because he didn't want to have any conflicts with him in the future. Zhao Hai knew that although he was currently very popular in the 100 Treasures realm, he was still a bit worse than Mu Yu. This was because Mu Yu was the successor of the Mu faction. The people in the Mu faction would fully support Mu Yu first before Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't want to have any conflicts with Mu Yu just because he accepted Prison Heart as a master. Therefore, he looked for Mu Yu and shared a drink with him. Zhao Hai even revealed that Prison Heart attacked both him and Mu Yao. He believed that Mu Yu wouldn't reveal anything about this. Zhao Hai let out a long breath before returning to the space. When he entered the villa, Laura looked at him and said, Brother Hai, why don't you use this opportunity to join the Divergent Realm? Zhao Hai shook his head as he forced a smile and said, No, if I join the Divergent Realm now, then everything I did before would be useless. Most importantly, we still don't know if Prison Heart really intends to take me as a disciple. Also, the situation of the Divergent Realm is much more complicated than the 100 Treasures realm. Laura sighed and said, Brother Hai, do you really think that the 100 Treasures realm could unify the entire 10,000 realm battlefield? Wouldn't the Sky Tower do anything about it? Zhao Hai replied, I'm forcing the Sky Tower to take action. As long as they make a move, we might be able to see who or what they really are. Laura nodded. To be honest, she was also curious about the Sky Tower. What was the Sky Tower really? Everyone inside it was an elite expert. Even if they only went until the 5th floor, Zhao Hai and the others already met so many powerful experts. How strong was the Sky Tower? Most importantly, every person they met from the Sky Tower had faith power. When was faith power so common? Where did those people get faith power? Do they also have realms they control? Speaking of which, the reason Zhao Hai needed to track down the background of the Sky Tower wasn't because of faith power. What he wanted to know was how the 10,000 realm battlefield was made. The more he found information about the Sky Tower, the more curious he became. Zhao Hai knew clearly from the situation of the 10,000 realm battlefield that it was impossible for the Sky Tower to gain faith power from this place. They made the 10,000 realm battlefield, but they cannot gain any faith power from it, so why did they make it in the first place? Most importantly, there was no way to maintain peace in the 10,000 realm battlefield for a long time. It was in a never-ending cycle of war, not to mention small-scale battles. Battles between large armies were quite common. Also, The enmity between realms was most likely caused by the Sky Tower. All of this was very abnormal. Nobody knew what the people who built the 10,000 realm battlefield wanted to do and why they built it. But since they clearly have a purpose, Zhao Hai wanted to know it. Is it just to watch people kill themselves? In that case, wouldn't the 10,000 realm battlefield be like a coliseum? If they want to foster experts in this way, then it would be like insects in a bottle. Whether it be a coliseum or a bottle of insects, Zhao Hai wanted to know. This was because he didn't want to be part of any of it, and to get out of this situation, Zhao Hai must know who was behind it all. As long as he knows who his enemies were, he can then begin to make plans on how to eliminate them. Zhao Hai was normally lukewarm, very good to get along with. He wouldn't shout kill at any opportunity. He prefers a calm life. However, he also has his bottom line. He didn't want his destiny being controlled by other people. Nobody controls his life. Because of this, Zhao Hai arrived at his current situation, but he discovered that he cannot get rid of this invisible hand that easily, so he needed to resist. Having lived with Zhao Hai for so long, Laura and the others knew him very well. Zhao Hai liked a simple but free life. This kind of life was very easy to satisfy, but it depends on other people to keep their hands out of his life, and everyone who tried to do this received Zhao Hai's merciless attack. After Zhao Hai sat down, Meg handed him a cup of tea. Then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, when do you plan to fully study the spiritual force cultivation method? If it has any problems, don't practice it anymore. After all, that is a method given by Prison Heart. We still can't trust him." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, even if Prison Heart has some ideas, this cultivation method doesn't have anything in it. He just wants to give us benefits so that we'll lower our guard against him. I'll be guarded against him all the time, so he won't pose a threat to us." Hearing Zhao Hai, Meg nodded and said, "So you have already thought about it? Then I won't worry anymore. Do you want to practice it now? You can try it under the 100 Spirits tree." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I'll try it. If you have time, you can also practice. You've been drinking spiritual tea for many years, so your spiritual force isn't bad at all. This cultivation method should be effective for you." With his ability, Prison Heart was able to run wild in the 10,000 realm battlefield for many years. The cultivation method that Prison Heart gave Zhao Hai was very comprehensive. If Zhao Hai's spiritual force was like a crude clay pot, then Prison Heart's was like an exquisite porcelain. Laura and the others didn't like to cultivate like most people. Moreover, they didn't need to cultivate. Although their bodies were inferior to Zhao Hai's, it was still quite powerful compared to other people. Moreover, they didn't need to participate in any battles outside. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't make them cultivate. On the other hand, this cultivation method can be learned by them. This was because this method was similar to the myriad stellar transformations yin-yang technique. It can be practiced at any time. As long as you practice it once, your spiritual force will become a spiritual crystal. This spiritual crystal would continue to rotate and practice by itself. Even if you don't manage it, it would still cultivate, increasing your spiritual force little by little. This spiritual crystal was something that Prison Heart gained after years of cultivation, and average people wouldn't be able to form it. Although they have strong spiritual force, severed soul experts couldn't achieve this level most of the time. Naturally, for Zhao Hai, Laura, and the other women, this wasn't a problem. They drink spiritual tea all year round. Their spiritual force was very formidable. Because of this, they were able to form a spiritual crystal, and once they do, they no longer need to worry about cultivation. The shape of the spiritual crystal wasn't random. Each face of the crystal represented a certain function like attack or control. Once you use your spiritual force, the crystal would rotate according to what function was used. For example, there's a sequence for a certain attack or a sequence if you want to shape your spiritual force. The more you cultivate your spiritual force, the stronger each face of the crystal would be. Moreover, it would lead to more combinations you could perform, making your spiritual attacks more complex. When Prison Heart was at his peak, he was invincible when it came to spiritual force. But now that his life was nearing its end, although his spiritual force was still formidable, It couldn't compare to before. Nevertheless, even at this point, the only person who could block Prison Heart's spiritual attack in the 10,000 realm battlefield was Zhao Hai. As soon as they heard Zhao Hai, Laura and the others nodded, but they didn't take it too seriously. In their eyes, it was good as long as they were silently supporting Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at his wives and smiled bitterly. Then he walked outside and sat underneath the 100 Spirits tree. He could feel the rich spiritual chi emitted by the tree. It would be comparable to a high-grade spiritual vein in the 100 Treasures realm. Zhao Hai knew that this was because of the 100 Spirits tree's increasing strength, and as the spiritual chi it emitted got stronger, the more benefits it brought to the plants inside the space. Zhao Hai calmly sat down and adjusted his spiritual force. When he was completely calm, he slowly began to control his spiritual force. The small avatar that was sitting on top of his Tao Lotus began to move. The golden core on its abdomen began to SHT. At the same time, its hair extended to the void. In this void were stars that glittered. As though with their own thoughts, the avatar's hair moved along with the stars. After some time, the glitter of the stars became more and more erratic. In the end, the stars exploded before calming down once more. The avatar closed its eyes and its hair became loose. Although the hair was still very long, it was no longer floating. On top of the avatar's head was a small crystal. The crystal wasn't big, but it had a lot of small faces. Then it began to slowly rotate about its own axis. Chapter 1616, Zhurong's treacherous plan. Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were no longer as bright as before, but instead they gave people a very deep feeling. There seemed to be a crystal in Zhao Hai's eyes that was constantly turning. It's just that the crystal was very small and was hidden in Zhao Hai's pupils. Zhao Hai let out a long breath as he muttered, "I didn't expect this spiritual crystal to have this use." The reason Zhao Hai said that was because he found that there were patterns on the faces of the crystal. These patterns included forms of the 18 Buddhist techniques, the patterns of the sword formation, as well as the different divergent abilities that Zhao Hai had. It was really amazing. Moreover, Zhao Hai discovered that as long as he used any technique or ability, the spiritual crystal would quickly act and rotate. This allowed him to use techniques in a rapid manner. It made things more convenient for Zhao Hai. Standing up, Zhao Hai chuckled and said, "It's easy to use. It seems like I installed a computer into my head. It's pretty good." Laura and the others didn't follow Zhao Hai outside because they knew that Zhao Hai would succeed. They had no reason to worry. There were no problems with Prison Heart's cultivation method. Otherwise the scanner would have noticed something. It must be known that the scanner was from the space, and the space always placed Zhao Hai's safety as a priority. Anything harmful to Zhao Hai would always be tagged. Since there were no prompts this time, then it meant that Zhao Hai could practice this cultivation method. When he entered the villa, Zhao Hai saw Laura and the others looking at the monitor. Displayed on the screen was the current situation of the Fireweaver headquarters. Seeing Zhao Hai come back, Meg immediately gave him a spot to sit down. She also served Zhao Hai a cup of tea. After sitting down, Zhao Hai saw the Fireweavers inside their conference hall. However, the hall was very silent. Although there were several immortal experts inside, nobody made any noise. Zhao Hai looked at the monitor and asked, "What's happening? Why do these people look like they're praying to Buddha?" Laura chuckled and said, "They're not praying, but they don't know what to say. They just received information that the Buddhist realm and the Primal Chaos realm refused to send them any help. At the same time, their subordinate realms were beginning to surrender to the Divergent realm and the Sword realm. By this time, the Sword realm has broken through the defensive line on their side. The next thing that would happen would be the three realms converging on the Fireweaver headquarters. Their patriarch is currently asking everyone for suggestions, but as you can see, nobody has any good plans." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai also chuckled. It seems like the Fireweavers were at their end. If they didn't want to lose a lot, then the only thing they could do was withdraw from the 10,000 realm battlefield. After some time, a Fireweaver elder said, "Patriarch, I think we should resist. When we attacked the 100 Treasures realm along with the Giant Spirit realm, The 100 Treasures Realm resisted and they finally won. If the 100 Treasures Realm can do this, we can do it as well. Everyone looked at the person who talked with an unfriendly gaze. Naturally, this matter was taboo to the Fire Weavers. Nobody dared to raise it before. This person didn't care. He looked at everyone and said, "Our Fire Weaver race is strong. Although we're losing a lot of subordinate realms, the strength of our race is still solid. As long as we can resist for some time, the Buddhist realm and the Primal Chaos realm would certainly consider our proposal." Another immortal expert sneered and said, "That's easy to say. First, the 100 Treasures realm were able to block us because they gathered their entire strength along with their subordinate realms. Also, they have reinforcements. Those realms from the land of chaos wouldn't accept our existence there. We are different. The Buddhist realm and the Primal Chaos realm must have received benefits, otherwise they would have cared about our situation. If they don't send troops, then we're only increasing our casualties by resisting." A lot of Fire Weavers agreed with this take. Another elder said, "When we attacked the 100 Treasures realm, we didn't go with our full power since we're guarded against the Divergent Realm and Sword Realm. But now, the 100 Treasures Realm, Divergent Realm, and Sword Realm can attack us with our full strength. Blocking them will not be easy." A lot of elders nodded their heads, but the elder who talked prior stood up and loudly said, "So do you want to run away like this? Give up everything we have in the 10,000 realm battlefield? You cowards." Another elder stood up and replied, "Who are you, Kulin coward? Do you think we don't consider the Fire Weaver race? What's our current situation? How much have we lost in the past 2 battles? Do you want all of us to die here? If all our experts die, how will we survive in the future? When the time comes, even if we withdraw from the battlefield, we wouldn't have any strength left to come back." The other elder replied, "We can't leave like this. We cannot just run away without a fight." Both sides continued to quarrel as the Fireweaver Patriarch Zhurong closed his eyes. After some time, he opened his eyes and said, "Shut up. Do you know what you all look like right now? You're immortal experts, but you're quarreling like children. Aren't you ashamed?" Hearing this, the 2 elders stopped talking and sat down. Zhurong looked at everyone and said, "The 3 realms are pushing hard against us and we can't stop them. Instead of losing even more people, it's better to retreat early." Some elders nodded their heads while some were angry. Zhurong looked at them and said, "But it would be wrong if we leave without doing anything. We need to make the 3 realms feel the consequences of their action." Passed the order, "Collect all of our gunpowder and bury them under the conference hall. Then prepare a time delay formation. Leave a few people behind to defend when we retreat. Hold them for some time before retreating to the transmission formation. Then we blow the gunpowder up." The 3 realms aren't familiar with our headquarters, so it's impossible for them to find out about the gunpowder. As long as they enter our headquarters, they will certainly lose a lot when it explodes. Not only would we teach them a lesson, we also wouldn't lose a lot of people. Hearing Zhurong's words, the Fireweaver elders' eyes shone. All immortal experts stood up and bowed as they said, "According to the Patriarch's command." Then they all stood up and left. Zhurong looked out from the conference hall and said, "Since you're making it difficult for me, then I'll make it difficult for you." Hearing this, Zhao Hai could feel a cold sweat. To be honest, he didn't expect Zhurong to be this ruthless. He actually plans to use this method to deal with them. If Zhao Hai wasn't spying on the headquarters, then the 100 Treasures realm would definitely fall for the trap. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, since we know their plan, what do you plan to do next? Will you tell Elder Mu and the others?" Zhao Hai was now completely calm. He smiled faintly and said, "I'll inform Elder Mu, but this isn't necessarily bad for the 100 Treasures realm. Haha, I'll head out first. Tell me if something else comes up." Then his body flashed as he left the space. After coming out of the space, Zhao Hai immediately went to Mu Yao's cabin. It has been several hours since he entered the space. At this time, the Divergent Realm and the 100 Treasures Realm have taken their rest. They were ready to depart. When he arrived, Zhao Hai said, "Elder, it's Zhao Hai." Mu Yao's voice was heard, "Little Hai, come in." Zhao Hai complied and then entered. The cabin was specially designed to isolate noise. Nobody from outside could hear any sounds from the inside. Upon entering, Zhao Hai gave Mu Yao a salute and said, "Elder, I have some information." Mu Yao nodded and said, "No need to be polite." "What is it?" Zhao Hai replied, "The fire weavers are planning to run away." Hearing Zhao Hai, Mu Yao couldn't help but stare. Then he got up and said, "Are you sure?" Zhao Hai nodded. "I'm sure. They made this decision when they found out that the primal chaos realm and the Buddhist realm have no intentions to help them. But the fire weavers are unwilling to just retreat, so they rigged their headquarters with all of their gunpowder. So when our three realms enter, they would explode their gunpowder, causing us to lose a lot of people." Mu Yao stared. His expression changed as he said, "Is that so? The fire weavers are truly ruthless. This is not good. We need to tell the Divergent Realm, otherwise, they will suffer a huge loss." Just as Mu Yao was about to go out, he discovered that Zhao Hai remained in place. He looked at him and asked, "Little Hai, what's the matter?" Zhao Hai looked at Mu Yao and said, "Elder, I think we shouldn't tell this to the Divergent Realm." Mu Yao stared, but from the look of Zhao Hai's face, he understood what he meant. Mu Yao couldn't help but hesitate as he said, "But if that's the case, then the 100 Treasures realm will also lose a lot. That would be bad for us." Chapter 1617, Expelled. Seeing Mu Yao understand what he meant, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile as he said, "Naturally, we'll go with them. However, everyone should stay inside the large artifacts. If something happens, then the large artifacts would protect them, nobody would be injured, and we can claim that we suffered losses when the time comes." Mu Yao knit his brows and walked on the ground for some time before he said, "This is also good. But when the explosion happens and the large artifacts are fine, then the Divergent Realm wouldn't believe it if we say that we suffered losses." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "We can hide a few large artifacts outside the headquarters, and when we enter the Fireweaver headquarters, we'll use the transmission formations to transport people outside of the headquarters, leaving only the large artifacts to get damaged. We can even let some undead into the ships to act dead." Mu Yao's eyes shone. "All right, that's a good plan. We'll go with that." After that, Mu Yao took out a jade sword message and wrote something inside it before releasing it. Before long, a few commanders of the 100 Treasures realm entered Mu Yao's cabin. Then Mu Yao began to explain Zhao Hai's plan. Mu Yao wasn't afraid that these people would reveal the plan. The loyalty of these people to the 100 Treasures realm has already been tested. They wouldn't dare do anything detrimental to the realm like revealing secret plans. Hearing the plan, everyone's eyes shone. These people understood clearly that they cannot be fooled by the politeness between the 100 Treasures realm and the Divergent realm. If the two get in conflict in the future, the Divergent realm certainly wouldn't let them go. In the 10,000 realm battlefield, the loudest voices were always those with the biggest fist. Mu Yao looked at everyone present and said, "This is our current plan." Relay information to those in the ships to prepare for this play. When the time comes, you all go out of the headquarters using the transmission formations hidden inside the ships. Upon going out of the Fireweaver headquarters, immediately use the large artifacts and return to our headquarters. We cannot allow any failures in this plan. Everyone nodded. The reason why they can't return to the headquarters directly from the Fireweaver headquarters was because long-distance formations emit a bright light when used. Moreover, long-distance transmission also consumed a lot of energy. If the transmission formation was in a proper location, then there would be no problems with energy. But the transmission formation was in the large artifacts, and it wouldn't be good if they were discovered by the Divergent realm. Therefore, Zhao Hai would hide several long-distance transmission formations outside the headquarters. In this way, they wouldn't be discovered by the Divergent realm. Mu Yao did all of this not because he was guarding against ordinary cultivators of the Divergent realm. Instead, he was wary about Prison Heart. It must be known that Prison Heart was an old turtle and has gained a lot of experience in battle and cultivation. Because he specializes in spiritual force, he was very sensitive to any fluctuations in energy. So just in case, Mu Yao had to make these measures. After everyone left, Mu Yao turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, after this, I'm afraid you will have to stay behind for a while. Prison Heart definitely wouldn't let you go back. You need to be more careful when that time comes." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Elder can rest assured. I will take care." Mu Yao nodded and said, "All right, you go and prepare as well. We cannot make any mistakes. Otherwise, the 100 Treasures realm would suffer huge losses." Zhao Hai nodded. "Don't worry. Nothing will go wrong." Once everyone gets to the large artifacts waiting outside the headquarters, I will immediately command the large artifacts to withdraw. These large artifacts can shrink. Nobody would be able to see them. Mu Yao nodded and waved his hand. Zhao Hai gave a salute before retreating. The Divergent Realm losing more people would only bring benefits to the 100 Treasures realm. There were no saints among the 5 great realms. Every single one of them were treacherous. Zhao Hai was just preparing things for later. Zhao Hai and the 100 Treasures realm made their preparations while the Divergent realm were unaware. Although Prison Heart was also staying inside a ship of the 100 Treasures realm, Zhao Hai had a method to isolate him from whatever was happening outside. When everything was prepared, Zhao Hai went to the Prison Heart's cabin and knocked. Zhao Hai asks to meet Master. Prison Heart's voice was heard. "Little Hai, come in." Zhao Hai opened the door and walked in. Prison Heart was sitting on his cloud. When Zhao Hai came in, Prison Heart's eyes couldn't help but shine. He looked surprised as he said, "You already condensed your spiritual crystal? It seems like your spiritual force is really not that small." Zhao Hai bowed and said, "Master, back in the lower realms, I was a mage who specialized in my spiritual force. After ascending, I learned mage techniques, so my spiritual force is more powerful than the average person." Prison Heart nodded. He already knew Zhao Hai's matters. He knew that Zhao Hai wasn't a 100 Treasure realm native, nor did he ascend to the 100 Treasures realm. He came from a subordinate realm and then was adopted by the 100 Treasures realm later on. Prison Heart replied, "Since you have condensed your spiritual crystal, then you have reached the requirements for my cultivation method. Is there anything you are confused about?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I want to ask about strengthening my control over spiritual force." Prison Heart nodded and said, "Go on." Zhao Hai nodded and then asked about the difficulty of directly controlling objects using spiritual force. In fact, he already asked the Universal Scanner about this question. However, he didn't want Prison Heart to think that he was too talented, so he specially got some questions to ask Prison Heart about. Zhao Hai was still uncertain about the reason Prison Heart accepted him as a disciple. He doesn't know what Prison Heart was planning, so Zhao Hai doesn't want to reveal all of his cards. Hearing Zhao Hai's questions, Prison Heart nodded. To be honest, he was satisfied with Zhao Hai becoming his disciple. Therefore, he patiently answered Zhao Hai's questions. Zhao Hai heard an answer similar to the Universal Scanner. It even made him understand the topic even more. Zhao Hai asked 2 more questions which Prison Heart patiently answered. While the two were talking, a voice was heard from outside. "Elder, is Little Hai with you? It's time to depart." Hearing Mu Yao, Zhao Hai immediately stood up and gave Prison Heart a bow as he said, "Master, disciple will excuse himself first." Prison Heart waved his hand and said, "Go. Pay attention to your safety." Zhao Hai nodded and then left. Prison Heart looked at Zhao Hai's back and muttered, "I didn't expect him to be this fast." Then he closed his eyes. When Zhao Hai came out of Prison Heart's cabin, he saw Mu Yao waiting for him. Seeing Zhao Hai, Mu Yao immediately said, "Let's go. Hawkins just gave us the signal." Zhao Hai nodded and then followed Mu Yao to the bow of the Hell King's ship. Then Zhao Hai commanded the fleet to fly towards the Fireweaver headquarters. At this point, Zhao Hai had already put the turtle away. A lot of people from the Divergent were inside the large artifacts. Originally, with the ability of the large artifacts, everyone from the Divergent realm were able to be inside. However, Zhao Hai didn't do that. He only allowed a certain number of Divergent realm cultivators inside and said that there's no longer any space. Hawkins didn't know a lot about the large artifacts, so they didn't say anything. Zhao Hai didn't let the divergent realm inside the large artifacts because he didn't want them to understand the abilities of the artifacts. If that happens, then he would have less cards to use in the future. Since the Fire Weavers decided to retreat and the subordinate realms had surrendered, the army didn't meet any resistance along the way. However, the Alliance army didn't advance quickly. After all, Hawkins didn't know that the Fire Weavers had decided to retreat. Zhao Hai and the others took 3 days before reaching the Fire Weaver headquarters. The headquarters defensive shield was still up, so nobody could see the situation inside. Hawkins didn't rashly order the attack and instead ordered Zhao Hai to stop. They would wait for the Sword Realm to arrive. Although Hawkins liked battle, he also understood how much loss they would suffer if they attacked the headquarters without waiting for the Sword Realm to arrive. And if they succeed, then the Sword Realm would think that the Divergent Realm has claimed all the good harvests. This would cause misunderstanding between the two realms. Because of this, Hawkins stopped and didn't rush to attack. On the other hand, Zhao Hai didn't have any worries. He continued to monitor the Fire Weavers using the space as he made his final arrangements. Several shrunken large artifacts were parked outside the headquarters. They were also disguised. Nobody would be able to find them. While Zhao Hai was making his preparations, he sensed that Prison Heart had left his room. Zhao Hai stood up and then immediately pretended to find the old man. He bowed towards Prison Heart and said, "I have seen Master." Prison Heart nodded and said, "Good. We're already at the headquarters of the Fire Weaver race." "Hawkins, you have grown a bit. It's good that you didn't attack immediately." Hawkins felt somewhat awkward, but he still gave Prison Heart a salute as he said, "I've made Elder worry." Prison Heart chuckled and said, "You're doing very well. Just wait for the Sword Realm to arrive before acting together." Hawkins nodded. Then the Hell King's ship fell into silence. At this time, sword rays could be seen from a distance. From their quantity, they looked like a meteor shower. Chapter 1618, Heaven-Shaking Explosion. As the sword rays got closer, a group of people began appearing not far away from Zhao Hai and the others. As soon as he saw these people, Zhao Hai finally got the feeling of being in a cultivation universe. These people were wearing white robes and rode a sword. Their swords shone with a cold light. They looked domineering. Leading these people was a silver-haired old man. His hair was pulled back and 3 strands of beard floated on his chest. As soon as this old man saw Prison Heart, he smiled as he cupped his fist and said, "I didn't expect Prison Heart to lead the army." This Jianfeng pays his respects. Hearing the old man introduce himself, Zhao Hai immediately knew the person's nickname. Generally, people from the Sword Realm take the word Sword Jian as their surname. Jianfeng's name meant Wind Sword, which was also his nickname. This meant that Jianfeng's sword was like the wind, fast and swift, virtually hard to defend against. Prison Heart smiled at Jianfeng and said, "I didn't think Brother Jianfeng would come." "You're quite fast. Ha ha ha." "Brother, how about you come sit with me on the ship?" Jianfeng wasn't polite. He cupped his fist and said, "Then I'll be disturbing Brother Prison Heart." After he said that, he waved his hand. Then the people from the Sword Realm descended to the ground and began setting up camp. Cultivators also need to take a rest, so when a large number of them goes somewhere, they would set up a camp. If there were only a few of them, they would dig open a cave for a temporary rest. Prison Heart and Jianfeng embarked on the Hell King's ship. Hawkins and Mu Yao also went with them. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai and the others weren't qualified to join. Prison Heart, Jianfeng, Hawkins, and Mu Yao went inside the cabin. Prison Heart then asked Jianfeng to take a seat. Jianfeng curiously inspected the transforming cloud he sat on. He looked at Prison Heart and said, "Brother Prison Heart really knows how to enjoy life. This thing is very comfortable." Prison Heart smiled faintly and said, "This isn't mine, but the 100 Treasures realms. I'm just here to take advantage of them." "Come, Brother Feng, let me introduce you. This is Mu Yao of the 100 Treasures realm." Mu Yao didn't dare show any disrespect. This old man was someone of high status in the Sword realm. Moreover, this was someone who can address Prison Heart as his brother. This meant that this old man was of a higher generation. Mu Yao immediately gave Jianfeng a salute and said, Mu Yao has seen Senior Jianfeng. Jianfeng looked at Mu Yao and nodded. There's no need to be polite. I was acquainted with your master a long time ago. Take a seat. I heard that your 100 Treasures realm is doing very well recently. Mu Yao smiled and said, we're lucky. But compared to the Divergent realm and the Sword realm, we're still too far. Jianfeng laughed. To be honest, he's quite fond of Mu Yao. He was neither servile nor arrogant. He was calm and had a bearing of a respectable elder. Prison Heart smiled faintly and said, Brother Jianfeng, this is Elder Hawkins of the Divergent realm. Hawkins also stood up and gave a salute. Hawkins has seen Elder Jianfeng. Jianfeng smiled and said, worthy of being a young leader. The Divergent realm is full of talent. Hawkins quickly replied, I don't deserve Elder's praise. Prison Heart smiled and said, all right, let's stop with the pleasantries. Let's talk about the Fire Weavers. They're now on their last leg. I suspect they're planning their retreat. Jianfeng's expression turned serious as he nodded and said, if I was the Fire Weaver race, I would also choose to leave the 10,000 realm battlefield. With their current strength, they wouldn't be able to stop us. But I'm afraid the Fire Weavers wouldn't just retreat easily. They're known for being treacherous. Prison Heart nodded and said, from what I can see, let's send 2 test attacks tomorrow. If the Fire Weavers resist hard, then we'll launch a full attack. If they retreated, then we'll take it easy. Jianfeng nodded. Let's do that. Our 2 sides will send 10,000 people each. Brother Prison Heart, what do you think? Prison Heart nodded and said, all right, then we'll send the attack. Mu Yao, this time, the 100 Treasures realm will not participate. This way, you won't increase your losses. What do you think? Mu Yao smiled faintly and said, I have no problems. I'll listen to Elder's suggestion. Mu Yao understood Prison Heart's intention. This decision wasn't just for reducing the 100 Treasures realm's losses. The real reason was he didn't want the 100 Treasures realm to gain too much merit. Although the Fire Weavers have retreated, it's impossible for them to leave their headquarters as it is. Otherwise, the attackers would get all the good things inside. The Sword realm and the Divergent realm didn't want the 100 Treasures realm to gain benefits, so they used this excuse to prevent them from entering the Fire Weaver headquarters. Mu Yao might be angered by this if it was any other situation. To the Sword realm and the Divergent realm, the 100 Treasures realm has no qualifications to become their equal. But this time, Mu Yao wasn't angry. This was because he knew the gifts that the Fire Weavers left behind when they retreated. Mu Yao wasn't too anxious to receive this gift along with the Sword realm and the Divergent realm. Jianfeng discussed what to do tomorrow with Prison Heart before they left. As soon as Jianfeng left, Prison Heart turned to Mu Yao and sighed as he said, Mu Yao, I hope you don't get angry. We have no choice. If I let you participate, the Sword realm wouldn't be able to accept, and it wouldn't be good for the 100 Treasures realm. Mu Yao smiled and said, Elder can rest assured. I can understand. Prison Heart nodded and said, that's good. You also go back and rest. If our attack goes smoothly, then our cooperation will be a success. Mu Yao stood up and then gave Prison Heart a salute before leaving. As soon as he returned to his room, Mu Yao immediately called Zhao Hai and Mu Yu over. When Zhao Hai and Mu Yu arrived inside Mu Yao's cabin, they saw Mu Yao standing with a smile on his face. The two were somewhat confused. Mu Yao looked at Zhao Hai and then smiled faintly as he said, Little Hai, it seems like we need to change our plans. We no longer need to worry about losing people. Zhao Hai actually knew what happened, so he guessed what Mu Yao meant. But he still acted confused and asked, Elder, is something wrong with our plan? Mu Yao smiled, he shook his head and said, there's nothing wrong with the plan. But for tomorrow, the Divergent Realm and the Sword Realm will be sending 20,000 people to attack the Fireweaver headquarters. If our information is true, then there wouldn't be many people left inside the headquarters. In this case, the 20,000 people would find it easy to break through. When the Fireweavers fully withdraw and activate their plan, the 100 Treasures Realm wouldn't be there to receive the damage. However, The Divergent Realm and the Sword Realm wouldn't lose a lot. For these two realms, losing 10,000 people was nothing at all. Looking at Mu Yao, who was feeling happy, gloating at every thought, Zhao Hai and Mu Yu didn't say anything. Naturally, Mu Yao didn't say anything wrong. The loss of 20,000 people was nothing for the Sword Realm and the Divergent Realm. However, the impact of this event wouldn't be small. This was because the people who would be sent in first would be those who were very loyal to the two realms. In terms of value, the loss of the two realms wouldn't be small. Still, with a smile on his face, Mu Yao said, "Tell everyone about the news so that they wouldn't be confused that the plan is changed. When things are settled here, we will go back to the headquarters, but I reckon Little Hai will be left behind." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm going to be alright." Mu Yao nodded and waved his hand, allowing Zhao Hai and Mu Yu to leave. After the two left, they immediately spread the news to everyone to keep them from making a move. The next day, the Divergent Realm and the Sword Realm organized an army of 20,000 people to attack the Fireweaver headquarters. Just as Mu Yao thought, the majority of the 20,000-man army was composed of the two realms' natives. There were only a few who came from the subordinate realms. Mu Yao and Zhao Hai looked at the headquarters calmly. They were hoping that the moment would arrive soon. The Fireweavers didn't let Zhao Hai wait for a long time. In less than an hour, a loud noise was heard from the Fireweaver headquarters. Then the entire headquarters erupted like a volcano. A red pillar flew straight towards the sky. The defensive shield of the headquarters popped like a soap bubble. The explosion expanded out for nearly a mile before finally stopping. Everyone stared blankly at the Fireweaver headquarters. The sky was filled with dust and there was no way to see inside. The entire headquarters has disappeared and was replaced by a huge crater 100 meters deep. Not to mention people, there were no corpses found. Everyone was stunned looking at this, including Zhao Hai and Mu Yao. Although they knew the plan of the Fireweavers, they didn't expect the gunpowder to produce such a huge explosion. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. If they really entered the headquarters and enacted their plan, they would have still been injured. Even an immortal expert would meet a cruel death under such an explosion. It should be mentioned that the shockwave of the explosion caused the shields of the large artifacts to break. Moreover, the large artifacts had been pushed 5 kilometers back. One could see how strong the explosion was. Chapter 1619, End of the War. Prison Heart's expression was ugly as he looked at the scene in front of him. He didn't expect the Fireweavers to be so ruthless. They actually left such a huge trap before leaving. However, he was someone who had been through many storms. He took a deep breath and calmed down. He turned to Hawkins beside him and said, "Send people to search around and see if anyone survived." Hawkins came back to his senses. There was panic on his face. He immediately sent the order. Mu Yao was also not idle. He turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, have everyone come to help. See if there's any survivors nearby. Also, look out for any ambushes." Zhao Hai nodded and then took out a jade sword message. After sending the jade sword message, Zhao Hai waved his hand as a huge ball of water flew out of his hand. The water ball exploded and became a drizzle which poured down the surrounding area. The cultivators of the 100 Treasures realm flew over and helped search the surroundings. They widened their search but could only see severed limbs and clumps of meat. They didn't see any survivors. After 5 hours of searching, the three groups convened to Zhao Hai's large artifacts. They found nothing. Not only were they unable to gain any harvests, all cultivators from the Divergent Realm and the Sword Realm had met a cruel death. Even Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to bring them back by turning them into undead. Hawkins had a pale expression when he returned to the ship. He bowed to Prison Heart and said, "Elder, we weren't able to discover any survivors." Prison Heart already calmed himself down. He nodded and said, "All right, have everyone take a rest. Ask Jian Feng to come over. I have something to tell him." Hawkins nodded as he turned around and left. When Hawkins left, Prison Heart went to Mu Yao's room and said, "Mu Yao, come over as well. We'll be discussing the result of the war." Mu Yao nodded. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Have everyone return to the large artifacts to take a rest." Zhao Hai nodded before he turned around and left. Not long after Mu Yao and Prison Heart entered the cabin, Hawkins returned with Jian Feng. As Mu Yao was about to give Jian Feng a salute, Zhang Feng waved his hand as he turned to Prison Heart and said, "I didn't expect the Fire Weavers to be so ruthless. We fell for their scheme." Prison Heart replied, "There's no use discussing this. No matter what, the war is over and we won. The Fire Weavers have left the 10,000 realm battlefield. This is something worth being happy for." Jian Feng nodded and sat down. Mu Yao and Hawkins also sat down. After everyone sat down, Prison Heart turned to Jian Feng and said, "Jian Feng, I intend to bury all those who died here. We'll construct a huge grave in this place to commemorate their sacrifice. What do you think?" Hearing Prison Heart, Jian Feng stared, then he immediately nodded and said, "I agree, as it should be." Prison Heart nodded. "The war is over, and we'll handle the conclusion as we have discussed before. Is there no problem with this?" Jian Feng shook his head and said, "There's no problem, we'll follow the agreement." Prison Heart gave another nod, then he turned to Mu Yao and said, "Mu Yao, after you go back, send people to receive Half-Beast Island. The 100 Treasures realm owns it from now on." Mu Yao cupped his fist and said, "I thank Elder Prison Heart." Prison Heart waved his hand and said, "You have nothing to thank for. You earned this." The 100 Treasures realm contributed greatly in this battle. Without your large artifacts, we wouldn't have been able to break through their defensive line. But when you go back, have Little Hai stay for some time." Mu Yao nodded and said, "All right." Once Little Hai sends us back, he will return immediately. Elder can rest assured. Prison Heart gave a nod and said, "All right, Brother Jian Feng. Let's jointly send an announcement to the outside world. We've sent away the evildoers of the 10,000 realm battlefield." Jian Feng understood Prison Heart's meaning. They weren't just going to announce that the Fire Weavers have been driven away. They were also telling people that the Fire Weavers' territory now belonged to them. Naturally, Jian Feng wouldn't disagree. If they don't do this, people would say that the two realms were shamelessly grabbing other people's land. Prison Heart discussed the aftermath of the war with everyone before they all left. When Mu Yao returned to his room, he found that the immortal experts were already waiting for him. He quickly opened his door and invited them all inside. After everyone entered the room, Mu Yao looked at everyone and then said, "The war has ended. We have officially received Half-Beast Island. Long live." Everyone cheered. Half-Beast Island was a territory that the 100 Treasures realm had long wanted to obtain. Now, they were able to get it. They were naturally happy. After some time, the mood in the room has calmed down. Mu Yao smiled and said, "We still have things to take care of. Once we're finished, we will return to the realm and then send people over to Half-Beast Island. But everyone should be aware that it would be very difficult to subdue the island. We need to be prepared." Little Hai, once you send us back, you'll need to come back. Prison Heart wants you to study with him. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, Elder." Everyone looked at Zhao Hai with a different gaze. It must be known that Zhao Hai was now a guest seat elder of the Divergent Realm. His identity was almost on par with Mu Yao. Zhao Hai didn't mind the gazes, nor did Mu Yao. Mu Yao knew clearly that Zhao Hai's acknowledgement of a master was quite ominous. After explaining a few more details, Mu Yao had everyone go back. When they left Mu Yao's room, Mu Yu patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "You be careful." Zhao Hai nodded. He looked to Mu Yu and said, "Brother Mu, you have to work hard too. When I return, I hope that we already have Half-Beast Island under control." Mu Yu smiled faintly and said, "We certainly will. You can rest assured." Then the two returned to their own cabins. 2 days later, a huge tomb appeared where the Fireweaver headquarters used to be. A huge stone tablet was erected with 20,000 names engraved on it. The back of the tablet was also engraved. The tombstone was very tall and could be seen at a distance. Zhao Hai looked at the tablet and could feel an emotion. It was clear that the Divergent Realm and the Sword Realm were the invaders that drove the Fireweavers away. But now, the dead were heralded as heroes while the Fireweavers would be forgotten. It was indeed true that winners were the ones to write history. After setting up the tomb and paying respects, The 100 Treasures realm began to leave. After Zhao Hai sends them back, Zhao Hai would return with Prison Heart to the Divergent realm in order to study. The return journey was very safe. Nobody provoked them. The expulsion of the Fire Weavers by the Divergent realm, Sword realm, and the 100 Treasures realm has been spread around the entire battlefield. The 100 Treasures realm troops had just experienced war. In this case, only blind people would dare fight them. It would be courting death. After 10 days, the 100 Treasures realm arrived at their headquarters, and after a day of rest, Zhao Hai used the transmission formation to head towards the Divergent realm's headquarters. Prison Heart already returned to their headquarters. An agreement had already been drafted before they began to take action against the Fire Weavers, so there simply wasn't much left to take care about. Whether it was the Sword or the Divergent realm, they were beginning to digest their gains. This was the first time Zhao Hai came to the Divergent realm's headquarters. However, he wasn't ignorant about the place. This was because the space already mapped it out. The biggest difference between the Divergent realm's headquarters and the other headquarters was that there weren't as many caves inside. There were houses built inside, unlike other places where there weren't many houses and had many caves instead. After appearing in the transmission formation, a severed soul expert immediately approached him. He sized Zhao Hai up and down before asking, "Friend, what is your reason for coming to the headquarters?" Zhao Hai looked at the person. He looked ordinary besides his eyes. They were red and weren't normal. Zhao Hai quickly replied, "Hello, my name is Zhao Hai. I am here to visit my master." As soon as the person heard Zhao Hai's name, he was stunned. He heard that Elder Prison Heart has accepted a disciple named Zhao Hai and he was from the 100 Treasures realm. He didn't expect to actually see Zhao Hai. He looked at Zhao Hai's appearance once more and couldn't help but feel disappointed. This was because Zhao Hai was too ordinary. He didn't seem to look any special. It must be known that Prison Heart had a very high status in the Divergent realm. People like this severed soul expert would be lucky to have Prison Heart spare them a few words. They wouldn't even dare to think about being accepted as Prison Heart's disciple. However, Prison Heart actually accepted Zhao Hai as a disciple. This caused the severed soul expert to feel curious about Zhao Hai as well as envious. If Zhao Hai was extraordinary, then there would be no problems. However, Zhao Hai looked extremely ordinary. The severed soul expert was unconvinced. As though going through normal procedures, he asked, "Do you have proof that you're Zhao Hai?" Chapter 1620, 120 Face Spiritual Crystal. The proof that Zhao Hai handed over was his guest seat elder token. Seeing the token, the severed soul expert was startled. He no longer dared to delay as he quickly handed the token back to Zhao Hai and said, "Elder, please come with me." There's a reason for the sudden politeness of the severed soul expert. In the Divergent realm, the position of an elder was very high. Although guest seat elders didn't hold too much power in the realm, their position was still very high, and with Zhao Hai being Prison Heart's disciple, even if someone wasn't fond of him, they still wouldn't dare offend him. They all knew clearly how unlucky they would be if they offended Zhao Hai. Although he embarrassed Zhao Hai, what the person did was also a rule of the Divergent realm. He was just acting according to the law. Zhao Hai didn't mind the person's response. He smiled and received the token before walking out with the severed soul expert. The Divergent realm's headquarters was on a platform on a summit. There were various structures everywhere. The Divergent realm's transmission formation was in the center of this platform. The severed soul expert led Zhao Hai out of the transmission formation square and then they flew up. Zhao Hai calmly followed behind as they flew past various buildings. Before long, the two got out of the platform and out of the mountain. They didn't fly far before they came upon a valley. The valley was very beautiful and there was a small creek flowing through it. When they reached the valley outside, the person leading Zhao Hai said, "This is the valley Elder Prison Heart lives in. We don't have the authority to enter. I can only lead you here." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Thank you." Then he turned his head to the valley and said, "Zhao Hai pays master a visit." The voice of Prison Heart was immediately heard, "It's Little Hai, come in, come in." Zhao Hai nodded, then flew towards the valley. The severed soul expert looked at Zhao Hai and sighed before leaving. The valley was as beautiful as a painting. There were plenty of stimulating flowers and calming grass inside. The stimulating flowers and calming grass were clearly well taken care of. Most importantly, Zhao Hai could feel something special from these stimulating flowers and calming grass. Combined together, the stimulating flowers and calming grass smelled very good. Moreover, they calmed one's mind. They provide great benefits to cultivation. A small creek flowed through the valley looking like a jade belt, giving the valley a more vibrant aura. Next to the creek was a small thatch-roofed house. The house wasn't huge. It was built to fit in with the environment. Zhao Hai moved around the thatch-roofed house and stood in front of the door. Then Prison Heart's voice was heard, "Little Hai, come in." Zhao Hai nodded and then stepped inside the hut. The thatch-roofed hut was truly small. The interior was around 40 square meters. It was completely empty, devoid of anything but the transforming clouds in the middle. Sitting in the middle was Prison Heart, who had his eyes closed. Zhao Hai stepped forward and then gave a salute. "I have seen Master." Prison Heart nodded and said, "Sit down and try to practice. If there's something you don't know, come and ask me." Zhao Hai nodded and then took out a clump of clouds and then sat down. Seeing Zhao Hai sitting down to practice, Prison Heart nodded and then closed his eyes once more. Zhao Hai didn't mind Prison Heart's actions. Zhao Hai had his guard up all the time. It wouldn't be easy to make a move on him. Although Zhao Hai seems to be practicing, he was actually using his mind to pay attention to Mu Yu and the others through the space. Mu Yu and the others had already gone to Half-Beast Island and watched over it. Naturally, they had a minimal level of control. For so many years, the Divergent Realm failed to make Half-Beast Island submit. At this time, the 100 Treasures Realm only owned the island in name. In order to deal with the inhabitants of Half-Beast Island, Zhao Hai lent Mu Yu his Hell King's ship as well as a number of sword shuttles. In this case, everything that happened on the island was well known by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also had some prior understanding about the island. It was inhabited by countless beasts. Each of these beasts were unruly and difficult to subdue. Moreover, these beasts weren't weak at all. And even if they were weak, they would go all out and sacrifice their lives when pushed into a corner. When dealing with outsiders, the beasts would be united. Because of this, the Divergent Realm weren't able to do much with the island. Of course, the fact that the Divergent Realm wasn't able to subdue Half-Beast Island was somewhat related to the 100 Treasures Realm. Since the 100 Treasures Realm had long wanted to get a hold of Half-Beast Island, they supported a few beast races in order to fight the Divergent Realm. This way, the Divergent Realm would be unable to gain complete control over the island. Because of this, the 100 Treasures Realm was able to foster some relationships with the inhabitants of the island. But at the same time, the 100 Treasures Realm knew that friendship with the beasts of the island was different from making them submit to the 100 Treasures Realm. The beasts of the island were very defensive against outsiders. Those who weren't their kind were expelled. Even if they had some relationship with the 100 Treasures Realm, they were still vigilant. This became an issue now that the jurisdiction of Half-Beast Island was transferred to the 100 Treasures Realm. For the beasts in Half-Beast Island, the island should belong to them. Any human who wants to rule the island would be their enemy. This applied to the Divergent Realm, and now it also applied to the 100 Treasures Realm. Because of this, if they wanted to take control of the island, the 100 Treasures Realm would need to work hard. It was also because of this that Mu Yu asked to borrow Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship and some sword shuttles. As Zhao Hai was observing Half-Beast Island, Prison Heart slowly opened his eyes. He looked at Zhao Hai before standing up and walking out. Laura and the others immediately told Zhao Hai that Prison Heart had gotten up. Zhao Hai returned his attention back and also opened his eyes before going outside. Prison Heart stood in front of the thatch-roofed hut, looking at the stimulating flowers and calming grass in the valley. Hearing Zhao Hai come out, he didn't turn his head but instead said, "I have lived in this valley for nearly thousands of years. All this time, this valley always had the air of spring. It's most suitable for growing calming plants and stimulating flowers. The fragrance of these plants, when mixed together, is very beneficial to cultivators. Not only can they allow someone to cultivate faster, they also prevent people from being invaded by demons. Zhao Hai continued to be silent as he stood behind Prison Heart. He didn't understand why Prison Heart was saying these things to him. Prison Heart turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, your spiritual force is higher than average people. Practice here in the next few days. Have your spiritual crystal develop 120 faces as soon as possible." Zhao Hai bowed and said, "Yes, Master. I will train hard." Prison Heart nodded. Then he turned back to the stimulating flowers and calming grass in the valley and said, "In the past, just as I reached 120 faces, I entered a battle that left my spirit injured. Later on, using the calming grass and stimulating flowers of this valley, I was able to heal myself. However, although I could still increase my spiritual force, my internal injury was still there. This internal injury became the biggest obstacle in my progress." Zhao Hai continued to listen. He didn't expect Prison Heart to be injured in the immortal stage. Moreover, it was an injury that persisted until now. Prison Heart sighed and said, "Little Hai, you're still young. Moreover, you're talented. As long as you practice diligently, you will reach the immortal stage sooner or later. Moreover, from what I can see, that day wouldn't be far. But you must remember that the immortal stage isn't the peak of cultivation. After the immortal stage, there are other more powerful stages. Because of my internal injury, I can no longer reach those stages, but you still can. But when that time comes, I'm afraid I will no longer be here." Zhao Hai had no choice but to comfort his master. "Master, as long as you take proper rest, then you shouldn't suffer any problems." Prison Heart shook his head and said, "I know the most about my current state. At most, I only have 2 years left. If I see you condensing 120 faces in your crystal, then I will die relieved." Zhao Hai quickly replied, "Master." Without waiting for him to continue, Prison Heart waved his hand and said, "There's no need to say more. Although cultivators strive to go against the heavens, sometimes we have to succumb to fate. I have completely spent my lifespan. There's no need to worry so much, just cultivate properly." Zhao Hai lowered his head and said, "Yes, Master." Prison Heart waved his hand and said, "Go practice. There's no need to think about me. I'm already stuck with my cultivation. However, you are different. You need to practice well. I hope that you can reach 120 faces soon." Zhao Hai nodded before he returned to the thatch-roofed hut and sat on the transforming clouds. Then he shifted his attention to the space. To be honest, Zhao Hai was touched by Prison Heart's words. He almost told Prison Heart that he already reached 120 faces in his spiritual crystal, and currently, his spiritual crystal has reached 360 faces. Although it hasn't increased anymore, he was becoming more and more proficient in using the crystal. But in the end, Zhao Hai didn't tell the truth. He doesn't like other people knowing his secrets. Therefore, he was prepared to tell Prison Heart that he reached 120 faces only after some time. In any case, he had nothing else to do in the meantime other than staying in the hut. He couldn't physically go to the space and could only use his spiritual force to observe Muyu and the others through the space. Chapter 1621. 1 year. Time quickly passed by. Zhao Hai already stayed in Prison Heart's valley for an entire year. This year, Zhao Hai practiced in the valley and relaxed from time to time. Prison Heart didn't mind this behavior. He was instead happy. Prison Heart knew that practice was a balance between tension and relaxation. If Zhao Hai practiced all the time, then Prison Heart might suspect that he had been possessed by a devil. When Zhao Hai went out to relax, he left the Divergent Realm headquarters and went outside. Actually, he used this opportunity to go to the space to accompany Laura and the others. Although his consciousness had always been with them, it wasn't his real body in the end. Laura and the others would still miss him if they didn't see him for a long time. In this year, Zhao Hai's spiritual crystal became 420 faces from 360. This was good news for Zhao Hai. His spiritual force had become more formidable. This meant that his instinct technique, infinity technique, bright sword technique, and enlightenment technique would become much stronger. Zhao Hai has been stalling. He didn't tell Prison Heart that his spiritual force had reached 480 faces. Prison Heart still believed that Zhao Hai was working towards a 120-face spiritual crystal. When his instinct technique became stronger, Zhao Hai discovered that Prison Heart was emitting a very dangerous aura. If Prison Heart had no evil intentions, then Zhao Hai might not have felt this danger. Since he could feel danger, this only meant that Prison Heart was plotting something. Moreover, it was hidden very deep. With Prison Heart's strength, Zhao Hai wasn't able to discover it before. Zhao Hai wanted to know what Prison Heart wanted to do. Naturally, he wouldn't reveal his real strength. Through his year of observation, Zhao Hai could feel that Prison Heart would make his move once he reaches 120 faces on his spiritual crystal. Moreover, Zhao Hai could see that although Prison Heart didn't say anything, a hint of anxiety appeared in his eyes as he waited for Zhao Hai to make a breakthrough. It was hidden so well that Zhao Hai barely noticed it. In addition to training, Zhao Hai also paid attention to Half-Beast Island. Using both weapons and diplomacy, Mu Yu and the others were able to conquer the island bit by bit. There were some beast races that had completely surrendered to the 100 Treasures realm. However, taking the entire island was still not easy. There were too many races in Half-Beast Island. There were some beast races that weren't afraid of the 100 Treasures realm. Now that he has stabilized his 480-face spiritual crystal, Zhao Hai now felt safe telling Prison Heart that he succeeded in condensing a 120-face crystal. He wanted to see what Prison Heart wanted to do. With this thought in mind, Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes. When Prison Heart felt that Zhao Hai had opened his eyes, he also opened his eyes and said, "Little Hai, you have practiced for 7 days, it's time to take a rest." Zhao Hai stood up and then bowed to Prison Heart and said, "Master, disciple has reached 120 faces in his spiritual crystal." Hearing Zhao Hai, Prison Heart's eyes shone. Then he laughed and said, "Good, great." After he said that, he suddenly vomited blood. Zhao Hai was stunned. Then he said in shock, "Master, what's wrong? Are you alright?" Prison Heart raised his head. "I'm alright." "Little Hai, Master is relieved to see you break through before I die. Take this. It's the skill I practiced after reaching 120 faces in the past. I thought I wouldn't be able to hand it to you personally." Zhao Hai received the jade slip but didn't immediately examine it. He looked at Prison Heart and said, "Master, didn't you say that you still have a year left in your lifespan? How can you become like this?" Prison Heart shook his head as he sighed and said, "I'm afraid I only have a month left. I'm used to leaving people to practice at peace, so I didn't tell you." "Come, take a seat." Zhao Hai sat in front of Prison Heart with a worried expression. Prison Heart sighed and said, "Heavens really do punish evildoers. Last time, I wanted to use my spiritual force to subdue you and Mu Yu so that you would become people of the Divergent realm and help its future. However, I was hurt by our formation, so I could only suffer the injury. I accepted you as a disciple so that you could reach 120 faces this year. If you don't, then I will use my own spiritual force to boost you up. I was afraid that you won't reach 120 faces before I die. Fortunately, you broke through." Zhao Hai stared. He had a confused expression as he said, "Master, why didn't you tell me before? Why did you tell me to take a rest?" Prison Heart nodded and said, "I'm afraid of you being anxious in your training. Any mistakes during spiritual force practice might leave you with an injury that couldn't be fixed. Because of this, Master didn't give you any pressure." Zhao Hai worriedly replied, "Master, this disciple was unable to understand your pains. Please forgive me." Prison Heart forced a smile and said, "I don't blame you. You didn't know. Alright. There's no need to be sad. Your master has lived for many years. I have seen everything. Go clean this place up." Zhao Hai nodded as he immediately took out a clump of water and washed the blood stain away. Prison Heart took out a jade sword message and then sent it out. After Zhao Hai tidied the place up, he stayed on one side and didn't make any noise. Prison Heart looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I've called Hawkins over. Since my time is running out, I have to inform him. There are also some things in the realm that I need to explain to him clearly. This way, I won't have any worries in the future. This month I'll make preparations so that I can transfer all of my spiritual force to you." The grief on Zhao Hai's face increased, then with a sad tone he replied, "Master, is there no other way? I hear that there's medicines in the 10,000 realm battlefield that can prolong life. Disciple is ready to seek it out for you." Prison Heart waved his hand and said, "It's useless. I have already eaten all kinds of medicine. It's no longer possible to extend my lifespan. You becoming my disciple before my lifespan runs out. Master is already content." Now tears were flowing down Zhao Hai's face. He no longer said anything. Before long, Hawkins arrived along with a group of Divergent Realm immortal experts. Seeing Zhao Hai's sad expression, they couldn't help but stare. Then their expressions changed as they looked at Prison Heart. Seeing their gazes, Prison Heart sighed and said, "I have an important matter to tell you. I have already spent my lifespan and I will perish soon. I'll leave the Divergent Realm to you." Boom! Prison Heart's words were like a bomb that exploded inside the minds of the immortal experts. They were all startled by the news. This included Hawkins. He looked at Prison Heart and said, "Elder, stop joking. The Divergent Realm can't go on without you." Prison Heart looked at Hawkins in the eye and said, "Don't be dramatic. Upon starting one's cultivation, one should also be aware that their life would reach its end. Did you think I will live forever?" Hawkins was silent. Everyone lowered their heads and didn't have the guts to look at Prison Heart. All of them were sad. Prison Heart looked at everyone and then sighed, "I could feel my lifespan ending. So I took a little Hai as a disciple. I gave all of my learning to Zhao Hai and also my cultivation method. With him as a guest elder, I can rest assured. It is all up to you how to develop the Divergent Realm in the future. If you have anything you need help with, you can approach Little Hai." "Alright, all of you should go. Little Hai can accompany me. After I die, Little Hai only needs to cremate my body along with this thatch-roofed house. If you want to pay respects, do it outside the valley." When they heard Prison Heart's last words to them, the immortal experts couldn't help but grieve. Prison Heart looked at them and then sighed. A ring flew in front of Hawkins as Prison Heart said, "In this ring are some things I have saved through the years. There are also techniques that I practiced. In the future, if someone specializing in spiritual force appears, you can go show it to them. Now go." Hawkins received the ring with tears in his eyes. He took the lead and kowtowed towards Prison Heart. After everyone paid their last respects, they withdrew from the thatch-roofed hut and departed from the valley. Zhao Hai looked at Prison Heart leaving his final words without saying anything. When Hawkins and the others left, Zhao Hai looked at Prison Heart and said, "Master, take a rest. If you don't give me your cultivation, maybe you can still increase your lifespan. In that case, this disciple doesn't need your cultivation." Prison Heart looked at Zhao Hai and sighed, "Even if I don't give you my cultivation, I still won't survive this month." "There's no need to think about it. We'll use this time to consolidate your cultivation. You shouldn't waste your master's sacrifice." Zhao Hai nodded. He sat in front of Prison Heart and closed his eyes. It only took a moment for him to enter a meditative state. Looking at Zhao Hai, Prison Heart lightly sighed. He had a complex expression on his face as he closed his eyes. Although Zhao Hai seems to be meditating, he knew what was happening outside. In truth, he was merely acting. This was because he could feel that Prison Heart was also acting. Now he wants to see what Prison Heart has in store for him. Chapter 1622. The plan. It wasn't that Zhao Hai was insensitive and refused to believe Prison Heart. Instead, even after Prison Heart's words and him vomiting blood, Zhao Hai could still feel the dangerous aura from Prison Heart, and the more actions Prison Heart did, the more intense this dangerous aura became. The moment Prison Heart left his words for Hawkins and the others, this was the time the dangerous aura reached its peak. Zhao Hai knew very well that this dangerous aura could only mean that Prison Heart was ready to kill him. This dangerous feeling was brought upon by Zhao Hai's instinct technique. As his spiritual force got more and more powerful, Zhao Hai's instinct technique got more and more reactive. This made Zhao Hai more aware if someone was hostile to him or were a threat to his life. Hostility could be felt from Prison Heart's body. Although he didn't display it outside, Zhao Hai could feel through the instinct technique that Prison Heart was intent on killing him. Zhao Hai doesn't know what Prison Heart was planning to do, but he was certain that Prison Heart wanted to kill him. As to how he plans to do it, Zhao Hai doesn't know. It was precisely because he didn't know what was going to happen that Zhao Hai wanted to know about it. He believed that Prison Heart had a plan, and this plan will be enacted a month from now. When Prison Heart said that he only has 1 month remaining, it was also a time limit. He will definitely do something in this 1 month. Therefore, Zhao Hai wasn't anxious. He just wanted to know what move Prison Heart plans to make. Zhao Hai sat still for 10 days. In these 10 days, he observed Prison Heart carefully. He also analyzed the situation. He began thinking of methods Prison Heart might use on him, and how to deal with it. However, Zhao Hai was left disappointed. There were no moves coming from Prison Heart in these 10 days. He was still the same, sitting in place like a statue. Zhao Hai could no longer wait. He knew that there was no point waiting the entire month. So he decided to tell Prison Heart that he was prepared. Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, Prison Heart also woke up. Zhao Hai looked at Prison Heart and said, "Master, I'm done." Prison Heart looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Have you stabilized your spiritual crystal?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, Master. It's completely stable." Prison Heart nodded and said, "Little Hai, in a while, you should completely relax your spiritual force. Then guide my spiritual force to your spiritual crystal. You shouldn't have any hesitations, understand?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, Master. I understand." Prison Heart nodded. Then he waved Zhao Hai to sit opposite him. He muttered something and then began to stretch out his hand towards Zhao Hai's forehead. A foreign spiritual force began entering Zhao Hai's head. Seeing this, Zhao Hai began to position his 5-element killing formation around his spiritual crystal. At this point, Zhao Hai could control his 5-element killing formation. Although he cannot release it outwards, it was still enough to protect his spirit. Naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't planning to use the formation right now. He just positioned it right next to his spiritual crystal as a contingency. To fool Prison Heart, Zhao Hai camouflaged his spiritual crystal to appear as though it only had 120 faces. Zhao Hai guided Prison Heart's spiritual force as it slowly entered the spiritual crystal. He found that the spiritual force was very pure. This caused Zhao Hai to be puzzled. Does Prison Heart really intend to pass all of his spiritual force to him? At this moment, Zhao Hai noticed that Prison Heart's spiritual force was already covering all 120 faces of the disguised spiritual crystal. All 120 faces were occupied by Prison Heart's spiritual force. If he wasn't vigilant against Prison Heart, Zhao Hai wouldn't have been able to notice this. When Prison Heart's spiritual force entered his spiritual crystal, Zhao Hai suddenly felt a powerful force smashing through. This spiritual force wasn't pure at all. It had a consciousness. In other words, it was under Prison Heart's control. Zhao Hai was startled, but he didn't make a move. This should be Prison Heart's move. As the spiritual force rushed into Zhao Hai's spiritual crystal, Zhao Hai discovered that it was slowly eroding Zhao Hai's imprint on the crystal. If this was in the past, Zhao Hai wouldn't have noticed this. In other words, once the spiritual crystal's imprint was erased, Zhao Hai would lose his spirit. He would become someone neither dead nor alive. He would have a body with no spirit. However, Zhao Hai was different. The spiritual crystal was merely a tool for him. His true spirit wasn't even there. His spirit could enter his avatar, Tao Lotus, or even the space. There's no need for his spirit to stay at a consistent place. By this point, Zhao Hai had an idea as to what Prison Heart wanted to do. If there was a term to illustrate what Prison Heart was planning, then it would be seizing the body. Correct. Prison Heart wanted to seize Zhao Hai's body for himself. Zhao Hai finally understood why Prison Heart accepted him as a disciple, giving him a guest seat elder position, and even wanting him to achieve a 120-face spiritual crystal. Zhao Hai exhaled and felt the spiritual crystal in his head. There was already another consciousness there. It belonged to Prison Heart. Prison Heart didn't know anything about Zhao Hai. He thought that Zhao Hai was just an ordinary genius cultivator. He didn't expect that Zhao Hai was a completely different existence. Prison Heart tried to attack Zhao Hai using his spiritual force before. This way, he could control Zhao Hai and become beneficial to the Divergent Realm. However, he found that there was a powerful formation in Zhao Hai's mind which blocked his spiritual force. He even suffered a backlash which caused his lifespan to be reduced even further. He didn't lie to Zhao Hai. He does indeed have 2 years of life left. It was precisely because of this that he took the risk to seize Zhao Hai's body. Prison Heart knew clearly that if he wanted to seize Zhao Hai's body, then he would need the 5-element killing formation to be turned off, otherwise he would be killed in the process. Therefore, he received Zhao Hai as a disciple and taught him. The goal was to have Zhao Hai lower his vigilance and foster a sentimental bond with him. Once Zhao Hai lowers his guard, Zhao Hai would allow Prison Heart's spiritual force into his spiritual crystal. This would allow Prison Heart to invade Zhao Hai's spiritual crystal and completely erase Zhao Hai's consciousness. With this, Zhao Hai would disappear and would be replaced by Prison Heart. Because Zhao Hai was the one directing the spiritual force, the 5-element killing formation wouldn't activate. It would be safe for Prison Heart. It can be said that this was a perfect plan. However, Prison Heart wasn't aware that Zhao Hai has the instinct technique. He didn't know that Zhao Hai's spiritual force was only a tool for using spiritual force. He didn't know that Zhao Hai has the space. He also didn't know that Zhao Hai had always been guarded against him. When he felt that the conditions were ripe, Prison Heart broke into Zhao Hai's spiritual crystal. He wanted to eliminate Zhao Hai's consciousness completely and take over his body. He didn't think that Zhao Hai would be watching this happen, and the spiritual crystal was just a bait. When Zhao Hai felt Prison Heart's consciousness enter his spiritual crystal, he began to move. The other 360 faces of the spiritual crystal appeared along with the 5 elements killing formation. Like an antivirus software, the spiritual crystal was scanned. Before Prison Heart could understand what happened, his consciousness was erased by the 5 elements killing formation. Zhao Hai's imprint once again appeared on the spiritual crystal. Zhao Hai opened his eyes and looked opposite him. Prison Heart was already dead with no signs of life. His body was like a dried oil lamp. He thought that he could control Zhao Hai, but he didn't think that he was completely wrong. In the end, he paid the consequences with his own life. Zhao Hai sighed and then waved his hand. A black cloud covered Prison Heart's body. He wanted to see if he could turn Prison Heart into an undead. He didn't hold too much hope because he knew that turning a corpse into an undead required a trace of spirit inside the corpse. Prison Heart's spirit had been completely erased. Although he wasn't too hopeful, Zhao Hai still tried. After all, Prison Heart was a true powerhouse. It would be a waste if he perished just like that. Chapter 1623, Wanting to Leave. When the black cloud vanished, Prison Heart was actually standing. He gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "I have seen young master." Zhao Hai stared. He looked at Prison Heart and asked, "Wasn't your spirit extinguished? How can you still have consciousness?" Prison Heart replied, replying to young master, "My main consciousness was indeed extinguished. But immortal experts have gone through soul division during the severed soul stage. At that time, we would have 2 souls, the main soul and the secondary soul. When entering the immortal stage, this secondary soul will be used to feel the consciousness of the heavens and the earth. Once you succeed, then you can enter the immortal stage. This secondary soul will also merge with the consciousness of the heavens and the earth and will become the main offensive method of an immortal expert. Once an immortal expert's main soul dissipates, the secondary soul can exist for a period of time. But since it has been merged with the heavens and the earth, it can no longer control the body. Once the main soul is lost, the secondary soul will slowly disappear. Zhao Hai nodded in understanding. Secondary souls of immortal experts were truly different from those of the severed soul experts. When immortal experts attack, they carry a trace of spirit. For example, there's the spirit of the mountain, spirit of the sea, and many others. These attacks have traces of the heavens and the earth. Attacks with the spirit of the mountain would carry a huge restricting force and would also have an increased offensive strength. Zhao Hai looked at Prison Heart and said, "Then can you use your spiritual force right now?" Prison Heart nodded and said, "Yes, I can use my spiritual force and can continue to cultivate." Zhao Hai nodded. He waved his hand and took out a black robe. It was an ancient robe that had a hood that covered the entire head. Zhao Hai gave the robe to Prison Heart and said, "You'll wear this from now on. I'll call you over if I need anything." Prison Heart nodded and put on the robe. Zhao Hai waved his hand and sent Prison Heart to the space. The moment he knew about Prison Heart's plan, Zhao Hai immediately figured everything out. Zhao Hai had to recognize that Prison Heart was very loyal to the Divergent Realm. Although Prison Heart wanted to live longer, the main purpose of his actions was to benefit the Divergent Realm. Because he wanted to help the Divergent Realm, he wanted to live longer. He gave Zhao Hai the guest seat holder status and the right to speak of the realm's matters. And once Prison Heart succeeds with his plan, he can use this status and privilege to help the Divergent Realm. As to why Prison Heart had to wait until Zhao Hai reaches a 120-face spiritual crystal, it might be because stealing bodies wasn't easy. One spiritual force should reach a certain level, otherwise the body wouldn't be able to handle the erasure of the original consciousness. It might leave hidden wounds or even kill the invader along with the original owner. Zhao Hai didn't know what to say about Prison Heart's method. To him, Prison Heart's methods were vicious and merciless. But to cultivators, if they had Prison Heart's strength, they would also resort to such measures if their lifespan was running out. Normally, once receiving spiritual force experts like Prison Heart, people would have immediately asked how to seize another person's body. Other people might do this, but not Zhao Hai. He was quite confident in his abilities. Zhao Hai looked at the empty hut and then at the valley before he sighed. Then he entered the space. Laura and the others were currently watching the situation of Half-Beast Island. At this time, several huge beast races had surrendered to the 100 Treasures realm. To be honest, each beast race was a headache of their own. The 100 Treasures realm doesn't know how long it would take for them to subjugate the entire island. One shouldn't think that the 100 Treasures realm hasn't thought of resorting to violence. It was just that the races of Half-Beast Island were very united. If you resort to violence, then not to say the 100 Treasures realm, even great realms like the Divergent Realm couldn't withstand it. Although the beast races were unruly, they had great strength. If the 100 Treasures realm went with a hard approach, then they wouldn't be able to get any benefits. The 100 Treasures realm found it very hard to deal with the island. But Zhao Hai couldn't do anything about it right now. He can't go over to the 100 Treasures realm to give any help. Zhao Hai wasn't worried that anyone from the Divergent realm would go to the valley for the rest of the month. The valley was a forbidden area. Without Prison Heart's approval, nobody can go in. At the same time, the people of the Divergent Realm were very respectful towards Prison Heart. This wasn't respected due to Prison Heart's seniority. Instead, it was because Prison Heart slaughtered a lot of people from the Divergent Realm in the past. His prestige had been well established. This also made Zhao Hai understand that in this world of cultivation, people would still need to establish their prestige in order to gain respect. Otherwise, nobody would treat you seriously. While looking at the situation of Half-Beast Island, Zhao Hai also paid attention to the Divergent Realm. The entire realm was currently in a depressive mood. Although everyone knew that Prison Heart was old, the old man had lived for a long time, so people were very used to him being there overlooking the realm. They expected him to live for a very long time. When information that Prison Heart left his parting words was spread, it caused a huge wave in the entire Divergent Realm. Because of their respect towards Prison Heart, nobody dared to disturb the valley as he spent his final days. At this time, the busiest of them all were Hawkins and the others. They were the ruling group of the realm. Perhaps Hawkins might not be a good ruler, but he wasn't too bad. He knew clearly that the Divergent Realm can't have any troubles in the meantime. Prison Heart was like a nuclear bomb in the past, acting as a deterrent for the other realms. Not only was Prison Heart respected by the Divergent Realm, this respect spread to the other realms as well. But once Prison Heart passed away, it was difficult to guarantee that the other realms would stay still. Therefore, The Divergent Realm was currently stabilizing its state. It cannot give the other realms an opening to exploit. Therefore, in the recent period, the troops of the Divergent Realm have been mobilized more frequently. They were guarding their territory more strictly. It was impossible for the other realms to have no ideas about the Divergent Realm. They also want to see how the Divergent Realm reacts to their situation. If the Divergent Realm was slow, then they wouldn't mind taking a bite of their territory. But looking at the movements of the Divergent Realm, the other realms began to hesitate. The other great realms also knew that Prison Heart wasn't the reason why the Divergent Realm reached its current position. Although Prison Heart was dead, the overall strength of the Divergent Realm was still there. If they provoke the Divergent Realm at this time, they would have to bear the anger of the entire realm. The Divergent Realm might even be willing to go all out against them. This wasn't something these great realms wanted to see. If Prison Heart was still alive, then the other realms might cause some trouble. Everyone knew that Prison Heart would weigh the consequences of a war. On the other hand, Hawkins was a militant. It wouldn't be good to annoy him. He was a lunatic who would be willing to attack anyone without much thought. Hawkins might not be a good leader, but he was a good general. Anyone who offends him wouldn't be let off. Because of this, the other realms were somewhat afraid of him. 20 days quickly flew by. Zhao Hai discovered people outside the valley. Zhao Hai knew that if he didn't light the thatch-roofed hut, then this matter wouldn't end. After coming out of the space, Zhao Hai looked at the hut. To be honest, he liked the hut. After all, he has lived there for more than a year. Moreover, the environment of the valley was really good. Once he finished appreciating the hut, Zhao Hai sighed and then waved his hand. Because the roof of the house was slightly wet, a lot of smoke came out. But since Zhao Hai used a fire spell, the hut burned down before long. But this wasn't over yet. Zhao Hai knew how to act in a play. He took some rocks from the side of the valley and built a grave. He also placed some offerings in front of the grave. After that, he walked out of the valley. Zhao Hai saw Hawkins as well as the other high-level personnel of the Divergent Realm outside the valley. Seeing Zhao Hai come out, Hawkins immediately stepped forward and asked, "The elder is gone?" Zhao Hai gave a sorrowful nod and said, "According to the master's last wish, I cremated his body and erected a grave. Master also wants to keep the peace of his grave. So if you need to pay your respects, you just need to do it outside the valley." Hawkins patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Little Hai, although you are Elder's disciple, you don't understand Elder's position in the Divergent Realm. Since the Elder wishes for it, then we'll just pay our respects here." After he said that, Hawkins led the others to offer their respects to Prison Heart. Zhao Hai also knew that it was time for him to leave. Chapter 1624, Autonomous Half-Beast Island. A white light flashed as Zhao Hai appeared on a transmission formation. He looked around him and saw that nothing changed. People were still walking in and out of the transmission formations. Everyone had a hopeful light on their faces. Zhao Hai smiled as he took a step forward. At this time, a voice announced his arrival. "Senior brother Zhao Hai is back. Senior brother Zhao Hai is back." Zhao Hai turned his head towards a severed soul expert by the transmission formation. In the past, people would just call him Zhao Hai or Little Hai, but now they call him Elder Brother Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Zhao Hai didn't know how high his status in the 100 Treasures was right now. Although he doesn't have a very high status in the 100 Treasures realm, Zhao Hai was now a guest seat elder in the Divergent Realm. Since the Divergent Realm was a much more powerful realm compared to the 100 Treasures realm, Zhao Hai's status naturally became different. Although Zhao Hai was still someone of the 100 Treasures realm, the cultivators of the 100 Treasures realm unconsciously elevated his status. Additionally, Zhao Hai's strength allowed his popularity to increase in the realm. Cultivators revere strength above all. With enough strength, everyone can call you elder brother or even uncle. Seeing the severed soul expert strain his throat announcing his name to everyone, Zhao Hai stared before letting out a forced smile. He really didn't know what to say. It has been more than a year that Zhao Hai hasn't returned to the 100 Treasures realm. The people of the 100 Treasures realm were also worried that Zhao Hai had joined the Divergent realm. After all, the Divergent realm was much bigger than the 100 Treasures realm. Moreover, Zhao Hai was a guest seat elder. Joining the Divergent Realm was a very attractive option. Hearing that Prison Heart has passed away, the 100 Treasures Realm were somewhat excited. They thought that Zhao Hai would immediately return. They didn't expect that Zhao Hai would wait a couple of days before coming back. But now that he's back, they couldn't help but be excited. Zhao Hai looked at everyone with a smile. Then someone stepped forward and said, "Senior brother, you're back?" "We heard that Elder Prison Heart passed away a few days ago." Asking this suddenly was quite improper, but Zhao Hai just smiled and said, "Right, Master passed away a few days ago. However, the Divergent Realm had to perform his funeral rites and I had to participate. Because of this, I ended up being delayed." Everyone nodded. Then one of them said, "All right, don't crowd the place." The elders said that once Senior Brother comes back, you should go see him. "Everyone, don't block Senior Brother." Hearing this, everyone immediately made way. Zhao Hai greeted everyone with a smile as he walked towards the conference hall. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai's back with a smile on their face. They were afraid that Zhao Hai would join the Divergent Realm and wouldn't return. These cultivators were quite superstitious. Ever since Zhao Hai joined the 100 Treasures Realm, several problems of the realm had been solved and the realm began growing, and with Zhao Hai, they would win any battles they enter. So these cultivators had a trace of worship towards Zhao Hai. They thought that Zhao Hai was the realm's lucky star and they would definitely work hard to keep him. Currently, the 100 Treasures Realm's attack on Half-Beast Island hasn't been going very well. Although Miu Yu was personally in command, the cultivators who went to Half-Beast Island would still be ambushed by the beasts. Therefore, the cultivators hoped that Zhao Hai could go to Half-Beast Island and use his great luck to conquer the island as soon as possible. If Zhao Hai knew that he was popular because of this, he wouldn't know what to say nor feel. At this time, he flew to the conference hall and said, "Zhao Hai asks to see the elders." Zongzi's voice was heard, "Little Hai, you're back. Come in quick." Zhao Hai proceeded to enter the conference hall. At this time, the people inside the hall were Zongzi and his people. Mu Yao was no longer here. Not long after returning, Mu Yao closed up and no longer took command of the realm. After the war, Mu Yao surrendered all of his control over to Zongzi. This way, nobody would think that he was fighting for power. Mu Yao made the same choice as Zhao Hai. Everything was for the stability of the 100 Treasures Realm. They didn't want to cause any conflict in the realm because of a misunderstanding. There were only 5 elders left in the conference hall, which made the room look empty. As soon as Zhao Hai entered, he immediately gave his greetings. Zongzi waved his hand and said, "Come and sit. I have to tell you something." Zhao Hai nodded and then sat down on a nearby transforming cloud. Zongzi looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, you stayed in the Divergent Realm for more than a year. How much of the 100 Treasures Realms matters do you know?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "I know some. Although Half-Beast Island has been turned over to us, our situation there isn't good. Besides this, I also know that the exchange system has been completed." Zongzi smiled and said, "Just like you said, besides the exchange system, Half-Beast Island is the only important matter that the realm has. The island is quite special. It isn't easy to deal with it. Although Little Yu is there to take command, they aren't doing very well. The beast races still refuse to accept us. Do you have any thoughts on what we should do?" Zhao Hai stared. He didn't expect Zongzi to ask for his opinion. He looked at Zongzi, who gave him a nod, giving him the permission to speak boldly. Zhao Hai thought for a while and said, "I don't know much about Half-Beast Island. I only know that it has monster races and these races don't want to be ruled over. This is the reason we have a hard time. Is that correct?" Zongzi nodded and said, "That's not incorrect. In general, the beast races don't want people to govern them." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "If that is the case, then I think it's good." "Elder, I think we seem to misunderstand something. We want Half-Beast Island for the 100 Treasures Realm, but we also want to bring the beast races over, so we send people to rule over them. I think we should change our thinking. We should treat the beast races the same as how we treat our subordinate realms. This might work for us." Hearing Zhao Hai, Zhongzi stared for a moment before he understood what Zhao Hai said. He tapped his head as he turned his head to the other elders and laughed. It seems like we've been too hard-headed. I didn't even think of that. Ha ha ha. Zhao Hai knew that it wasn't because these elders didn't think of this point, but instead it was because they subconsciously looked down on the beast races. Because of this, they haven't thought of treating the beast races seriously. They just want to send people to the beast races in order to rule them directly. If they treated the beast races like normal cultivators, then they wouldn't send people to rule them. It would be enough for the beast races to send people to support the 100 Treasures realm. Then there would be no need to set up an upper-level management for Half-Beast Island. The 100 Treasures realm can just make the beast races manage Half-Beast Island, making an autonomous government. However, this came at the condition that the beast races support the 100 Treasures realm during war and also offer tribute. Then the 100 Treasures realm wouldn't intervene with the management of the island, just like any subordinate realm. An elder hesitated as he said, "What if the beast races still don't comply?" Some beast races might separate from the 100 Treasures realm and form their own beast group and demand to be treated equal with the 100 Treasures realm. Zhao Hai sneered and said, "To deal with such people, there's only one method: kill." We can tell the beast races about our conditions. I reckon a lot of them will agree. Those who disagree will be in the minority. After all, the 100 Treasures realm is stronger than Half-Beast Island. Let them be autonomous. This will be our concession. If they still want to be equal to the 100 Treasures realm, then we can slaughter them. But we have to announce that it's impossible for the beast races to be equal to the 100 Treasures realm. The beast races will certainly think about it. They just need to hand in resources every year. They don't even need to listen to the 100 Treasures realm. I think they will make the right choice. Zhongzi nodded and said, "Most of the beast races actually just don't want humans governing them. We can agree to this. But if they want to be equal to us, then they can't blame us for being impolite." The other elders nodded. Zhongzi looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You really think differently." We couldn't understand why the beast races resisted so fiercely. It seems like this method might succeed. I will notify Little Yu immediately and ask him to use this method. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Actually, we can control the island slowly. I heard that Half-Beast Island isn't very rich in resources. What's important is its location. We can trade with the beast races in exchange for commodities. Slowly we can integrate the exchange system to the island. And once the beasts become disloyal, we can control the supplies we trade with them." What Zhao Hai was explaining was actually an economic invasion. However, cultivators don't know anything about it. Because of this, they didn't use it before. What Zhongzi and the others thought was that Zhao Hai was saying new and odd ideas. Chapter 1625, Zhao Hai the Nobody. Miu Yu looked at the Jade Sword message in his hand. The Jade Sword message was telling him how to deal with Half-Beast Island. As soon as he saw the contents, Miu Yu immediately knew that the idea came from Zhao Hai. Nobody but him can come up with such an idea. Moreover, the Jade Sword message said that Zhao Hai just came back. He would return to Blue Tree Planet before coming over to help. Miu Yu truly admired Zhao Hai. At the same time, he was disheartened. Miu Yu was a genius in the 100 Treasures realm, but he was lacking in every aspect compared to Zhao Hai. Despite this, he wasn't jealous of Zhao Hai. This was because he knew that Zhao Hai was doing his best for the 100 Treasures realm. Also, the 100 Treasures realm didn't treat him unfairly. The realm was strong and was a good place for cultivation. If Zhao Hai didn't give back to the realm, then it would be unfair. If there's no skin, the hair has nowhere to adhere to. This was what Miu Yu thought. For him, the 100 Treasures realm was fundamental. So even if Zhao Hai performed better than anyone else and has become very popular in the realm, he wasn't angry. Instead, Miu Yu was very supportive of Zhao Hai. Only in this way would the 100 Treasures realm become better. There were people from the Miu faction that told Miu Yu to be careful of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was rising fast up the rankings in the realm. In the future, Zhao Hai might affect Miu Yu's position in the 100 Treasures realm. However, Miu Yu didn't take this advice too seriously. Miu Yu had been with Zhao Hai for a long time. He found that Zhao Hai doesn't want power. Multiple times in the past, Zhao Hai would hand over his merits to Miu Yu and retreat in the back. At that time, Miu Yu didn't understand, but now he did. Zhao Hai didn't want any misunderstandings to happen between the two of them. Miu Yu was appreciative about this point. To be honest, Miu Yu was exhausted with Half-Beast Island. Every single thing about the island was a headache to deal with. Because he was dealing with these things, Miu Yu's cultivation time has been deeply affected. Miu Yu was half-step into the immortal stage. If he was given time, he would have become an immortal expert by now. To be honest, Miu Yu's thirst for cultivation was stronger than his desire for power. He now hopes that Zhao Hai would come to the Half-Beast Island and handle everything. Then he would have time to cultivate. But since Zhao Hai has yet to arrive, Miu Yu couldn't do anything. After receiving the Jade Sword message, he immediately went to invite the leaders of various beast races. He wanted to have a good chat with them. Half-Beast Island wasn't big, but it was dominated by 9 major beast races with strengths equivalent to middle-medium grade realm. Naturally, this strength was nothing in front of the 100 Treasures realm, but the combined strength of the 9 major beast races was still hard to deal with for the 100 Treasures realm. Additionally, the 9 major beast races had great prestige in Half-Beast Island. With them at the front, the smaller beast races attached to their sides, they caused the 100 Treasures realm to suffer a huge headache. Naturally, the 9 major beast races weren't very united. They also contradicted each other. The lion and tiger races hate each other. The wolf race was arrogant. The snake race was unpopular. The bear and eagle races also have enmity with each other. The fox race were quite grounded and nobody offended them. As for the elephant and rhinoceros races, they were staunch allies. Originally, Miu Yu thought that he could use these contradictions between the beast races. However, he didn't expect the beast races to be more wary of foreign races. It was impossible for him to take advantage of these conflicts. Now that the realm gave him a method to deal with the situation, Miu Yu was quite relaxed. As long as he has a good talk with the beast races, he could find out about their thoughts and think of ways to deal with them. There were 10,000 cultivators that came with Miu Yu this time. They didn't have any losses, but a few of them were injured. They were stuck on what to do currently. Additionally, the 9 beast races have been headaches. Because of them, the cultivators weren't very happy with being in Half-Beast Island. Miu Yu didn't let the cultivators send the message. Instead, he just took out a communication slip and sent the word to the 9 major beast races, asking them to discuss autonomy. Miu Yu and the others were currently inside Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship. Fortunately for them, they were inside Zhao Hai's ship. Otherwise, they would have suffered a lot under the attacks of beast races. The Hell King's ship served as a powerful deterrent, and with the Hell King's ship combat strength, the beast races had to think properly before attacking Miu Yu and the others. Moreover, these beast races weren't fools. Their attacks towards the 100 Treasures realm was only to disarm the people of the 100 Treasures realm. They also knew about Miu Yu's identity. If they really hurt Miu Yu, or if the 100 Treasures realm loses too much, the realm might be angry and send out troops. When that time comes, the 9 beast race might not be able to stop them. Nevertheless, the 9 major beast races don't really think too much about Miu Yu. It has been more than a year since Miu Yu and the others arrived at Half-Beast Island. They haven't done anything great and they were even polite, which made the beast races arrogant. So although it had been several days since Miu Yu sent his message out, the 9 major beast races didn't send anyone to the Hell King's ship. Miu Yu wasn't worried. He knows that the 9 major beast races were just demonstrating their authority. They will come later on. In fact, Miu Yu was happy that the beast races were delayed. The longer they delay, the possibility of Zhao Hai arriving before the meeting would be greater. 9 days after Miu Yu sent his message, the 9 major beast races finally arrived. Each group brought 5,000 people. The 9 major beast races brought more than 40,000 people overall. They encircled the Hell King's ship in an overbearing manner. They made it clear that they didn't respect Miu Yu. Although Miu Yu had a good temperament, His complexion turned ugly at this display. He didn't go out to greet the representatives and just sent someone to fetch them. Each beast race patriarch brought along 2 people with them. It was as if they were bandits going to a negotiation. When the 9 beast patriarchs entered the cabin, they just gave Muyu a casual salute before sitting down. They showed no respect at all. Although Muyu didn't like their actions, he didn't say anything. Once everyone had settled down, Muyu spoke. I invited the patriarchs to discuss the autonomy of Half-Beast Island. I wonder what your thoughts are about this. One of the patriarchs smiled as he looked at Muyu and asked, may I know what Mr. Muyu means by autonomy? Muyu turned his head and saw that it was the fox race patriarch Hukuan. Muyu smiled and answered, what we mean is that Half-Beast Island would continue to be under the control of the beast races. However, the 9 major beast races must submit to the 100 Treasures Realm and pay tribute every year. Moreover, the 9 major beast races would send troops during war. In other words, everything will be handled the same way we treat our subordinate realms. Muyu's explanation caused the beasts to stare. Then they looked at each other. They saw the trace of excitement in their eyes. The 9 major beast races knew that it's impossible for them to be equal to the 100 Treasures Realm with their strength. It was good for them to be treated the same as subordinate realms. In fact, this was the result they wanted the most. They just didn't clearly state it. However, some of the beasts didn't accept it immediately. A brawny man with a huge beard coldly snorted and said, why should we surrender to the 100 Treasures Realm? Do you have the strength? Muyu's complexion changed. The same was true for the other beast patriarchs. They could hold Muyu back and make him suffer a headache, but the same wasn't true for the 100 Treasures Realm. If this was made known, how would the 100 Treasures Realm deal with them? Would this compel them to an irreconcilable feud? Before Muyu could reply, another voice answered, since you guys aren't convinced, then there's no need to talk further. Please return. We will make sure to come visit you in a few days. Then a figure walked in from outside. This person looked very ordinary. He had a never-present smile on his face. Seeing this person, Muyu couldn't help but laugh as he said, Little Hai, you're here? Ha ha ha. It has been more than a year since I saw you. I thought you forgot about me. Zhao Hai stepped forward and gave Muyu a hug. After a while, he smiled and said, Brother you seem to have aged rapidly in just a year. After he said that, he turned towards the 9 beast patriarchs. The bearded man looked at Zhao Hai and said, who are you? Zhao Hai looked at the man and then smiled faintly as he said, I'm Zhao Hai, just a nobody. It's not surprising for a patriarch to not know me. You're from the lion race, right? Since Mr. thinks that the 100 Treasures Realm isn't strong enough to make you submit, then Mr. can leave. We will go to the lion race personally in the future. Since all of you have been invited by Brother Yu, I won't deal with you today. Everyone that wants to discuss further can stay, those that want to leave can leave. As he said that, Zhao Hai looked at the other people in the cabin with a smile on his face. However, his gaze was as sharp as a blade, making everyone not dare look at him in the face. The fox race patriarch immediately replied, it's a misunderstanding. Mr. Zhao Hai has misunderstood. Mr.'s name is like thunder in my ears. We have admired Mr. for a long time. Mr., please sit down. Boss I didn't mean to offend you. Zhao Hai looked at the others and said, everyone should know that the 100 Treasures Realm is taking a step back. What, do you really think that you can defeat the 100 Treasures Realm? We are showing our sincerity to you. I think you should do the same. We both don't want to see our people fighting each other. I also need to remind you not to see the 100 Treasures Realm's tolerance as a weakness.